Darby O'Gill and the Good People by Herminie Templeton Kavanagh. Colophon Darby O'Gill and the Good People was published in 1903 by Herminie Templeton Kavanagh. This ebook was produced for Standard eBooks by Paul King and is based on a transcription produced by Wikisource and on digital scans from the Internet Archive. The cover page is adapted from Delaware Water Gap, a painting completed in 1861 by George Ness. The cover and title pages feature the League Spartan and Sots Mill Gaudy typefaces created in 2014 and 2009 by the League of Movable Type. This edition was released on August 18, 2025, 9:07 p.m., and is based on revision FD 63F97. The first edition of this ebook was released on April 26, 2022, 1:39 a.m. You can check for updates to this ebook, view its revision history, or download it for different e-reading systems at standardbooksorg/ebooks/Herminie Templeton Kavanagh/Darby O'Gill and the Good People. The volunteer-driven Standard eBooks project relies on readers like you to submit typos, corrections, and other improvements. Anyone can contribute at Standard Booksorg. The Banshee's Comb, I the Diplomacy of Bridget, I 'twas the mendin' of clothes that All Souls afternoon in Elizabeth Ann Egan's kitchen that naturally brought up the subject of husbands and the best ways to manage them. And if there's one thing more than another that makes me take me hat off to the women, 'tis the audacious way the most downtrodden of their sex will brag about her blackguard husband. Not that either one or the other of the 5 busy-tongued and busy-fingered neighbor women who bent above their sewing or knitting that afternoon were downtrodden. Be no manner of mains, far, far from it. They were so filled with matrimonial contentedness that they fairly trampled down one another to be first in praising the wonderful men of their choice. Every woman proudly claimed to own and control the handsomest, loikeliest man that ever throd in brogues. They talked so fast and they talked so loud that 'twas a thryin' long while before meek-voiced little Margaret Doyle could squeege her husband, Dan'l John, sideways into the argument. And even when she did get him to the fore, the other women had appropriated all the heroic qualifications for their own men, so that there was nothing left for Dan'l but the common lavings, and that deprivation nettled Margaret and vexed her saw. But she took her chance when it came, poor as it was, and bolted in. Jabbing the air as though her needle were a dagger, she broke into the discourse. I wouldn't trade my Dan for the King of Russia or the Emperor of China, says she, peering defiant around the room. No one sided with that remark, and no one argued again it, and this vexed her the more. The kingdom of China is where the most suffragette comes from, says Cecilia Crowe. She was a large, solemn woman, was Mistress Crowe, and a G.R.R. historian. No, says Margaret, scorning the interruption, not if the 2 men were rolled into one, says she. Why, says Cecilia Crowe, and her deep voice told like a passing bell. Why, says she, should any dacent woman be wantin' to marry one of them heathen emperors? Sure they're all ambiguous, she says, looking around proud of the grand word. Elizabeth Ann S. thupped the spinning wheel the better to listen, while the others turned bothered faces to the historian. Ambiguous? Says Mistress Crowe, raising her voice in the middle part of the word. Ambiguous, she says again, means that according to the legal laws of some furrin parts, a man may marry 4 or 5 wives if he has a mind to. At this Margaret bristled up like a bantam hen. Do you mean to say, Cecilia Crowe, says she, dropping in her lap the waistcoat she was mendin', do you intend to substantiate that I'm wishin' to marry the Emperor of China? Ah, she says, her voice growin' high and cutting as an east wind. Do you wish to inferentiate that if my Dan'l had the lave he'd be ambiguous? Will you please tell these friends and neighbors, she says, waving a hand, which of the 2 of us you was minded to insinuate against? The attack was so sudden and so unexpected that Mistress Crowe was too bewildered to find herself. The poor woman only sat starin' stupid at Margaret. The others sunk back in their chairs speechless with consternation, till Molly Scanlon, wishin' to pacificate the situation, and winkin' friendly at Cecilia, spoke up soothin'. Through for ye, Margaret Doyle, says she. What kind of talk is that for ye to be talkin', Cecilia? Says she. Sure if Dan'l John were to be med the Emperor of China tomorrow, he'd hesitate and deliberate a long time before bringin' in one of them ambiguous women to you and the child ha. I'd like to see him thry it. It'd be a sore and a sorrowful day for him, I'm thinkin'. At them words, Margaret in her mind's eye saw Dan'l John standin' furninced her with an ambiguous heathen woman on each side of him, and the picture riled the blood in her heart. Oh, ho? says she, turning on poor, shrinking Molly with a smile, and that same smile had loaded guns and pistols in it. "And will you please be so kind and condescending, Mistress Scanlon," says she, "to explain what you ever saw or heard tell of in my Daniel John's actions, that 'ud make you think he'd contemplate such scoundrel endeavours," says she, thrimblin'. The only answer to the question was from the tea-kettle. It was singin' high and impident on the hob. Now, Bridget O'Gill, knowin' woman that she was, had wisely kept out of the discourse. She sat apart, calmly knittin' one of Darby's winter stockings. As she listened, howsomever, she couldn't keep back a sly smile that lifted one corner of her mouth. "Isn't it a poor and a pitiful case," said Mistress Doyle, glaring savage from one to the other, "that a dacent man, the father of 9 childha, 8 of them livin' and 1 gone for a soja, isn't it a burnin' shame," she says, whimperin', "that such a dacent man must have his charak the thrajuiced before his own wife. Will you be so good as to tell me what you're laughing at, Bridget O'Gill, ma'am?" She blazed. Bridget, fluttering guilty, tried to hide the misfortunate smile, but 'twas too late. "Becase if it is my husband you're mocking at," says Marget, "let me tell you fair and plain his equals don't live in the county of Tipperary, let alone this parish. 'Tis through," she says, tossin' her head, "he hasn't spent 6 months with the good people. He knows nothin' of the fairies, but he has more sense than those that have. At any rate, he isn't afeard of ghosts like a knowledgeable man that I could mention." That last thrust touched a sore spot in the heart of Bridget. Although Darby O'Gill would fight a dozen livin' men, if needful, 'twas well known he had an unreasonable fear of ghosts. So, Bridget said never a word, but her brown eyes began to sparkle, and her red lips were drawn up to the size of a button. Marget saw how hard she'd hit, and she went on triumphant. "My Daniel John'd sleep in a churchyard. He's done it," says she, crowin'. Bridget could hood in no longer. "I'd be sore and sorry," she says, "if a husband of mine were druv to do such a thing as that for the sake of a little pace and quiet," says she, turnin' her childa. "Tare and ounds, but that was the throke. The Lord bless us," muttered Molly Scanlon. Marget's mind went up in the air and stayed there whirlin', whilst she herself sat gasping and panting for a rapely. 'Twas a thrilling, suspenseful minute. The Chinese shepherd and shepherdess on the mantel stopped ogling their eyes and looked shocked at each other. At the same time Bob, the linnet, in his wooden cage at the door, quit his singin' and cocked his head the better to listen. The surprised tea-kettle gave a gasp and a gurgle, and spluttered over the fire. In the terrible silence, Elizabeth Egan got up to wet the tea. Settin' the teapot in the fender she spoke, and she spoke racentful. "Any sensible man is afeard of ghosts," says she. "Oh, indade," says Marget, catching her breath. "Is that so? Well, sensible or unsensible," says she, "this will be Halloween, and there's not a man in the parish who would walk past the churchyard up to Cormac McCarthy's house, where the banshee keened last night, except my Daniel," says she, triumphant. The hurt pride in Bridget rose at that and forced from her angry lips a foolish promise. "Huh, we hear ducks talkin'," she says, coolly rowling up Darby's stocking and sticking the needle in the ball of yarn. "This afternoon I was at Cormac McCarthy's," she says, "and there wasn't a bit of tea in the house for poor Eileen, so I promised Cormac I'd send him up a handful. Now, be the same token, I promise you my Darby will make no bones of going on that errand this night." "Ho, ho, ho," laughed Marget. "If he has the courage to do it, bid him stop in to me on his way back, and I'll send to you a fine settin' of eggs from my black Spanish hen." What sharp word Mistress O'Gill would have flung back in answer no one knows, becase when once provoked she has few equals for sarcastic language. But just then Elizabeth Ann put in Bridget's hand a steaming cup of good, strong tea. "Now, whuskey, ale, and pother are all good enough in their places, your honour. I've nothing to intimidate against them, but for a comforting, soothering, edafing beverage, give me a cup of foine black tea." So this day, the cups were filled only the second time, when the subject of husbands was completely dropped, and the conversation wandered to the misdajminas of Antony Sullivan's goat. All this time, the women had been so busy with their talkin' and odgifyin' that the creeping darkness of a coming storm had stolen unnoticed into the room, making the fire glow brighter and redder on the hearth. A faint flare of lightning, followed by a low grumble of thunder, brought the women to their feet. "Marcy on us?" says Cecilia Crow, glad of an excuse to be gone. "Do you hear that? We'll all be drownded before we reach home," says she. In a minute the visitors, after draining their cups, were out in the road, each hurrying on her separate way, and tying her bonnetess strings as she went. 'Twas a heavy and a guilty heart that Bridget carried home with her through the gathering storm. Although Darby was an intimate friend of the fairies, yet, as Margaret Doyle said, he had such a black dread of all other kinds of ghosts that to get him out on this threatening Halloween night, to walk past the churchyard, as he must do on his way to Cormac McCarthy's cottage, was a job equal to lifting the Shannon Bridge. How she was to manage it, she couldn't for the life of her tell. But if the errand was left undone, she would be the laughing-stock of every woman in the parish. But worst of all, and what cut her hot the sauced, was that she had turned an act of neighbourly kindness into a vainglorious boast, and that, she doubted not, was a mortal sin. She had promised Cormac in the afternoon that as soon as she got home, she would send Darby over with some tea for poor little Eileen, and now a big storm was gathering, and before she could have supper ready, try as hard as she could, black night might be upon them. To bring a's to the dying is the comfortingest privilege a man or woman can have, and I've traded it for a miserable settin' of eggs, she says. Amn't I the unfortunate crasher, she thought, to have let me pride ruin me this away. What'll I do at all? She cried. Bad luck to the thought that took me out of me way to Elizabeth Egan's house. Then she met a wish that she might be able to get home in time to send Darby on his errand before the night came on. If they laugh at me, that'll be my punishment, and maybe it'll claim my sin, says she. But the wish was in vain. For just as she crossed the stile to her own field, the sun dropped behind the hills as though he had been shot, and the east wind swept up, carrying with it a sky full of black clouds and rain. Roman 2, that same All Souls' night Darby O'Gill, the friend of the fairies, sat, as he had often sat before, amidst the dancing shadows, furnished his own crackling turf and wood fire, listening to the storm beat against his cottage windows. Little Mickey, his 6-year-old, cuddled asleep on his daddy's lap, whilst Bridget sat beside them, the other child had cradled around her. My, oh my, how the rain powered and hammered and swirled. Out in the highway, the big drops smashed again wayfarers' faces like blows from a fist, and once in a while, over the flooded moors and the far row of lonesome hills, the sullen lightning spurted red and angry, like the vicious flare of a volcano. You may well say 'twas perfect weather for Halloween, tonight when the spirits of the departed dead visit once again their homes, and sit unseen, listening and yearning about the old hearthstones. More than once that Avon Darby shivered and shuddered at the wild shrieks and wails that swept over the chimney-tops. He bane sartin sure that it wasn't the wind at all, but despairing voices that cried out to him from the could lips of the dead. At last, off the one particular doleful cry that rose and fell and lingered around the roof, the knowledgeable man raised his head and fetched a deep breath, and said to his wife Bridget, "Do you hear that cry, Herminie? The dear Lord be merciful to the souls of the departed," sighed he. Bridget turned a troubled face toward him. "Amen," she says, speaking softly, "and may he preserve them who are dying this night. Poor Eileen McCarthy, and she the purty, light-footed Colleen only married the few months. Haven't we the raisins to be thankful and grateful? We can never pray enough, Darby," says she. Now the family had just got off their knees from night prayers that had lasted half an hour, so them lost words worried Darby greatly. "That woman," he says to himself, mighty sour, "is this minute contemplatin' and insinuatin' that we haven't said prayers enough for Eileen, when as it is, me 2 poor knees have blisters on them as big as hens' eggs from kneelin'. And if I don't look out," he says to himself again, "she'll put the childhead to bed, and then she's down on her knees for another hour, and me wid her. I'd never advise anyone to marry such a pious woman. I'm fairly kilt with religion, so I am. I must distract her mind and prevent her intentions," he says to himself. "Maybe, Bridget," he says, out loud, as he was readying his pipe, "it ain't so bad after all for Eileen. If we keep hoping for the best, we'll chate the worst out of a few good hours at any rate," says the knowledgeable man, but Bridget only rolled the apron about her folded arms and shook her head sorrowful at the fire. Darby squinted carefully down the stem of his pipe, blew in it, took a sly glance at his wife, and went on. "Don't you remember, Bridget?" he says. "When 'ud Mrs. Rafferty lay sick of a bad information of the stomach? Well, the banshee sat for a full hour keening and crying before their house, just as it did last night outside Cormac McCarthy's. And you know the banshee cried but once at Rafferty's, but never returned the second time. The information left Julia, and all the wide world knows. Even the King of Spain might know if he'd send to axe, that Julia Rafferty, as strong as a hoss, was diggin' petities in her own field as late as yesterday. The banshee comes 3 nights before anyone dies, doesn't it, Daddy?" says little Mickey, waking up, all excited. "It does that," says Darby, smilin' proud at the child's knowledgeableness, and it's come but once to Eileen McCarthy. And while the banshee cries, she sits combing her hair with a comb of gold, don't she? Daddy. Bridget sat uneasy, bitten her lips. Always and ever she had throve to keep from the childhood tidings of fairies and of banshees and ghosts and other unnatural people. Twice she trun a warning look at Darby, but he, not noticin', went on, struck in the little lad's hair, and sayin' to him, "It does, indade, Avic, and as she came but once to Mrs. Rafferty's, so we have racin' to hope she'll come no more to Cormac McCarthy's." "Hush that nonsense," says Bridget. "Look in daggers. Sure Jack Doolan says that 'twas no banshee at all that come to Rafferty's, but only himself who had taken a drop too much at the fair, and on his way home sat down to rest himself by Rafferty's door. He says that he thought it'd singin' pious hymns to kape off the evil spirits, and everyone knows that the same Jack Doolan has as terrible a voice for singin' as any banshee that ever twisted a lip," she says. The woman's contrariness vexed Darby, so he pounded his knee with his fist as he answered her. "You'll not deny, maybe," he says, "that the Costa Bower thopped one night at the hall, and—" "Whist," cried Bridget. "Lave off," she says. "Sure that's no kind of talk to be talkin' this night before the child, says she. "But, mammy, I know what the Costa Bower is," cried little Mickey, sitting up straight in Darby's lap and pointing his finger at his mother. "'Tis I that knows well. The Costa Bower is a GR black coach that comes in the night to carry down to Crogma the dead people the banshee keened for." The other child by now were sitting bolt upright, stiff as ramrods, and staring wild-eyed at Mickey. "The coachman's head is cut off and he hoods the reins this away," says the child, letting his hands fall limp and open at his side. "Sometimes it's all wiseable, and then again it's unwiseable, but always when it comes one can hear the terrible rumble of its wheels." Mickey's voice fell, and spreading out his hands, he spoke slow and solemn. "One Halloween night in the woods down at the Black Pond, Danny Hogan heard it coming and he jumped behind a stone. The threes couldn't stop it, they went right through it, and as it passed Danny Hogan says he saw one white, dead face laid back again the dark cushions, and this is the night, All Souls' Night, when it's sure to be out. Now don't I know," he says, triumphant. At that Bridget started to her feet. For a minute she stood speechless with vexation at the wild, frightening notions that had got into the heads of her childhood. Then, "Glory be?" she says, looking hard at Darby. You could have heard a pin drop in the room. Ud Malachi, the big yellow cat, who until this time lay coiled asleep on a stool, was the best judge of Bridget's character in that house. So, no sooner did he hear the words and see Bridget start up, than he was on his own 4 feet, his back arched, his tail straight up, and his 2 golden eyes searching her face. One look was enough for him. The next instant he leapt to the ground and started for the far room. As he scampered through the door, he threw a swift look back at his comrades, the child, and that look said plain as any words could say, "Run for it while you've time? Folly me, some one of us vagebones has done something murtherin'." Malachi was right. There would have been serious trouble for all hands, only that a softening thought was on Bridget that night which sobered her temper. She stopped a bit, the frown on her face clearing as she looked at the child, and she only said, "Come out of this, to bed with Yez? I'm raising a pack of audacious young romances, and I didn't know it. Mickey thop that whimpering and make haste with your clothes. The Lord help us, he's broke off another button. Look at that now," she says. There was no help for Thim. So, with longin looks trun back at their father, sittin' cozy before the fire, and with consolin' winks and nods from him, the child followed their mother to the bedroom. Thin, whilst Bridget was tucking the covers about them, and hushing their complainings, Darby sat with his elbows on his knees, doing in his head a sum in figures. And that sum was this: how much would it be worth this All Souls' Night for a man to go out that door, and walk past the churchyard up to Cormac McCarthy, the stonecutter's house? One time he made the answer as low as £10 2 shillings and threepence, but as he did so a particular loud blast went shrieking past outside, and he raised the answer to £1,520 sterling. "And cheap at that," he said aloud. While he was studying Thim's sagacious questions, Bridget stole quietly behind and put a light hand on his shoulder. For a minute, neither of Thim said a word. Surprised at the silence, and puzzled that little Mickey had escaped a larruping, Malachi crept from the far room and stood still in the doorway, judging his mistress. An expression was on her face the cat couldn't quite make out. 'Twas an elevated, pitying, good-hearted, determined look, such as a man wears when he goes into the sty to kill one of his own pigs for Christmas. Malachi, being a wise and experienced beast, decided to take no chances, so he backed through the door again and hid under the dresser to listen. "I was just thinking, Darby of Herminie," says the woman, half whispering, "how we might this blessed night earn great credit for our two souls." "Wait," says the sly man, straightening himself and raising a hand. "The very thing you're going to spake was in my own mind. I was just deliberatin' that I hadn't done justice tonight to poor Eileen. I haven't said me prayers fervent enough. I neither can when we're praying together, or when I'm kneeling down. Thin, like every way else, there's something queer about me. The finest prayers I ever say is when I'm be myself alone in the fields," says the conniving villain. "So, do you, Bridget, go and kneel down by the child her for a half-hour or so, and I'll sit here doing my best. If you should happen to look out at me, you might easily think," he says, "that I was only sittin' here comfortably smoking my pipe, but at the same time prayers'll be whirlin' inside of me like a windmill," says he. "Oh, Thin, ain't I glad and happy to hear you say thim words," says his wife, puttin' one foin o' rum about his neck. "You've taken a load off my heart that's been weighing heavy on it all night, for I thought maybe you'd be afeard." "Afeard of what?" axed Darby, liftin' his eyebrows. Malachi throtted boldly in and jumped up on the stool. "You know Father Cassidy says," whispered Bridget, "that a loving deed of the hands done for the distressed is itself a prayer worth a week of common prayers." "I have nothin' agin that sayin'," says Darby, his head cocked and he growin' suspicious. Bridget wiped her forehead with her apron. "Well, this afternoon I was at McCarthy's house," she went on, soothing his hair with one hand, "and oh, but the poor child was distressed. Her cheeks were flaming with the fever. And Darby, the thirst, the awful thirst? I looked about for a pinch of tay. There's nothing so coolin' for one in the fever as a cup of wake tay. And the sorest scrap of it was in the house, so I told Cormac that tonight, as soon as the child her were in bed, I'd send you over with a pinch." Every one of Darby's far bones stiffened and a martial chill struck into his heart. "Listen, Dollant," she says, "the storm's dying down, so while you're putting on your greatcoat I'll wrap up the bit of tay." He shook her hand from his childhood. "Woman," he says, with bit the politeness, "I think you said that we had a great chance to get credit for our two souls. That's what I think you remarked and stipulated," says he. "Arrah, shouldn't a woman have great praise and credit who'll send her husband out on such a night as this?" his wife says. "The worse the conditions, the more credit she'll get. If a ghost were to jump at ye as you go past the churchyard, oughtn't I be the happy woman entirely?" says Bridget. There was a kind of a tinkle in her voice, such as comes when Bridget is telling jokes, so Darby, with a sudden hope in his mind, turned quick to look at her. But there she stood grim, unfeeling, and determined as a pinted gun. "Oh ho, is that the way it is?" he says. "Well, here's luck and good fortune to the ghost or skellington that lays his hand on me this blessed night." He stuck his two hands deep in his pockets and whirled one leg across the other, the most aggravating thing a man can do. But Bridget was not the last discouraged. She only made up her mind to come at him on his soft side, so she spoke up and said, "Suppose I was dying of the fever, Darby O'Gill, and Cormac refused to bring over a pinch of tay to me. What then, would you think of the stone cutter?" Malachi the cat stopped licking his paws and trun a sharp, inquiring eye at his master. "Bridget," says the knowledgeable man, giving his hand an odifying wave, "we have two separate ways of being good. Your way is to scurry round and do good acts. My way is to keep from doing bad ones. And who knows," he says, with a pious sigh, "which way is the bet the one? It isn't for us to judge," says he, shaking his head solemn at the fire. Bridget walked out in front of him and folded her arms tight. "So you won't go?" she says, sharp and sudden. "The divil a foot," says he, beginning to whistle. You'd think now Bridget was bait, but she still hilt her trump card, and until that was played and lost the lad wasn't safe. "All right, me brave hero," says she. "Do you sit there be the fire, I'll go myself," she says. With that, she bounced into the child's room and began to get ready her cloak and hood. For a minute Darby sat pucking the fire, muttering to himself and feeling very discommodious. Then, just to show he wasn't the last bit uneasy, the lad cleared his throat, and wagging his head at the fire, began to sing. "Yara, as I walked out one more in all in the month of June the primroses and daisies o' cowslips were in bloom, I spied a purty fair maid throlin on the lea, and Rory Borealis, nor any other ancient Hathen goddess was not half so fair as she. Says I, me purty fair maid, I'll take you for me bride, and if you'll pay no at Tintion." Glancing up sudden, he saw Malachi's eye on him, and if ever the features of a cat spoke silent but plain language, Malachi's face talked that minute to its master, and this is what it said. "Well, of all the cowardly, creaking bustheens I ever see in all me bond days, you are the worst, Darby O'Gill. You've not only give impidence to your wife, and she's worth 4 of you. But you've gone back on the friends you pretended to. Malachi's faces got no further in their insult and remarks, for at that Darby swooped up a big sod of turf and let it fly at the audacious beast. Now, it is well known that be a spontaneous trow like that no one ever yet hit a sensible cat, but always and ever in that unlucky endeavour he strikes a damaging a blow where it's not intended. So it was this time. Bridget, wearing her red cloak and hood, was just coming through the door, and that misfortunate sod of turf caught her fair and square, right below the kist, and she staggered back again the wall. Darby's consternation and complication interpretation were beyond imagination. Bridget laid there gasping. If she felt as bad as she looked, 4 Dublin sergeants with their saws and knives couldn't have done her a ha'porth of good. Howsomever, for all that, the sly woman had seen Malachi dodge and go galloping away, but she pretended to think 'twas at herself the turf was trun. Not that she scolded, or anything so common as that, but she went on like an early Christian Marthiah who was just going to be introduced to the roaring loins. Well, as you may aisy see, the poor man, her husband, hadn't a chance in the world after that. Of course, to rightify himself, he'd face all the ghosts in Krogma. So, in a minute, he was standing in his greatcoat with his hand on the latch. There was a packet of tea in his pocket, and he was a subdued and conquered man. He looked so woeful that Bridget repented and almost relented. "Remember," he says, mournful, "if I'm caught this night be the Costa Bower, I'll be the Banshee, take good care of the child her, and remember what I say. I didn't mane, Bridget, to hit you with that sod of turf." "Oh, ain't you the foolish darlin' to be afeard?" smiled Bridget back at him, but she was serious too. "Don't you know that when one goes on an errand of mercy, a score of God's white angels with swords in their hands march before and beside and after him, keeping his path free from danger?" With that, she pulled his face down to hers, and kissed him as she used in the old cotton days. There's nothing puts so much high courage and clear, steadfast purpose in a man's heart, if it be properly given, as a kiss from the woman he loves. So, with the warmth of that kiss to cheer him, Darby set his face again the storm. Roman 2, the Banshee's Halloween night, to all unhappy ghosts, is about the same as St. Patrick's Day, is to you or to me. 'Tis a great holiday in every churchyard. And no one knew this better or felt it keener than did Darby O'Gill, that same Halloween night, as he stood on his own doorstep with the paper of black tea for Eileen McCarthy safely stowed away in the crown of his top hat. No one in that barony was quicker than he at an act of neighborly kindness, but now, as he huddled himself together in the shelter of his own eaves, and thought of the dangers before, and of the cheerful fire and comfortable bed he was leaving behind, black rebellion rushed shouting across his heart. Oh my, what a perishin' night to turn a man out into," he says. "It'd be half a comfort to know I was going to be kilt before I got back, just as a warnin' to Bridget," says he. The mistreated lad turned a sour eye on the tumultuous weather, and groaned deep as he pulled closer about his childhas, the cape of his greatcoat, and plunged into the desotted and flooded roadway. Howsomever, 'twas not the pelting rain, nor the lashing wind, nor yet the pitchy darkness that bothered the heart out of him as he went splashing and stumbling along the road. A thought of something more relentless than the storm, more mysterious than the night's blackness, put pounds of lead into the lad's unwilling brogues. For somewhere in the shrouding darkness that covered McCarthy's house, the Banshee was waiting this minute, perhaps, ready to jump out at him as soon as he came near her. And oh, if the Banshee nabbed him there, what in the world would the poor lad do to save himself? At the realization of this situation, the gooseflesh crept up his back and settled on his neck and childhas. He began to cast about in his mind for a bit of cheer or a scrap of comfort, as a man in such circumstances will do. So, grumbling and saw-hearted, he turned over Bridget's parting words. "If one goes on an errand of mercy," Bridget had said, "a score of God's white angels with swords in their hands march before and beside and after him, keeping his path free from danger." He felt anxious in his hat for the bit of charitable tea he was bringin', and was glad to find it there safe and dhry enough, though the rest of him was drenched through and through. "Isn't this an act of charity I'm doin', to be bringin' a cooling drink to a dyin' woman?" he axed himself aloud. "To be sure it is. Well then, what reason have I to be afeard?" says he, pockin' his 2 hands into his pockets. "Arrah, it's aisy enough to bolster up one's heart with wise sayin' and heroic precepts when sitting commodious by one's own fire, but talkin' wise words to one's self is mighty poor comfort when you're on the lonely high road of a Halloween night, with a churchyard waitin' for ye on the top of the hill, not 200 yards away. If there was only one star to break through the thick sky and shine for him, If there was but one friendly cow to low, or a distant cock to break the teeming silence, 'twould put some heart into the man. But not a sound was there, only the swish and wailing of the wind through the invisible hedges. "What's the matter with the whole world? Where is it vanished to?" says Darby. "If a ghost were to jump at me from the churchyard wall, where would I look for help? To run is no use," he says, "and to face it is." Just then the current of his misdoubtings ran whack up against a saying of Peggy O'Callaghan. Mrs. O'Callaghan's reputation for truth and veracity, when it come to fairy tales or ghost stories, be it known, was equal if not superior to the best in Tipperary. Now, Peggy had told Ned Mullen, and Ned Mullen had told Bill Donahue, the tinker, and the tinker had advised Darby that no one need ever be afeard of ghosts if he only had the courage to face them. Peggy said, "The poor crashers ain't roamin' about shackin' chains and moanin' and groanin', just for the spot of scarin' people, nor yet out of mainness. 'Tis always a throuble that's on their minds, a message they want sint, a secret they're endeavoring to unload. So instead of flyin' from the unhappy things, as most people generally do," she said, "one should walk up bold to the apparition, be it gentle or common, male or female, and say, 'What throubles ye, sir?' or 'What's amiss with ye, ma'am?' And take my word for it," says she, "ye'll find yourself a bonefactor to them when you last expect it," she says. 'Twas a quare iddy, but not so unreasonable after all when one comes to think of it, and the knowledgeable man fell to deliberatin' whether he'd have the hardness to folly it out if the chanced came. Sometimes he thought he would, then again he was sure he wouldn't. For Darby O'Gill was one who bent quick under trouble like a young three before a hurricane, but he only bent, the throuble never broke him. So, at times his courage went down to a spark like the light of a candle in a gust of wind, but before you could turn on your heel, 'twas blazing up throng and fiercer than before. Whilst thus contemplatin' and meditatin', his foot struck the bridge in the hollow, just below the barren ground, and there, as the boy paused a minute, churning up bravery enough to carry him up the hill and past the mysterious gravestones, there came a short quiver of lightning, and in its sudden flare he was sure he saw not 10 yards away, and coming down the hill toward him, a dim shape that took the breath out of his body. "Oh, be the powers!" he gasped, his courage emptying out like water from a spilt pail. It moved, a slow, gray, formless thing without a head, and so far as he was able to judge it might be about the size of an elephant. The prosecuted lad swung himself sideways in the road, one arm over his eyes and the other stretched out at full length, as if to ward off the terrible visitor. The first thing that began to take any shape in his bewildered brain was Peggy O'Callaghan's adwisser. He tried to folly it out, but a chattering of teeth was the only sound he made. And all this time, a tremendous splashin', like the flopping of whales, was coming nearer and nearer. The splashin' stopped not 3 feet away, and the haunted man felt in the spine of his back and in the calves of his legs that a powerful, unhowly monster towered over him. Why he didn't swoonge in his tracks is the wonder. He says he would have dropped at last if it weren't for the distant bark of his own good dog, Cesa, that put a throb of courage into his bones. At that friendly sound, he opened his 2 dhry lips and stuttered this saying, "Whoever you are, and whatever shape ye come in, take heed that I'm not afeard," he says. "I command ye to tell me your throubles, and I'll be your bonefactor. Then go back dassin' and respectable where you're buried. Spake and I'll listen," says he. He waited for a reply, and getting none, a hot splinter of shame at Baines so badly frightened turned his soul into vexation. "Spake up," he says, "but come no furder, for if you do, be the hokey I'll take one thry at ye, ghost or no ghost," he says. Once more he waited, and as he was lowering the arum from his eyes for a peek, the ghost spoke up, and its answer came in 2 pitiful, distressed raws. A damp breath puffed across his face, and opening his eyes, what should the lad see but the 2 drooping ears of Solomon, Mrs. Kilcannon's grey donkey. 5 different kinds of disgust biled up into Darby's throat and almost strangled him. "Ye murderin', big-headed imposture," he gasped. Half a minute after, a brown hootowl, which was sheltered in a nearby blackthorn tree, called out to his brother's family, which inhabited the belfry of the chapel above on the hill, that some black-minded spalpeen had holt of Solomon Kilcannon, be the 2 ears, and was kicking the ribs out of him, and that the language the man was using to the poor baste was worse than scandalous. Although Darby couldn't understand what the owl was saying, he was startled by the blood-curdlin' hoot, and that same hoot saved Solomon from any further extraordinary trouncing, because as the angry man stopped to hearken, there flashed on him the realization that he was baiting and cruel malthrating a blessing in disguise. For this same, Solomon had the reputation of being the knowingest, sensiblest thing which walked on four legs in that parish. He was a favourite with young and old, especially with childha, and Mrs. Kilcannon said she could talk to him as if he were a human, and she was sure he understood. In the face of thim facts, the knowledgeable man changed his tune, and puttin' his arum friendly around the distressed animal's neck. He said, "Aren't ye ashamed of yourself, Solomon, to be paradin' and mayanturin around the churchyard Halloween night, dishquissin' yourself this away as an outlandish ghost, and you havin' the foine reputation for dashency and good manners?" He says, excusin' himself. "I'm ashamed of you, so I am, Solomon," says he, hauling the baste about in the road, and turning him till his head faced once more the hillside. "Come back with me now to Cormac McCarthy's, Avernine. We've been in worse company, I'm thinkin'. At last you have, Solomon," says he. At that, kind and friendly enough, the forgiven baste turned with him, and the two, keeping each other slitherin' company, went stumblin' and scramblin' up the hill toward the chapel. On the way, Darby kept up a one-sided conversation about all manner of things, just so that the ring of a human voice, even if 'twas only his own, would take a bit of the cruel lonesomeness out of the dark hedges. "Did you notice MacDonald's thrame as you came along the night, Solomon? It must be a roarin' torrent be this, with the pourin' rains, and we'll have to cross it," says he. "We could go over MacDonald's stone bridge that stands furninst McCarthy's house, with only Nolan's meadow betwixt the two, but," says Darby, laying a hand confidential on the ass's wet back, "'tis only a fortnight since long Felix, the blind beggarman, fell from the same bridge and broke his neck, and what more natural," he axed, "than that the ghost of Felix would be celebratin' its first Halloween, as a ghost, at the spot where he was kilt. You may believe me or believe me not, but at thim words Solomon stopped dead still in his thracks and refused to go another step till Darby coaxed him on be sayin', 'Oh, thin, we won't cross it if you're afeard, little man,' says he, 'but we'll take the path through the fields on this side of it, and we'll cross the thrame by McCarthy's own wooden footbridge. 'Tis within 20 feet of the house.' 'Oh, ye needn't be afeard,' he says again. 'I've seen the cows cross it, so it'll surely hood the both of us.' A sudden remembrance whipped into his mind of how tall the stile was, ladin' into Nolan's meadow, and the boy was puzzling deep in his mind to know how was Solomon to climb across that stile, when all at once the gloomy western gate of the graveyard rose quick be their side. The two shied to the opposite hedge, and no wonder they did. 50 ghosts, all in their shrouds, sat cheek be jowl along the churchyard wall, never caring a ha'porth for the wind or the rain. There was little Ted Rogers, the humpback, who was drownded in Mullen's well 4 years come Michaelmas. There was Black Mulligan, the gamekeeper who shot Ryan, the poacher, sittin' with a gun on his lap and he glowerin'. Beside the gamekeeper sat the poacher, with a jagged black hole in his forehead. There was Thady Finnegan, the scholar, who was disappointed in love and died of a decline. Furder on sat Mrs. Houlihan, who departed this life from eating of pizen mushrooms. Next to her sat, 100 others? Not that Darby saw them, do you mind? He had too good sense to look that way at all. He walked with his head turned out to the open fields, and his eyes squeeged shut. But something in his mind told him they were there, and he felt in the marrow of his bones that if he gave them the encouragement of one glance too, or three'd slip off the wall and come moanin' over to tell him their throubles. What Solomon saw and what Solomon heard, as the two went shrinkin' along'll, never be known to living man. But once he gave a jump, and twice Darby felt him thrimblin', and when they reached at last the chapel wall, the baste broke into a swift throt. Purty soon he galloped, and Darby went gallopin' with him, till 2 yellow blurs of light across in a field to the left mocked the windies of the stonecutter's cottage. 'Twas a few steps only, thin, to the stile over into Nolan's meadow, and there the two stopped, lookin' helpless at each other. Solomon had to be lifted, and there was the throuble. 3 times Darby thried be main strength to hist his compagnon up the steps, but in vain, and Solomon was clane disgusted. Only for the tender con on our hero's left little toe, I think maybe that at length and at last the pair would have got safe over. The kind-hearted lad had the donkey's 2 little hoofs planted on the top step, and whilst he himself was liftin' the rest of the baste in his arums, Solomon got uneasy that he was going to be trun, and so began to twist and squirm. Of course, as he did, Darby slipped and went thump on his back again the stile, with Solomon sittin' comfortable on top of the lad's kist. But that wasn't the worst of it, for as the baste scrambled up, he planted one hard little hoof on Darby's left foot, and the knowledgeable man let a yowl out of him that must have frightened all the ghosts within miles. Seein' he'd done wrong, Solomon bolted for the middle of the road and stood there wiry and attentive, listening to the names flung at him from where his late comrade sat on the lowest step of the stile, nursing the hurted foot. 'Twas an excited owl in the belfry that this time spoke up and shouted to his brother down in the Blackthorn, come up quick, it says. Darby O'Gill is just off the calling Solomon Kilcannon a malefactor. Darby rose at last, and as he climbed over the stile he turned to shake his fist toward the middle of the road. Bad luck to ye for a thick-headed, ungrateful infamer, he says. You go your way and I'll go mine, we're sunders, says he. So sayin', the crippled man went limpin' and grumplin' down the boreen, through the meadow, whilst his desotted friend sent reproach all braze off the hymn that would go to your heart. The thrubbin' of our hero's toe banished all pity for the baste, and even all thoughts of the banshee, till a long, gurgling, swooping sound in front told him that his fears about the rise in MacDonald's Esthrame were under rather than over the actual conditions. Fearin' that the wooden footbridge might be swept away, as it had been the year previous, he hurried on. Most times this Esthrame was only a quiet little brook that ran betwixt purty green banks, with hardly enough water in it to turn the broken wheel in shot as ruined mill. But tonight it swept along an angry, snarlin', growlin' river that overleapt its banks and dragged wildly at the swaying willows. Be a narrow throw of light from McCarthy's side, windy our traveller could see the maddened water thriven and tearing to pull with it the props of the little footbridge, and the boards shook and the centre swayed under his feet as he passed over. Bedad, I'll not cross this way goin' home, at any rate, he says, looking back at it. The words were no sooner out of his mouth than there was a crack, and the middle of the footbridge lifted in the air, twisted round for a second, and then hurled itself into the Esthrame, laving the two inns still standing in their place on the banks. Tunder and turf? He cried. I mustn't forget to tell the people within of this, for if ever there was a trap set by evil spirits to drown a poor, unwary marshal, there it stands. Oh, ain't the ghosts terrible wicious on Halloween? He stood drippin' a minute on the threshold, listening, thin, without knockin', lifted the latch and stepped softly into the house. Roman two candles burned above the blue and white chiny dishes on the table. A bright fire blazed on the hearth, and over in the corner, where the low bed was set, the stone-cutter was on his knees beside it. Eileen lay on her side, her shining hair thrilled out on the pillow. Her purty, flushed face was turned to Cormac, who knelt with his forehead hid on the bedcovers. The Colleen's two little hands were clasped about the great fist of her husband, and she was talking low, but so earnest that her whole life was in every word. God save all here, said Darby, tacking off his hat, but there was no answer. So deep were Cormac and Eileen in some conversation they were having together that they didn't hear his coming. The knowledgeable man didn't know what to do. He realized that a husband and wife about to part forever were looking into each other's hearts, for maybe the last time. So he just stood shifting from one foot to the other, watching them, unable to depart and not wishing to obtrude. Oh, it isn't death at all that I fear, Eileen was saying. No, Cormac thaw, 'tis not that I'm misdoubtful of, but ochone mavron 'tis you I fear? The kneelin' man gave one swift upward glance, and Dietra, his face nearer to the sick wife. She went on, thin, Spacken tinned her and half smiling and Sdhr in his hand. I know, Dollint, I know well, so you needn't tell me, that if I were to live with you 1,000 years you'd never estray in mind or thought to any other woman. But it's when I'm gone, when the lonesome avenings folly other through days and months, and maybe years, and you sitting here at this fireside without one to speak to, and you so handsome and gran, and with the penny or two we've put away. Oh, thaw Macri, why can't you banish them black thoughts, says the stone-cutter. Maybe, he says, the banshee will not come again. Ain't all the countryside prayin' for ye this night, and didn't Father Cassidy himself bid you to hope? The saints in heaven couldn't be so cruel, says he, but the Colleen went on as though she hadn't heard him, or as if he hadn't interrupted her. And listen, says she, they'll come urging ye, the neighbours, and racin' in with you. Your own flesh and blood'll come, and, no doubt, me own with them, and they all thriving to push me out of your heart, and to put another woman there in my place. I'll know it all, but I won't be able to call to you, Cormac Macri, for I'll be lying silent under the grass, or under the snow up behind the church. While she was sayin' them lost words, although Darby's heart was meltin' for Eileen, his mind began running over the Colleens of that townland to pick out the one who'd be most likely to marry Cormac in the end. You know how far-seeing and quick-minded was the knowledgeable man. He settled sudden on the Hanlon girl, and decided at once that she'd have Cormac before the year was out. The undecency of such a thing made him furious at her. He says to himself, half crying, "Why then, bad cess to you for a shameless, red-haired, forward baggage, Bridget Hanlon, to be running after the man, and throwing yourself in his way, and Eileen not yet cowled in her grave?" he says. While he was saying them things to himself, McCarthy had been whispering fierce to his wife, but what it was the stonecutter said the friend of the fairies couldn't hear. Eileen herself spoke clean enough in answer, for the favor gave her unnatural strength. "Don't think," she says, "that it's the first time this thought has come to me. 2 months ago, when I was throng and well and sittin' happy as a meadowlark at your side, the same black shadow drifted over me hot. The worst of it and the hottest to bear of all is that they'll be in the right, for what good can I do for you when I'm under the clay?" says she. "It's different with a woman. If you were taken and I left, I'd wear your face in my heart through all me life, and ax for no sweeter company." "Eileen," says Cormac, lifting his hand, and his voice was hoarse as the roar of the sea, "I swear to you on me bended knees." With her hand on his lips, she thumped him. "There'll come on ye by degrees a great craving for sympathy, a hunger and a longing for affection, and you'll have only the shadow of my poor, vanished face to comfort you, and a recollection of a voice that is gone forever. A new, warm face'll keep pushin' itself betwixt us. Bad luck to that red-headed hussy?" muttered Darby, looking around distressed. "I'll warn Father Cassidy of her and of her intentions the day after the funeral." There was silence for a minute. Cormac, the poor lad, was sobbing like a child. By and by Eileen went on again, but her voice was failing and Darby could see that her cheeks were wet. "The day'll come when you'll give over," she says. "Ah, I see how it'll all end. After that you'll visit the churchyard be stealth, so as not to make the other woman saw-hearted." "My, oh my, isn't she the Farsean woman?" thought Darby. "Little child her'll come," she says, "and their soft, warm arums will hood you away. By and by you'll not go where I'm laid at all, and all thoughts of these few happy months we've spent together. Oh, Mother in heaven, how happy they were." The girl started to her elbow, for sharp and sudden, a wild, wailing cry just outside the window startled the shuddering darkness. 'Twas a long cry of terror and of grief, not shrill, but piercing as a knife thrust. Every hair on Darby's head stood up and pricked him like a needle. "'Twas the banshee? Whist, listen," says Eileen. "Oh, Cormac as thought it's come for me again." With that, stiff with terror, she buried herself under the pillows. A second cry followed the first, only this time it was longer, and rose and swelled into a kind of a song that broke at last into the heart-breakingest moan that ever fell on martial ears. "Ochone?" it sobbed. The knowledgeable man, his blood turned to ice, his legs trembling like a hare's, stood looking in spite of himself at the black windy panes, expecting some frightful vision. After that second cry, the voice balanced itself up and down into the awful death keen. One word made the whole song, and that was the terrible word. Forever. Forever and forever, oh forever, swung the wild keen, until all the deep meaning of the word burned itself into Darby's soul. Thin the heartbreaking sob, "Ochone?" ended always the vase. Darby was just wondering whether he himself wouldn't go mad with fright, when he gave a sudden jump at a hard, strained voice which spoke up at his very elbow. "Darby O'Gill," it said, and it was the stonecutter who spoke. "Do you hear the death keen? It came last night, it'll come tomorrow night at this same hour, and then, oh my God." Darby tried to answer, but he could only stare at the white, set face and the sunken eyes of the man before him. There was, too, a kind of fierce quiet in the way McCarthy spoke that made Darby shiver. The stonecutter went on talking the same as though he was going to drive a bargain. "They say you're a knowledgeable man, Darby O'Gill," he says, "and that on a time you spent 6 months with the fairies. Now I make you this fair, square offer," he says, laying a forefinger in the palm of the other hand. "I have £53 that Father Cassidy's keeping for me. £53, he says again, "and I have this good bit of a farm that me father was born on, and his father was born on, too, and the grandfather of him. And I have the grass of 7 cows. You know that. Well, I'll give it all to you, all, every stiver of it, if you'll only go outside and drive away that cursed singer." He threw his head to one side and looked anxious up at Darby. The knowledgeable man racked his brains for something to speak, but all he could say was, "I've brought you a bit of tea from the wife, Cormac." McCarthy took the tea with unfeeling hands and went on talking in the same dull way. Only this time there came a hard lump in his throat now and then that he stopped to swallow. "The 3 cows I have go, of course, with the farm," says he. "So does the pony and the 5 pigs. I have a good plough and a fine harrow, but you must lave my stone-cutting tools. So little Eileen and I can earn our way wherever we go, and it's little the crashier ates the best of times." The man's eyes were dhy and blazon. No doubt his mind was cracked with grief. There was a lump in Darby's throat, too, but for all that he spoke up scolding-like. "Arrah, talk racin', man," he says, putting 2 hands on Cormac's shoulders. "If I had the wit or the art to banish the banshee, wouldn't I be happy to do it and not a farden to pay?" "Well then," says Cormac, scowling and pushing Darby to one side, "I'll face her myself. I'll face her and choke that song in her throat if Saturn himself stood at her side." With those words, and before Darby could stop him, the stonecutter flung open the door and plunged out into the night. As he did so, the song outside stopped. Suddenly, a quick splashing of feet, hoarse cries, and shouts gave tidings of a chase. The half-crazed gossoon had thoughted the banshee, of that there could be no manner of doubt. A remembrance of the awful things that she might do to his friend petrified the heart of Darby. Even after these cries died away, he stood listening a full minute, the soles of his 2 brogues glued to the floor. The only sounds he heard now were the deep ticking of a clock and a cricket that chirped slow and solemn on the hearth, and from somewhere outside came the sorrowful cry of a whippoorwill. All at once a thought of the broken bridge and of the black, treacherous waters caught him like the blow of a whip, and for a second drove from his mind even the fear of the banshee. In that 1 second, and before he realized it, the lad was out under the dripping trees, and running for his life toward the broken footbridge. The night was whirling and beating above him like the flapping of tremendous wings, but as he ran Darby thought he heard above the rush of the water and through the swish of the wind Cormac's voice calling him. The friend of the fairies stopped at the edge of the footbridge to listen. Although the storm had almost passed, a spiteful flare of lightning leapt up now and again out of the western hills, and after it came the dull rumble of distant thunder. The water splashed spiteful against the bank, and Darby saw that 7 good feet of the bridge had been torn out of its center, leaving uncovered that much of the black, deep flood. He stood straining his eyes and ears in wonderation, for now the voice of Cormac sounded from the other side of the Esthrame, and seemed to be floating toward him through the field over the path Darby himself had just travelled. At first he was mightily bewildered at what might bring Cormac on the other side of the brook, till all at once the murdering scheme of the banshee burst in his mind like a gunpowder explosion. Her plan was as plain as day. She meant to dethrone the stonecutter. She had led the poor, distracted man straight from his own door down to and over the new stone bridge, and was now delighting him on the other side of the Esthrame, back again up the path that led to the broken footbridge. In the glare of a sudden blinding flash from the middle of the sky, Darby saw a sight he'll never forget till the day he dies. Cormac, the stonecutter, was running toward the death trap, his bare head trun back, and his 2 arms stretched out in front of him. A little above and just out of reach of them, plain and clear as Darby ever saw his wife Bridget, was the misty white figure of a woman. Her long, waving hair thrilled back from her face, and her face was the face of the dead. At the sight of her Darby tried to call out a warning, but the words fell back into his throat. Then again came the stifling darkness. He tried to run away, but his knees failed him, so he turned around to face the danger. As he did so, he could hear the splash of the man's feet in the soft mud. In less than a minute, Cormac would be struggling in the water. At the thought, Darby, bracing himself body and soul, let a warning howl out of him. "Hood where you are," he shouted. "She wants to drown ye. The bridge is broke in the middle." But he could tell, from the rushing footsteps and from the hoarse swelling curses which came nearer and nearer every second, that the daylighted man, crazed with grief, was deaf and blind to everything but the figure that floated before his eyes. At that hopeless instant Bridget's parting words popped into Darby's head. "When one goes on an errand of mercy, a score of God's white angels, with swords in their hands, march before and beside and after him, keeping his path free from danger." How it all come to pass he could never rightly tell, for he was like a man in a dream, but he recollects well standing on the broken end of the bridge, Bridget's words ringing in his ears, the glistening black gulf beneath his feet, and he swinging his arms for a jump. Just one thought of herself and the child, as he gathered himself for a spring, and then he cleared the gap like a bird. As his 2 feet touched the other side of the gap, a terrific screech, not a screech either, but an angry, frightened shriek, almost split his ears. He felt a rush of cowled, dead air against his face and caught a whiff of newly turned clay in his nostrils. Something white stopped quick before him, and then, with a second shriek, it shot high in the darkness and disappeared. Darby had frightened the wits out of the banshee. The instant after the 2 men were clinched and rowling over each other down the muddy bank, their legs splashing as far as the knees in the dangerous water, and McCarthy raining wake blows on the knowledgeable man's head and breast. Darby felt himself going into the river. Bits of the bank caved under him, splashing into the current, and the lad's heart began clunking up and down like a churn dash. Lave off, he cried as soon as he could catch his breath. Do you take me for the banshee? Says he, giving a desperate lurch and rowling himself on top of the other. Who are you then? If you're not a ghost, you're the divil at any rate, gasped the stone-cutter. Bad luck to ye, cried Darby, clasping both arms of the haunted man. I'm no ghost, let alone the divil, I'm only your friend Darby O'Gill. Lying there, breathing hard, they stared into the faces of each other a little space till the poor stone-cutter began to cry. Oh, is that you, Darby O'Gill? Where is the banshee? Oh, haven't I the bad fortune? He says, thriving to raise himself. Rise up, says Darby, lifting the man to his feet and steadying him there. The stone-cutter stared about like one stunned by a blow. I don't know where the banshee flew, but do you go back to Eileen as soon as you can, says the friend of the fairies. Not that way, man alive, he says, as Cormac started to climb the footbridge. It's broken the middle, go down and cross the stone bridge. I'll be off the you in a minute, he says. Without a word, meek now and biddable as a child, Cormac turned, and Darby saw him hurry away into the blackness. The raisins Darby remained behind were two. First and foremost, he was a bit vexed at the way his clothes were mudded and draggled, and himself had been pounded and hammered. And second, he wanted to think. He had a queer cowled feeling in his mind that something was wrong, a kind of a foreboding, as one might say. As he stood thinking, a realization of the calamity struck him all at once like a rap on the jaw. He had lost his fine briar pipe. The lad groaned as he began the anxious search. He slapped furiously at his kist and side pockets. He dived into his trousers and greatcoat, and at last, sprawling on his hands and feet like a monkey, he groped savagely through the wet, sticky clay. This comes, says the poor lad, grumblin' and gruppin', of pockin' your nose into other people's business. Hallo, what's this? Says he, straightening himself. 'Tis a comb, be the powers of Pewther, 'tis the banshee's comb. And so indeed it was. He had picked up a gould comb the length of your hand and almost the width of your 2 fingers. About an inch of one end was broken off, and dropped into Darby's palm. Without thinkin', he put the broken bit into his waistcoat pocket, and raised the biggest half close to his eyes, the better to view it. May I never see sorrow, he says, if the banshee mustn't have dropped her comb. Look at that, now. Folks do be sayin' that 'tis this gives her the foine singing voice, becase the comb is enchanted, he says. If that sayin' be true, it's the famous lad I am from this night. I'll thravel from fair to fair, and maybe at the end they'll send me to Parliament. With these words he lifted his carbine and stuck the comb in the top tuft of his hair. Begaw, he'd no sooner give it a pull than a sour. Singing feelin' begun at the bottom of his stomach, and it rose higher and higher. When it reached his kist, he was just going to let a ball out of himself, only that he caught sight of a thing fur'ninst him that froze the marrow in his bones. He gasped shot and jerked the comb out of his hair. For there, not 10 feet away, stood a dark, shadowy woman, tall, thin, and motionless, leaning on a crutch. During a breath or two, the persecuted hero lost his head completely, for he never doubted that the banshee had changed her shoet of clothes to chase back off the him. The first clear-eye motion that returned to him was to fling the comb on the ground and make a bolt of it. On second thought he knew that 'twould be easier to bait the wind in a race than to run away from the banshee. Well, there's a good Tipperary man done for this time, groaned the knowledgeable man, unless in some way I can beguile her. He was fishing in his mind for its civilest word when the woman spoke up, and Darby's heart jumped with gladness as he recognized the cracked voice of Sheila Maguire, the spy for the fairies. The top of the Avenue to you, Darby O'Gill, says Sheila, peering at him from under her hood, the 2 eyes of her glowing like tallow candles. Amn't I kilt with astonishment to see you here alone this time of the night, says the Ood Witch. Now, the clever man knew as well as though he had been tood when Sheila said them words, that the banshee had sent her to look for the comb, and his heart grew bold, but he answered her polite enough. Why, thin, luck to ye, Mistress Maguire, ma'am, he says, bowing grand. Sure, if you're kilt with astonishment, amn't I flit with incredulity to find yourself maynterin in this lonesome place on Halloween night. Sheila hobbled a step or two nearer, and whispered confidential. I was wonderin' hereabouts only this morning, she says, and I lost from me hair a gould comb, one that I've had this 40 years. Did ye see such a thing as that, Agra? And her 2 eyes blazed. Fakes I dunno, says Darby, putting his 2 arms behind him. Was it about the length of ye a hand and the width of ye 2 fingers? He axed. It was, says she, thrusting out a withered paw. Then I didn't find it, says the tantalizing man. But maybe I did find something similar, only 'twasn't yours at all, but the banshee's, he says, chuckling. Whether the hag was intentioned to welt Darby with her staff, or whether she was only lifting it for to make a sign of enchantment in the air, will never be known. But whatsumber she meant, the hero doubled his fists and squared off. At that she lowered the stick and broke into a shrill, cackling laugh. Ho ho, she laughed, hooding her sides, but aren't ye the bold, distinguishable man? Because 'tis the banshee's comb, how well ye knew it? Be the same token I'm sent to bring it away, so make haste to give it up, for she's hiding and waiting for me down at Shotter's Mill. Aren't you the courageous blackguard to grapple at her, and try to catch her? Sure, such a thing never happened before, since the world began, says Sheila. The idea that the banshee was hiding and afeared to face him was great news to the hero, but he only tossed his head and smiled superior as he made answer. 'Tis yourself that knows well, Sheila Maguire, ma'am, answers back the proud man, slow and deliberate, that when one does a favor for an unearthly spirit he may demand for pay the favors of 3 such wishes as the spirit has power to give. The world knows that. Now I'll take 3 good wishes such as the banshee can bestow, or else I'll carry the golden comb straight to Father Cassidy. The banshee hasn't gould nor worldly goods, as the sayin' is, but she has what suits me better. This cleverness angered the fairy woman, so she set in to abuse and to frighten Darby. She ballyragged, she browbait, she traduced, she threatened, but 'twas no use. The bold man hilt firm, till at last she promised him the favors of the 3 wishes. First and foremost, says he, I'll want her never to put her spell on me or any of my kith and kin. That wish she gives you, that wish she grants you, though it'll go sore agin the grain, snarled Sheila. Then, says Darby, my second wish is that the black spell be taken from Eileen McCarthy. Sheila flustered about like an angry hen. Wouldn't something else do as well? She says. I'm not here to argufy, says Darby, swinging back and forward on his toes. Bad scran to you, says Sheila. I'll have to go and ask the banshee herself about that. Don't stir from that spot till I come back. You may believe it or not, but with that sayin', she bent the head of her crutch well forward, and before Darby's very face she trew, savin your presence, one leg over the stick as though it had been a hoss, and while one might say Jack Robinson, the crutch riz into the air and lifted her, and she went sailing out of sight. Darby was still gaping and gawping at the darkness where she disappeared when, whisk, she was back again and dismounting at his side. The luck is with you, says she, spiteful. That wish I give, that wish I grant you. You'll find 7 crossed rushes under McCarthy's doorstep, uncross them, put them in fire or in water, and the spell is lifted. Be quick with the 3rd wish out with it. I'm in a more particular hurry about that than you are, says Darby. You must find me my briar pipe, says he. You Ahmed Han? Sneered the fairy woman. 'Tis stuck in the band of your hat, where you put it when you left your own house the night. No, not in front, she says, as Darby put up his hand to feel. It's stuck in the back, your cobbing's twisted, she says. Whilst Darby was standing with the comb in one hand and the pipe in the other, smiling daylighted, the comb was snatched from his fingers, and he got a welt in the side of the head from the crutch. Looking up, he saw Sheila 20 feet in the air, headed for Shotter's Mill, and she cacklin' and screechin' with laughter. Rubbing his saw head and muttering unpious words to himself, Darby started for the new bridge. In less than no time after, he had found the 7 crossed rushes under McCarthy's doorstep and had flung them into the stream. Then, without knocking, he pushed open McCarthy's door and tiptoed quietly in. Cormac was kneeling beside the bed with his face buried in the pillows, as he was when Darby first saw him that night. But Eileen was sleeping as sound as a child, with a sweet smile on her lips. Heavy perspiration beaded her forehead, showing that the favor was broke. Without disturbing either of them, our hero picked up the package of tea from the floor, put it on the dresser, and with a glad heart hole out of the house and closed the door softly behind him. Turning toward Shotter's Mill, he lifted his hat and bowed low. Thank you kindly, Miss Thress Banshee, he says. 'Tis well for us all I found your comb this night. Public or private, I'll always say this for you. You're a woman of your word, he says. Roman 3 the ghosts at Shotter's Mill for a little, while off the Darby O'Gill sent the banshee back her comb. There was the duckins to pay in that townland. Each night came stormier than the other. And the rain, never, since Noe the Phoenician histed sail for Arayat, was there promised such a daned her in flood. In one way or another we're all, even the German men and the Fardowns, descendants of the Phoenicians. Even at that the foul weather was the last of the Throuble. The countryside was haunted. Every ghost must have left Krogmer as soon as twilight to wander abroad in the lonesome places. The farmyards and even the village itself was not safe. One morning, just before cockcrow, Big Joey Hooligan, the smith, woke up sudden, with a terrible feeling that some gashly person was looking in at him through the windy. Startin' up flurried in bed, what did he see but two eyes that were like burnin' coals of fire, and they peerin' steady into the room. One glance was enough. Givin' a tremendous gasp, Joey dropped back quackin' into the bed, and covered his head with the bedclothes. How long after that the two hegus eyes kept starin' at the bed, Joey can't rightly tell. For he never uncovered his head nor stirred hand nor foot again, till his wife Nancy had lighted the fire and biled the stirabout. Indeed, it was a good month after that before Joey found courage enough to get up first in the morning so as to light the fire. And on that same memorable morning, he and Nancy lay in bed argifin about it, till nearly noon. The poor man was that frightened. The avenin off the hooligan was visited. Mrs. Nora Clancy was in the stable milking her cow. Cornelia be name. When sudden she spied a tall, strange man in a topcoat standin' near the stable door, and he with his back turned toward her. At first she thought it a shadow, but it appeared a thrifle thicker than a shadow, so a little afeared she called out, "God save you kindly, sir." At that the shadow turned a dim, grey face toward her, so full of reproachful woe that Mrs. Clancy let a screech out of her and tumbled over, with the pail of milk betwixt her knees. She lay on her back in the spilt milk unconscionable for full 15 minutes. The next night, a very reliable tinker, named Bothered Bill Donahue, while wandering near Shotter's ruined mill, came quite accidental upon Tunty Skillington's, and they colloguing and confabbing together on the flat roof of the mill shed. But worst of all, and something that struck deeper terror into every heart, was the news that 6 different persons at 6 different places had met with the terrible phantom coach, the Costa Bower. Peggy Collins, a wandering beggar woman from the West Country, had a wild chase for it. And if she'd been a second later reachin' the chapel steps and laying her hand on the church door, it would have had her sure. Things got on so that, off the dock, people only ventured out in couples or in crowds, and in pint of piety that parish was growin' into an example and patron for the nation. But of all the persons whom thim conditions complicated, you may be sure that the worst harried and implicated was the knowledgeable man, Darby O'Gill. There was a weight on his mind, but he couldn't tell why, and a deed in his heart that had no reasonable foundation. He moped and he mouthed. Some of the time he felt like singin' doleful ballads and death keens, and the rest of the time he could hardly keep from cryin'. His appetite left him, but what confused him worse than all the rest was the fondness that had come over him for hard work, cuttin' turf and diggin' petities, and things like that. To make matters more unsociable, his friend, Brian Connors, the king of the fairies, hadn't showed a nose inside Darby's door for more than a fortnight, so the knowledgeable man had no one to adwise with. In thim dismal circumstances, Darby, growing desperate, harnessed the pony Cleopatra one morning and drove up to Clonmel to see the master doctor, the renowned McNamara. Be this you may know how bad he felt, for no one, till he was almost at the point of desolation, ever went to that crass, browbatten Udcodger. So, loath enough was our own hero to face him, and hard-hearted enough was the welcome the crabbed little duck hilt out to Darby when they met. "What did you ate for breakfast?" the physician says, peering savage from under his great eyebrows at Darby's tongue. "Only a bowl of stirabout, and a couple of petities, and a bit of bacon, and a few eggs." He was countin' on his fingers, and something or other I forgot. "Do you think I'll go into a decline, Dr. Agra?" "Hump, ugh, was all the comfort the sick man got from the blinkin' blackguard. But turnin' immediate to his medicine table, the surgeon began studyin' the medicines. There was so much of it furnished him he might have give a gallon and never missed it. There was one fine big red bottle in particular Darby had his eye on, and thought his dose 'ud surely come out of that. But N.C. Namara turns to a box the size of your hat, and it filled to the top with little white, flat pills. Well, the stingy rascal counts out 3, and handing them to Darby, says, "Take one before breakfast, another before dinner, and the last one before supper, and give me 4 silver shillings, and that'll cure ye," he says. You may be sure that Darby biled up inside with madness at the unreasonableness of the price of the pills, but hooding himself in, he says, very cool and quiet, "Will you write me out a receipt for the money, Dr. McNamara, if you plaise?" he says, and whilst the chater was turned to the writing, be the hokey if our hero didn't half fill his pockets with pills from the box. By means of them, as he drove along home, he was able to do a power of good to the neighbor people he met with on the road. When you once get in the habit of it, there's no pleasure in life which equals givin' other people medicine. Darby generously med Peggy O'Callaghan take 6 of the little round things. He gave a swally to half-witted Red Durgan, and a good mouthful to poor sick Eileen McCarthy, only she had to gulp them whole, poor thing, and couldn't ate them as the others did. But maybe 'twas just as good. And he gave a fistful H to Judy Rafferty and Dennis Hogan, and he stood handsome thrate to a stranger, who, the minute he got the taste well into his mouth, wanted to fight Darby. Howsomever, the two only called each other hard names for a while, then Darby joggled along, doin' good and growin' lighter-hearted and merrier-minded at every thop he med. 'Twas this way with him till, just in front of Mrs. Kilcannon's, who should he see, scratching himself agin the wall, but Solomon, and the baste lookin' bit the denunciation out of the corner of his eye. Darby turned his head, ashamed to look the mistreated donkey in the face, and worse still nor that, just bant Solomon, laning agin the same wall, was bothered Bill Donahue, the deef tinker. That last sight dashed Darby entirely, for he knew, as well as if he had been told, that the tinker was layin' in wait to ride home with him for a night's lodging. It wasn't that Darby objected on his own account to takin' him home, for a tinker, or a beggarman, mind you, has a right, the world over, to claim a night's lodgin' and a bit to ate wherever he goes. And well, these honest people pay for it in the gossip, and news they furnish at the fireside and in the good raypot of your family, they'll spread through the country afterwards. Darby liked well to have them come, but through some unknown wakeness in her Charac the Bridget hated the sight of them. Worst of all, she hated bothered Bill. She even went so far as to say that Bill was not half so bothered as he pretended, that he could hear well enough what was agreeable for him to hear, and that he was deaf only to what he didn't like to listen to. Well, anyhow there was the tinker in the road waitin' for the cot to come up, and for a while what to do Darby didn't well know. He couldn't refuse one who axed food to ate or shelter for a one to his far bones during the night. That would be a sin, besides it would bring bad luck upon the house. And still he had a martial dislike to go agin Bridget in this particular. She'd surely blame him for bringin' bothered Bill home. But at length and at last he decided, with a sigh, to put the whole case before Bill and then let him come or stay. Whilst he was meditatin' on some way of conveyin' the news that'd be complimentary to the tinker, and that'd elevate instead of smashing that thraveller's sensitiveness, Bill came up to the cot. "The top Roman for the day to you, dacent man," he says. "'Tis gettin' toward dark, and I'll go home with you for the night, I'm thinkin'," says he. The tinker, like most people who are hard of hearin', rod as though the listener was bothered. Darby laid down the lines and hilt out a handful of the little medicines. "There's nothin' the matter with me, so why should I ate them?" cried Bill. "They're the best thing in the world for that," says Darby, forcing them into Bill's mouth. "You don't know when you'll need them," he says, shoutin'. "It's bet the meat sickness halfway," says he, "than to wait till it finds you." And then, whilst Bill, with an open hand against his ear, was chowin' the pills and lookin' up plaintive into Darby's face, the knowledgeable man went on in a blandishin' way to pint out the situation. "You see, 'tis this-a-way, Wellum," he says. "It's only too daylighted I'd be to take you home with me. Indade, Bridget herself has wonderful admiration for you in an ordinary way," says he. "She believes you're a remarkable man entirely," he says, diplomatic, "only she thinks you're not clane," says he. The tinker must have misunderstood altogether, for he bawled in rapely, "Wish a good luck to her," he says, "and ain't I glad to have so fine opinion from so fine a woman," says he. "But sure, all the women notice how tidy I am, and that's why they like to have me in the house. But we best be movin'," says he, coolly dropping his bags of tools until the cot, "for the night's at hand, and a black and stormy one it'll be," says Bill. He put a foot onto the wheel of the cot. As he did so Darby, growin' very red in the face, pressed a shilling into the tinker's hand. "Go into Mrs. Kilcannon's for the night, Wellum," he says, "and come to us for your breakfast, and your dinner and maybe your supper, me good fellow," says he. But the deef man only pocketed the shillin' and clambered up onto the sate beside Darby. "Faith, the shillin's welcome," he says, "but I'd go to such a commodious house as yours any time, Darby O'Gill, without a farden's pay," says he, pattin' Darby kindly on the back. But Darby's jaw was hangin' for the loss of the shillin', right on top of the unwelcome wisitor. "We'd bet the hurry on," says the tinker, lighting his pipe, "for off the sundown who knows what'll catch up with us on the road," says he. Sure, there was nothing for it but to make the best of a bad bargain, and the two went on together, Darby gloomy and vexed and the deef man solemn but comfortable, till they were almost at McHale's bridge. Then the tinker spoke up. "Did ye hear the black threats Sheila Maguire is mackin' agin you?" he says. "No," says Darby. "What in the world ails her?" says he. Bless the one of me knows, says the tinker, nor anybody else for that matter. Only that last Halloween night Sheila Maguire was bait black and blue from head to foot, and she lays the responsibility on you, Darby, he says. The knowledgeable man had his mouth open for a question when who should go running across the road in front of them but Neddy McHale himself, and his a rum full of sticks. Go back, cries Neddy, waving in a rum wild. The bridges but the works are washed out be the flood and MacDonald's bridge is down too, so yez must go around be the mill, says Neddy. Now here was bit the news for ye. 'Twas 2 miles out of the way to go be shot as mill, and do the best possible they'd be passing that haunted place in the pitch dark. Faith, and I've had worse luck than in picking you up this night, bothered Bill Donahue, says Darby, for it's loath I'd be to go alone. He turned to speak just in time, for the tinker had gathered up his bag and had put his right foot on the cart wheel, purperin' for a jump. Darby clutched the lad by the back of his neck and jolted him back hard into the sate. Sit still, Wallum, till we reach me own house. Herminie, he says, sarcastic, for if you thry that move again I'll not lave a whole bone in your body. I'll never let it be said, he says, lofty, that I turned one who axed me for a night's lodgin' for me daw, he says, and as he spoke he wheeled the cot quick around in the road. Lave me down, Mr. O'Gill? I think I'll stop the night with Neddy McHale, says Wallum, shiverin'. Bridget don't think I'm clane, says he, as the pony started off. Who told ye that? I'd like to know, shouted Darby, growin' fierce. Who dared say that of ye? You're bothered, Wallum, you know, and so you misthroup language, he says. But Bill only cowered down sulky, and the pony galloped down the side lane until the woods, striven to bait the rain and the darkness. But the elements were too swift-footed, and the rain came down and all the shadows met together, and the dusk whirled quick until blackness before they reached the gloomy hill. Ever and always shot as mill was a misfortunate place. It broke the heart of an ruined and kilt the man who built it, and itself was a ruin these last 20 years. Many was the wild tale known throughout the countryside of the things that had been seen and heard at that same mill, but the tale that kept Darby and the tinker unwelcome company, as the pony throtted along, was what had happened there a couple of years before. One night, as Paddy Carroll was driven past the gloomy Ood place, his best ear cocked and his weather eye open for ghosts, there came sudden from the mill 3 agonized shrieks for help. Thinkin' 'twas the spirits that were in it, Paddy whipped up his pony and hurried on his way. But the next morning, misdoubtin' whether 'twasn't a human voice, after all he had heard, Paddy gathered up a dozen of the neighbors and went back to investigate. What did they find in one of the upper rooms but a peddler, lying flat on the floor, his pack ramsacked and he dead as a dawn ale. 'Twas his cries Paddy had heard as the poor traveller was bane murdered. Since that time, a dozen people passing the mill at night had heard the cries of the same peddler and had seen the place blazon with lights. So that now no one who could help it ever alone passed the mill off the dock. At the hill this side of that place, the pony slowed down to a walk. Neither coaxin' nor batten D induced the baste to mend his steps. The host stop a little and wait, and thin it'd go on thrimblin'. They could all see the dim outlines of the empty mill glowerin' up at them, and the nearer they came the more it glowered, and the faster their 2 hearts bait. Halfway down the hill, an Ood signpost pinted the way with its broken arm, just bayant that the bridge, and after that the long, level road and salvation. But at the signpost Cleopatra stopped dead still, starin' into some bushes just bayant. She was shackin' and snottin' and her limbs thrimblin'. At the same time, to tell the truth, she was no worse off than the 2 Christians sittin' in the cot behint her, only they were not so demonstrative about it. Small blame to the lads at that, for they were both sure and sartin that lurking in the black shadows was a thing waiting to freeze their hearts with terror, and maybe to put a mark on them that they'd carry to their graves. Off the coaxing Cleopatra and racin' in with her in Wayne, Darby, his knees knocking, turned to the tinker, and in the excitement of the events forgettin' that Bill was deef, whispered, as cool and as aisy-like as he could. Would you mind doin' me the favor of steppin' out, Avic, and seein' what's in that road ahead of us, Wallum? But bothered Bill answered back at once, just as cool and aisy. I would mind, Darby, he says, and I wouldn't get down a thaw to save you and your family and all their lanial descendants from the gallows rope, says he. I thought you was deef, says Darby, growin' disrespectful. This is no time for explanations, says Wallum. And I thought myself, he went on, turning his chowder on Darby, that I was in company with a brave man, but I'm sorry to find that I'm riding with no better than an outrageous coward, says he, bitter. Whilst Wallum was saying them vexatious words, Darby stood leaning out of the cot with a hand on Cleopatra's back and a foot on the shaft, goggling his eyes and thriven to pierce the darkness at the pony's head. Without turnin' round he med answer, "Is that the way it is with you, Wallum?" he says, still sarcastic. "Fakes, then you'll have that complaint no longer, for if yez don't climb down this minute I'll throw you bag and baggage in the ditch," he says. "So get out a maggot, darlint, or I'll throw you out," says he. The words weren't well out of his mouth when the audacious Tinker whipped out his scissors and sent the sharp pint half an inch into Cleopatra's flank. Cleopatra jumped, and Darby, legs and arums flying, took a back somerset that he never ikewiled in his supplest days, for it landed him flat agin the hedge, and the leap Cleopatra gave, if she could only keep it up fitter for the Curragh races. And keep it up for a suppressin while she did, at any rate, for as the knowledgeable man scrambled to his feet, he could hear her furious gallop 100 yards down the road. "Stop her, Wallum of Vernine, I was only joking. Come back, ye shameless rogue of the universe, or I'll have ye transpotted," he shouted, rushing a few steps after them, but the lash of the whip on Cleopatra's sides was the only answer Wallum sent back to him. To pursue was useless, so the desotted man slacked down to a throt. "I'd hate bad to have befall me any one of the 100 things Darby wished aloud then and there for Wallum." Well, at all events, there was Darby, his head bent, plodding along through the storm, and a fiercer storm than the wind or rain ever med kept ragin' in his heart. Only that through the storm in his mind there flared now and thin quivers of fear and trepidation that sometimes hastened his steps and thin again fouled them. Howsomever, taking it all in all, he was making good progress, and had got to the bunch of willows at the near side of the mill, when one particular remembrance of Sheila Maguire, and of the Banshee's comb, halted the lad in the middle of the road and sent him fumbling with novice hands in his waistcoat pocket. There, sure enough, was the piece of the Banshee's comb. The broken bit had lain forgotten in the lad's pocket since Halloween, and now, as he felt it there next his thumping heart and buried under pipefuls of tobacco, the realization almost flawed him with consternation. All rushed over his soul like a flood. Who else could it be but the Banshee that guv Sheila Maguire that terrible batten mentioned by the Tinker? And what was that baiting for, unless the Banshee accused Sheila of stealing the end of the comb? And mother of Moses, 'twas Sachin for that same bit of comb it was that brought the ghosts up from Crogmer and made the whole townland haunted. Was ever such a dangerous predicament? Here he was, with ghosts in the threes above him and in the hedges, and maybe looking over his shoulder, and all of them Sachin for the bit of enchanted comb that was in his own pocket. If they should find out where it lay, what awful things they would do to him. Sure, they might call up the Costa Bower and fling him into it, and that 'ud be the last ever heard of Darby O'Gill in the land of the livin'. With them wild thoughts jumpin' up and down in his mind, he stood in the dark and in the rain, gammon vacant over toward the shadowy ruin. And he bane much agitated, the lad, without thinkin', did the foolishest thing a man in his situation could well accomplish. He took out of his pocket the enchanted sliver of gold and hilt it to his 2 eyes for a look. The consequences came sudden, for as he stuck it back into the tobacco, there burst from the darkness of the willows the hallowest, most blood-curdlin' laugh that ever fell on martial ears. Ho, ho, ho! It laughed. The knowledgeable man's hair lifted the hat from his head. And as if the laugh wasn't enough to scatter the wits of anyone, at the same instant it sounded, and quick as a flash, every windy in the mill blazed with a fierce blue light. Every bathed crack and crevice seemed bursting with the glare for maybe the space of 10 seconds, and then, oh, Milia Murtha, there broke from the upper flaw 3 of the bitterest shrieks of pain and terror ever heard in this world. And with the lost cry, the mill quenched itself into darkness again, and stood lonely and gloomy and silent as before. The rain patted down on the road and the wind swished mournful in the threes, but there was no other sound. The knowledgeable man turned to creep away, very soft and quiet. But as he did, a monstrous black thing that looked like a dog without a head crawled slowly out from the willows where the terrible laugh had come from, and it crept into the gloom of the opposite hedge, and there it stood, waitin' for Darby to draw near. But the knowledgeable man gave a leap backwards, and as he did from the darkness just behind him swelled a deep sigh that was almost a groan. From the hedge to his right came another sigh, only deeper than the first, and from the blackness on his left rose another moan, and then a groaning, moaning chorus rose all round him, and lost itself in the wailing of the wind. He was surrounded. The ghosts had captured Darby. The lad never realized before that minute what a precious thing is daylight. If there would only come a flash of lightning to show him the faces of the surrounding spirits, horrible though they might be, he'd bid it welcome. But though the rain drizzled and the thunder rumbled, not a flare lit up the sky. One swift, desperate hope at the last minute saved the boy from sheer despair, and that same hope was that maybe some of the good people might be flying about and would hear him. Lifting up his face to the sky and crying out to the passin' wind, he says, "Boys," he says, agonized, "lads," says he, "if there be any of yez to listen," he cried, "I'll take it as a great favor and I'll thank ye kindly to tell King Brian Connah's that his friend and comrade Darby O'Gill is in deep throuble and wants to see him image," says he. "Ho, ho, ho," laughed the terrible thing in the hedge. In spite of the laugh, he was almost sure that off in the distance a cry answered him. To make sure he called again, but this time, though he strained his ears till their drums ached, he caught no Rapley. And now, out of the murkiness in the road ahead of him, something began to grow slowly into a tall, slender, white figure. Motionless it stood, tightly wrapped in a winding sheet. In its presence a new and awful fear pressed down the heart of Darby. He felt, too, that another shade had taken its place behind him, and he didn't want to look, and throve against lookin', but something forced the lad to turn his head. There, sure enough, not 5 feet away, stood still and silent the tall, dark figure of a man in a topcoat. Thin came from every direction low, hissing whispers that the lad couldn't understand. Something terrible would happen in a minute, he knew that well. There's just so much fear in every man, just exactly as there is a certain amount of courage, and when the fear is all spilt a man either fights or dies. So Darby had always said. He remembered there was a gap in the hedge nearly opposite the clump of willows, so he made up his mind that, come what might, he'd make a grand charge for it, and so into the upland meadow bayant. He waited an instant to get some strength back until his knees, and then he gave a spring. But that one spring was all he made, in that direction, at last, for as he neared the ditch, a dozen white, ghostly hands reached out eager for him. With a gasp, he whirled in his thrax and rushed mad to the willows opposite, but there 100 ghastly fingers were stretched out to meet the poor lad. And as he staggered back into the middle of the road again, the hero couldn't, to save his soul, keep back a long cry of terror and distress. Image it, from under the willows, and from the ditch near the hedge and in the air above his head, from countless dead lips echoed that triumphing, unearthly laugh, "Ho, ho, ho." 'Twas then Darby just nearly gave up for lost. He felt his eyes growing dim and his limbs numb. There was no air comin' into his lungs, for when he tried to breathe he only gaped, so that he knew the black spell was on him, and that all that was left for him to do was to sink down in the road and thin to die. But at that minute there floated from a great way off the faint cry of a voice the despairing man knew well. "Keep up your heart, Darby O'Gill," cried Brian Connah's. "We're coming to rescue you." And from over the fields a wild cheer followed them words. "Fa Bala, clear the way," sprang the shrill war-cry of 1,000 of the good people. At the first sound of the king's words there rose about Darby the mighty flurrying and rushing of wings in the darkness, as if tremendous birds were rising sudden and flying away, and the air emptied itself of a smothering heaviness. So fast came the king's fairy army that the great cheer was still echoing among the trees when the gold crown of Brian Connah's sparkled up from beside the knowledgeable man's knees. At that the persecuted man, sobbing with joy, knelt down in the muddy road to shake hands with his friend, the master of the good people. Brian Connah's was not alone, for there crowded about Darby, sympathizing with him, little Phelim Beg and Niall the fiddler and Sean Rue the smith and Fadrig Oge. Also, every instant, flitting out of the sky into the road, came be the scaw green-cloaked and red-hooded men, following the king and ready for throuble. If ever a man needed a DH-rup of good whisky, you're the hero, and this is the time and place for it, says the king, handing up a silver-topped noggin. "DH it all," he says, "and then we'll escort ye home. Come on," says he. The master of the night-time turned and shouted to his subjects. "Boys," he cried, "we'll go visible, the bet for company's sake. And do you make the illumination so Darby can see yez with him." At that the lovely rosy light which, as you may remember, our hero first saw in the fairy's home at Slievenamon, lighted up the roadway, and under the leafy arches, bobbing along like a regiment of soldiers, all in their green cloaks and red caps, marched at last 1,000 of the little people, with Fadrig Oge at their head actin as general. As they passed the mill, 5 defiant pipers made the battered Windies rattle with Gary Owen. Roman fa the Costa Bower, I saw the green-dressed little army, all in the sweet, rosy light they made, went marchin', to the merry music of the pipes, over the tree-bowered roadway, past the hanted breaks up the shivering hills, and down into the waiting dales, making the grim night melodious. For a long space not a word, Good, bad, or indifferent, said Darby. But a sparrow woke her drowsy childhood to look at the beautiful procession, and a robin called excited to her sleepy neighbors, the linnets and the rabbits and the hares, and hundreds like them crowded daylighted through the bushes, and stood peering through the glistening leaves as their well-known champions went by. A dozen venturesome young owls flew from bough to bough, volleying along, cracking good-natured but friendly jokes at their friends, the fairies. Then other birds came flying from miles around, twittering jubilation. But the stern-jawed, frowny-eyed little people for once answered back never a word, but marched stiff and silent, as soldiers should. You'd swear 'twas the Enniskillens, or 'twas the 18th Hussars that 'twas in it. Isn't that General Julius Caesar at the head? Says one brown owl, flapping an audacious wing at Fadrig Oge. No, cries his brother, another young villain. 'Tis only the Duke of Wellington. But look at the bothered face on Darby O'Gill. Musha, are the good people going to hang Darby? And fakes, then, sure enough, there was mighty little elation on the features of our hero. For as he came marching along, silent and moody, beside the king, what to do with the banshee's comb was botherin' the heart out of him. If he had only trun it to the ghost's win, he was there at the mill. But that terrible laugh had crunched all sense and racin' out of him, so that he forgot to do that very wise thing. Ochone, now the ghosts knew he had it, so to throw it away'd do no good, unless they'd find it off the. One thing was sartin, he must some way get it back to the banshee, or else be hanted all the rest of his days. He was saw-hearted, too, at the king, and a bit cross-tempered because the little man had stayed away so long from wissit in with him. But at last the knowledgeable man found his tongue. "Be me fakes, king," he complained. "'Tis a cure for sore eyes to see ye. I might have been dead and buried and you none the wiser," says he sulky. "Sure, I've been out of the country a fortnight," says the king, "and I've only returned within the hour," he says. "I went on a sudden call to prevent a terrible war betwixt the French fairies and the German fairies. I've been for 2 weeks on an island in the River Ryan, betwixt France and Germany. The river is called after an Irishman be the name of Ryan. At last you might have sent me word," says Darby. "I didn't think I'd be so long gone," says the fairy, "but the disputation was tremendous," he says. The little man Dietre, himself up dignified and scowled solemn up at Darby. "They left it for me to decide," he says, and this was the contention. 50 years ago a swan belonging to the French fairies laid a settin' of eggs on that same island, and thin comes along a German swan, and what does the impident creature do, but set herself down on the eggs laid by the French swan and hatched them. After the hatchin' the German men claimed the young ones, but the Frenchmen peremptorily demanded them back, de mind. And the German men defied them, de see. So, of course, the trouble started. For 50 years it has been growin', and before fightin', as a last race sought, they sent for me. Well, I saw at once that at the bottom of all was the ud question, which has been disturbin' the world and driven people crazy for 3,000 years. "I know," says Darby, scornful. "'Twas whether the hen that laid the egg or the hen that hatched the egg is the mother of the young chicken." "And nothin' else but that?" cried the king, surprised. "Now, what do you think I decided?" he says. "Now, your honour, I'll always blame Darby for not listening to the king's decision, because 'tis a matter I've studied myself considerable, and never could rightly conclude." But Darby at the time was so bothered that he only said, in reply to the king, "Sure, it's little I know, and sorra little I care," he says, sulky. "I've something more important than hen's eggs throubling me mind, and maybe ye can help me," he says, anxious. "Arrah, out with it, man," says the king. "We'll find a way, Herminie," he says, cheerful. With that Darby up and told everything that had happened Halloween night and since, and indeed, be sayin', "Now, here's that broken piece of comb in me pocket, and what to do with it I don't know. Will ye take it to the banshee, king?" he says. The king turned grave as a goat. "I wouldn't touch that thing in your pocket, good friends as we are, to save your life, not for £100. It might give them power over me. Yours is the only martial hand that ever touched the banshee's comb, and yours is the hand that should restore it." "Oh, my, look at that now," says Darby, in despair, nodding his head very solemn. "Besides," says the king, without noticing him, "there's only one ghost in Crogmer I associate with, and that's Sean. They are mostly uncultivated, and I almost said redundant. Although I'd hate to call anyone redundant unless I had to," says the just-minded old man. "I'll throw it here in the road and let some of them find it," says Darby, desperate. "I'll take the chanst," says he. The king was shocked, and throwing up a wand in hand, he says, "Be no manner of manes," the fairy says. "You forget that them ghosts were once men and women like yourself, so when Gould's consarn they're not to be thrusted. If one should find the comb he mightn't give it to the banshee at all. He might turn bezzler and buzzle it. No, no, you must give it to herself personal, or else you and Bridget and the child her'll be hanted all your days. And there's no time to lose either, says he. But Bridget and the child has waitin' for me this minute, wailed Darby. And the pony, what's become of her? And me supper? He cried. A little lad who was marchin' just ahead turned and spoke up. The pony's tied in the stable, and bothered Bill has gone sneakin' off to McCluskey's. The little man says. I saw thim as I flew past. Fadrig, shouted the king. Donal, Con, Niall, Phelim, he called. With that the little men named rose from the ranks, their cloaks spread, and come flyin' back like big green butterflies, and they stopped hovering in the air above Darby and the king. What's wanted? Axed Phelim. Does any of yez know where the banshee's due at this hour? The king replied. She's due in County Roscommon at Castle O'Flynn, if I don't misremember, spoke up the little fiddler. But I'm thinking that since Halloween she ain't worrokin' much, and perhaps she won't lave Crogma. Well, has any one of yez seen Shaun the Knight, I dunno? Axed the master. Sorra one of me knows, says Fadrig. Nor I, nor I, nor I, cried one after the other. Well, find where the banshee's stayin', says King Brian. And some of yez, exceptin' Fadrig, go look for Shaun and tell him I want to see him pertic'lar, says the king. The 5 hovering little lads vanished like a candle that's blown out. As for you, Fadrig, went on the Mass the fairy, tell the regiment they are to guard this townland the night, and keep the ghosts out of it. Begin at once, he commanded. The words weren't well said till the whole regiment had blown itself out, and again the night closed in as black as your hat. But as it did, Darby caught a glimpse from afar of the golden light of his own open door, and he thought he could see on the threshold the shadow of Bridget, with one of the childha clinging to her skirt, and herself watchin' with a hand shading her eyes. Do you go home to your supper, me poor man, says the king, and meantime I'll engage Shaun to guide us to the banshee. He's a great comrade of hers, and he'll pacificate her if anyone can. The idea of becoming acquainted personal with the ghosts, and in a friendly, pleasant way have dealings with them, was a new sensation to Darby. What'll I do now? He axed. Go home to your supper, says the king, and meet me by the withered 3 at Conroy's Crossroads on the stroke of 12. There'll be little danger tonight, I'm thinkin', but if you should run against one of them spalpeens throw the bit of comb at him, maybe he'll take it to the banshee and maybe he won't. At any rate, 'tis the best yez can do. Don't keep me waitin' on the crossroads, whatever else happens, warned Darby. I'll do me best in Dava, says the king. But be sure to recognize me when I come. Make no mistake, for ye'll have to spake first, he says. They were walking along all this time, and now had come to Darby's own stile. The lad could see the heads of the child have bunched up agin the windy pane. The king stopped and, laying a hand on Darby's arm, spoke up impressive. If I come to the crossroads as a cow with a rope about me horns, ye'll lade me, he says. If I come as a hoss with a saddle on me back, yez'll ride me, says he. But if I come as a pig with a rope tied to me lift hind leg, ye'll drive me, says the king. Oh my, oh Terran ages, says Darby. But, says the king, waving his hand against interruptions, so that we'll know each other we'll have a byword betwixt us, and it'll be poetry, he says. So that I'll know that 'tis you that's in it, ye'll say cabbage and bacon, and so that ye'll know that 'tis me that's in it, I'll answer, will thop the hotta chin. Cabbage and bacon will thop the hotta chin, says the king, growin' unwisible. That's good, satisfyin' poetry, he says, but the lost words were sounded out of the empty air and a little way above, for the master of the night time had vanished. At that, Darby went into his supper. I won't expatiate to your honor on how our hero spent the avenin at home, and how, after Bridget and the childha were in bed, that a growin' daysire to meet and talk sociable with a ghost fought with tunty black fears and almost bait them. But Wynva his mind hesitated, as it always did at the thought of the Costa Bower, a finger poked into his waistcoat pocket where the broken bit of comb lay hid, turned the scale. Howandever, at length and at last, just before midnight our hero, dressed once more for the road, went splashin' and ploddin' up the lane toward Conroy's Crossroads. Roman 2, a man is never so brave as when sittin' furninst his own comfortable fire, a hot supper asleep in his kist, a steamin' noggin of flagrant punch in his fist, and a well-thried pipe betwixt his teeth. At such times he ruminates on the ancient heroes, and he decides they were no great shakes, after all. They had the chance to show themselves, and that's the only difference betwixt it himself and themselves. But when he's flung sudden out of thim pleasant circumstances, as Darby was, to go chargin' around in the darkness, hunting unknown and unvisible dangers. Much of that courage oozes out of him. And so the strangest of all strange things was, that this night, when 'twas his fortune to be taken up by the Costa Bower, that a decreed of that death coach was present in his mind from the minute he shut the door on himself, and it outweighed all other fears. In spite of the insurance that King Brian had given, in spite of the knowledge that his friends, the good people, were flying hither and thither over that townland, there crept into his soul and fastened itself there the chance that the headless driver might slip past them all and gobble him up. In vain, he told himself that there were a million spots in Ireland where the death carriage was more likely to be than in his own path. But in spite of all raisins, a dreading, shiverin' feelin' was in his bones, so that as he splashed along, he was flinging anxious looks behind or thremblin' at the black, wavering shadows in front. Howsomever, there was some comfort to know that the weather was changin' for the better. Strong winds had swept the worst of the storm out over the ocean, where it lingered slow, growlin' and sputterin' lightning. A few scattered, frowning clouds, throwing ugly looks at the moon, sulked behind. "Lord love your shining face," says Darby, looking up to where the full moon, big as the bottom of a tub, shone bright and clear over his head. "And it's I that hopes that the blackguard of a cloud I see creeping over at you from Slieve Narmon won't reach you and squinch your light before I meet up with Brian Connors." The moon, in answer, brushed a cloud from her face, and shed a clearer, fuller light that made the flooded fields and dropping trees quiver and glisten. On top of the little mound known as Conroy's Hill, and which is just this side of where the roads cross, the friend of the fairies looked about over the lonesome countryside. Here and there gleamed a distant farmhouse, a still white speck in the moonlight. Only at Con Kelly's, which was a good mile down the road, was a friendly spark of light to be seen, and that spark was so dim and so far that it only pressed down the loneliness heavier on Darby's heart. "Weesha," says Darby, "how much I'd druther be there merry-mackin' with the boys and girls than standin' here lonesome and cowled, waiting for the divil knows what." He strained his eyes for a sight of a hoss, or a cow, or a pig, or anything that might turn out to be Brian Connors. The only thing that moved was the huge dark cloud that stretched up from Slieve Namon, and its heavy edge already touched the rim of the moon. He started down the hill. The withered tree at the crossroads where he was to meet the king waved its blackened arms and lifted them up in warning as he came toward it, and it dripped cowled tears upon his carbine and down his neck when he stood quaking in its shadows. "If the headless coachman were to catch me here," he whimpered, "and fling me into his carriage, not a soul on earth would ever know what became of me. I wish I wasn't so knowledgeable," he says, half crying. "I wish I was as ignorant about ghosts and fairies as little Mrs. Bradigan, who laughs at them. The more you know, the more you need know. Musha, there goes the moon." And at them words, the great blackguard cloud closed in on the moon and left the world as black as your hat. That wasn't the worst of it by no manner of means, for at the same instant there came a rush of wind, and with it a low, hollow rumble that froze the marrow in Darby's bones. He strained his eyes toward the sound, but it was so dark he couldn't see his hand before his face. He tried to run, but his legs turned to blocks of wood and defied him. All the time the rumble of the terrible coach d'etre, nearer and nearer, and he felt himself helpless as a babe. He closed his eyes to shut out the horror of the headless driver and of the poor, dead men leaning back again the seat. At that last minute, a swift hope that the king might be within hearing lent him a flash of strength, and he called out the byword. "Cabbage and bacon?" he cried out, despairing. "Cabbage and bacon'll stop the hot a chin?" He rawed dismally, and then he gave a great gasp, for there was a splash in the road furninst the three, and a tremendous black coach, with 4 goint horses and a coachman on the box, stood still as death before him. The driver wore a brown greatcoat, the lines hung limp in his fingers, and Darby's heart stopped palpitatin' at the sight of the 2 broad, headless chalders. The knowledgeable man strove to cry out again, but he could only croak like a raven. "Cabbage and bacon'll stop the hot a chin," he says. Something moved inside the coach. "Foolish man," a voice cried, "you've not only guv the byword, but at the same time you've shouted out its answer." At the voice of the king, for 'twas the king who spoke, a great wakeness came over Darby, and he laned limp again the three. "Suppose," the king went on, "that it was an enemy you'd met up with instead of a friend, Terran ounds, he'd have our sacred and maybe he'd put the comither on ye. Sean," he says, up to the driver, "this is the human being we're to take with us down to Crogma to meet the Banshee." From a place down on the sate on the far side of the driver, a deep, slow voice, that sounded as though it had fur on it, spoke up. I'm glad to substantiate any service that will in any way conduce to the ameliro ration of any friend of the renowned King Brian Connah's, even though that friend be only a human being. I was a humble human being myself, 300 or 400 years ago. At that statement, Darby out of politeness tried to look surprised. You must be a duke or an earl, or some other rich philosopher, to have the most renowned fairy in the world take such a shine to you, went on the head. Haven't you seen enough to make yourself like him? Cried the king, raising half his body through the open windy. Didn't ye mark how calm and bold he stood waitin' for ye, when any other man in Ireland would be this time have wa his legs to the knees runnin' from ye? Where is the philosopher except Darby O'Gill, who would have guessed that 'twas myself that was in the coach, and would have flung me the bywords so careless and handy? Cried the king, his face blazing with admiration. The words put pride into the heart of our hero, and pride the world over is the twin sister of courage. And then, too, whilst the king was talkin', that deep, obstreperous cloud which had covered the sky slipped off the edge of the moon and hurried to join its fellows, who were waiting for it out over the ocean. And the moon, to make amines for its late obscuration, showered down sudden a flood of such cheerful, silver light that the drooping, separate leaves and the glistening blades of grass leapt up clane and laughin' to the eye. Some of that cheer went into Darby's breast, and with it crept back fresh his old confidence in his champion, the king. But the headless driver was talking. "O'Gill," says the slow voice again, "did I hear ye say O'Gill, Brian Connah's? Surely not one of the O'Gills of Ballinthubber?" Darby answered reluctant and haughty, for he had a feeling that the monster was going to claim relationship, and the iddy put a bad taste in his mouth. "All me father's people came from Ballinthubber," he says. "Come this or come that," says the deep voice, thremblin' with excitement. "I'll have one look at ye." No sooner said than done. For with that sayin', the coachman twisted, and picking up an extraordinary big head from the sate beside him, hilted up in his two hands and faced it to the road. 'Twas the face of a goint. The lad mocked that its wiry red whiskers grew close under its eyes, and the flaming hair of the head curled and rolled down to where the chalders should have been. And he saw, too, that the nose was wide and that the eyes were little. An uglier face you couldn't wish to observe. But as he looked, the boy saw the great lips tighten and grow wide, the eyelids half closed, and the head gave a hoarse sob. The tears trickled down its nose. The head was cryin'. First Darby grew uncomfortable, then he felt insulted to be cried at that way by a total stranger. And as the tears rolled faster and faster, and the sobs came louder and louder, and the ugly eyes kept leering at him affectionate, he grew hot with indignation. Seeing which, the head spoke up, snivelling, "Plays don't get pugnacious nor yet disputatious." It begged, betwixt sobs. "'Tisn't your face that hurts me and makes me cry. I've seen worse, a great dale worse, many's the time, but 'tis the amazin' family resemblance that's patrifying me hot." The driver lifted the tail of his coat and wiped the head's two weepin' eyes. "'Twas in Ballinthubber I was born, and in Ballinthubber I was reared, and it's there I came to me misfortune through love of a purty, fair maid named Margaret Ellen O'Gill. There was a song about it," he says. "I've heard it many and many the time," says the king, noddin' sympathizin', "though not for the last 100 years or so." Darby glared scornful at the king. "Vo, wailed the head, "but you're like her. If it wasn't for your bunchy red hair, and for the big brown one that was on her forehead, you'd be as like as two pace." "Arrah," says Darby, bristlin', "I'm ashamed to see a man of your sense and station," he says, "and high dictation, lave off." Broke in the king, pulling Darby by the sleeve. "Come inside. Whatever else you do, respect the sentimentalities, they're all we have to live for, ghost or marshal," says he. So, grumbling, Darby took a place within the coach beside his friend. He filled his pipe and was boring a bit of fire from that of the king, when looking up he saw just back of the driver's seat, and opening into the carriage, a square hole of about the height and the width of your two hands, and set agin the hole, starin' affectionate down at him, was the head, and its smiling languaging. "Be this and be that," Darby growled low to the king. "If he don't take his face out of that windy, ghost or no ghost, I'll take a poke at him." "Be no manner of mains," says the king, anxious. "What we do without him? We'll be at Crogmer in a few minutes, then he needn't bother ye." "Why don't ye drive on?" says Darby, looking up surly at the head. "Why don't ye start?" "We're going these last 3 minutes," smiled Sean. "We're comin' up to Kilmartin churchyard now." "Have you passed Tom Grogan's public house?" axed the king, starting up anxious. "I have, but I can turn back again," says the face, lighting up, in their stead. "They keep the best whisky there in this part of Ireland," says the king. would you mind steppin' in and bringing us out a sup, Darby Agra? Mistress Tom Grogan was a tall, irritated woman, with sharp corners all over her, and a temper that was like an east wind. She was standing at her own door, arguing with Garge Majibney and Wellham Broderick, and daling them out harrod names, whilst her husband, Tom, a mild little man, stood within laning on the bar, smoking sedately. Garge and Wellham were arguing back at Mistress Grogan, tellin' her what a fine-looking, respectable woman she was, and couldn't they have one drop more before going home, when they saw coming sliding along through the air toward them, about 4 feet above the ground, a decent-dressed man, sitting comfortable, his pipe in his mouth and one leg crossed over the other. The stranger stopped in the air not 5 feet away, and in the moonlight they saw him plain knock the ashes from his pipe and stick it in the rim of his carbine. They catched hood of each other, gasping as he stepped down out of the air to the ground, and wishing them the top of the avening, he brushed past, walked bold to the bar and briskly called for 3 jorums of whisky. Tom, oblivious, for he hadn't seen, handed out the drinks, and the stranger, natural as you plays, imp-tied one, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and started for the door, carrying the 2 other jorums. Tom, of course, followed out to see who was in the road, and then he clutched hood of the 3 others, and the 4, grippin' each other like lobsters billin' in the pot, clung, spashless, swaging back and forth. And sure 'twas no wonder, for they saw the strange man lift the 2 cups into the naked air, and they saw plain the 2 jorums lave his hands, tip themselves slowly over until the bottoms were uppermost, not one drop of the liquor spillin' to the ground. They saw no more, for they each gave a different kind of raw whin. Darby turned to bring back the empty vessels. The next second Tom Grogan was flying like a hunted rabbit over the muddy petati field behind his own stable, whilst Wellham Broderick and Garge Majibney were dashing furious off the him like Skibberberg hounds. But Mrs. Grogan didn't run away, because she was on her own thrashel, lying on the flat of her back, and for the first time in her life spashless. Howandever, with a rumble and a raw, the coach with its travellers went on its way. The good liquor supplied all which that lost sight lacked that was needful to put our 3 heroes in good humour with themselves and with each other, so that it wasn't long before their throubles, Bane forgot, they were conversing sociable and familiar, one with the other. Darby, to improve his information, was thriving to make the best of the situation, be axin knowledgeable questions. What kind of disposition has the banshee, I dunno? He says after a time. A fine creature and very refined, only a bit too fond of crying and wailing, says Sean. Musha, I know several livin' women that cap fits, says the knowledgeable man. Sure does she do nothin' but wail death keens? Has she no good love ballads or songs like that? I'd think she'd grow tired, he says. Arrah, don't be talkin', says Sean. 'Tis she who can sing them. She is one in particular, the Ballad of Mary McGinnis, that I wished ye could hear her at, he says. The song has 3 splendid tunes to it, and the tune changes at each verse. I wished I had it all, but I'll sing yez what I have, he says. With that the head began to sing, and a fine, deep singin' voice it had too, only maybe a little too roarin' for love ballads. Come all ye through lovers, where yez may be, likewise ye de cavers be land or be sea. I hope that ye'll listen with pity to me, since the jewel of me life is a thraita. Here's where the tune changes, says the head, lickin' his lips. On going to church last Sunday me through love passed me by, I knew her mind was changed be the twinklin' of her eye, I knew her mind was changed, which caused me for to moan, 'tis a terrible black misfortin to think she cowled has grown. That's what I call rail poetry, says Darby. There's no foina, says the king, standing up on the sate, his face beaming. The next voss'll make yez cry salt tears, says Sean, and he sang very affectin'. Oh, dig me a grave both large, wide, and deep, ought lay me down gently, to take me long sleep. Put a stone at me head and a stone at me feet, since I cannot get Mary McGinnis. Faith, 'tis a foine, pitiful song, says Darby, and I'd give a great dale if I only had it, says he. Musha, who knows, maybe ye can get it, says the Ood King with a wink. You may demand the favours of the 3 wishes for bringing her what you bringin', he whispered. Sean, he says out loud, do you think the banshee'll give that song for the bringing back of the lost comb? I dunno. I dunno myself, says the head dubious. Becase if she would, here's the man who has the comb, and he's bringin' it back to her. The head gave a start, and its eyes bulged with gladness. Then it's the lucky man I am entirely, he says, for she promised to stick me head on, and to let me wear it permanent, if I'd only bring tidings of the comb, says Sean. She's been in a bad way since she lost it. You know the Crashier can sing only when she's combing her hair. Since the combs broke her voice is cracked scandalous, and she's bitter ashamed, so she is. But here's Krogma right before us. Will yez go in and take a drop of something? Says he, sticking out his head. Darby saw towering up in the night's gloom bleak Krogma, the mountain of the ghosts, and, as he thought of the thousands of shivering things inside, and of the unpleasant feelings they'd given him at Shotter's Mill a few hours before, a doubt came into his mind as to whether it were best to trust himself inside. He might never come out. Howandever, the king spoke up saying, "Thank ye kindly, Sean, but ye know well that yourself and one or two others are the only ghosts I associate with, so we'll just step out, and do you go in yourself and tell the banshee we're waitin'. Return with her, Sean, for ye must take Darby back." With that the two heroes descended from the coach, and glad enough was Darby to put his brogues safe and sound on the road again. All at once the side of the mountain furnanced them opened with a great crash, and Sean, with the coach and hosses, discipied in a rush, and were swollied up be the mountain, which closed off the thim. Darby was blinkin' and shiverin' beside the king, when sudden, and without a sound, the banshee stood before them. She was all in white, and her yellow hair thrilled to the ground. The weight and sorrow of ages were on her pale face. "Is that you, Brian Connors?" she says, "and is that one with you the man who grappled me?" "You're most obedient," says the king, bowing low. "It was a accident," says he. "Well, accident or no accident," she says, "Savere, 'tis the foine lot of throuble he's caused me, and 'tis the elegant lot of throuble he'd had this night if you hadn't saved him," she says. The banshee spoke in a hollow voice, which once in a while break into a squeak. "Let bygones be bygones, ma'am, if you plaze," says Darby, "and I've brought back your comb, and by your lave I ax the favor of 3 wishes," says he. Some way or other he wasn't so afeard now that the king was near, and besides one square, cool look at any kind of throuble, even if 'tis a ghost, takes half the dehrede from it. "I have only 2 favors to grant any martial man," says she, "and here they are." With that she handed Darby 2 small black stones with things carved on them. "The first stone'll make you unwisible if you rub the front of it, and 'twill make you visible again if you rub the back of it. Put the other stone in your mouth and ye can mount and ride the wind. So Sean needn't drive yez back," she says. The king's face beamed with joy. "Oh, be the hokey Darby, me lad," says he. "Think of the locks we'll have Threvelin nights together over island ground, and maybe we'll go across the say," he says. "But fairies can't cross runnin' water," says Darby, wonderin'. "That's all superstition," says the king. "Didn't I cross the River Ryan? But ma'am," says he, "you have a 3rd favor, and what I'm wishin' for mightily myself, and that is, that ye'll teach us the ballad of Mary Maginnies." The banshee blushed. "I have a cowld," says she. "'Tis the way with singers," says the king, winkin' at Darby, "but we'll thank ye to do your best, ma'am," says he. Well, the banshee took out her comb, and fastening to it the broken end, she passed it through her hair a few times and began the song. At first her voice was purty wake and thrimblin', but the more she combed the thronger it grew, till at last it rose high and clear, and sweet and wild, as Darby'd heard it that Halloween night up at McCarthy's. The 2 heroes stood in the shadow of a 3, Darby listening, and the king busy writing down the song. At the last word, the place where she had been standing flashed empty, and Darby never saw her again. "I wished I had all the song to let your honor hear it, and maybe I'll learn it from Darby be the next time ye come this way, and I wished I had time to tell your honor how Darby, one day having made himself unwisible, lost the stone, and how bothered Bill Donahue found it, and how Bill, rubbin' it be accident, made himself unwisible, and of the terrible time Darby had finding him. But here's Kilcunny, and there's the inn, and thank ye, God bless your honor." The convulsion of Father Cassidy. "I told you how uncowled went the nights when Bridget and the child her were in bed. Ud Brian Connors, king of the fairies, used to sit visitin' at Darby O'Gill's own fireside. But I never told you of the wild night when the king faced Father Cassidy there. Darby O'Gill sat at his own kitchen fire the night off the Mrs. Morrice's burying, studyin' over a G.R.R. debate that was helt at her wake. Half-witted Red Durgan begun it be asking loud and sudden of the whole company, who was the greatest man that ever lived in the whole world. "I want to know pertic'la, and I'd like to know at once," he says. At that the deliberation started. Big Joey Hooligan, the smith, hilt out for Julius Caesar, because Caesar had trounced the witty woman Cleopatra. Martin Kavanagh, the little schoolmaster, stood up for Bonaparte, and wanted to fight Denis Moriarty for disputin' agin the Frenchman. Howsomever, the starter of the rail excitement was Mrs. Clancy. She was not what you'd call a great historian, but the parish thought her a fine, sensible woman. She said that the greatest man was Nebuchadnezzar, the king of the Jews, who ate grass like a cow and grew fat on it. Could Julius Caesar or Napoleon Bonaparte do as much? She asked. Well, pretty soon everyone was talking at once, hurling at each other, as they would pavin stones, the names of poets and warriors and scholars. But after all was said and done, the mourners went away in the morning with nothing settled. So the night after, while Darby was warming his shins before his own turf fire in deep meditation and wise cogitation and calm contemplation over these high conversations, the master of the good people flew Rajan into the kitchen. "Darby O'Gill, what do you think of your wife Bridget?" says he fiercely. "Fakes, I don't know what particular thing she's done," says Darby, rubbing his shins and looking troubled, "but I can guess it's something mighty disagreeable. She wore her blue petticoat and her brown shawl when she went away this morning, and I always expect ructions when she puts on that shewet of clothes. Then again, she looked so sour and so satisfied when she came back that I'm worried bad in my mind. You don't know how uncomfortable she can make things sometimes, quiet as she looks," says he. "And well you may be worried, dasn't man," says the ruler of Sleve Narmon. "You'll rage and you'll raw when ye hear me. She went this day to Father Cassidy and slandered me outrageous," he says. "She told him that you and Maureen were colloguing with a little wicked, thieving ferryman, and that if something wasn't done at once agin him the souls of both of you would be destroyed entirely." When Darby found 'twas not himself that was being bothered, but only the king, he grew easier in his feelings. "Sure you wouldn't mind women's talk," says he, waving his hand in a lofty way. "Many a good man has been given a bad name by them before this, and will be again. You're not the first by any means," says he. "If Bridget makes you a bad reputation, think how many years you have to live it down in." "Be sensible, king," he says. "But I do mind, and I must mind," bawled the little ferryman, every hair and whisker bristling. "For this minute Father Cassidy is putting the bridle and saddle on his black hunter, Tara. He has a prayer book in his pocket, and he's coming to read prayers over me and to banish me into the say. Hark, listen to that," he says. As he spoke, a shrill little voice broke into singing outside the window. "Oh, what'll you do if the kittle biles over? Sure, what'll you do but fill it again? Ah, what'll you do if you marry a soja? But pack up your clothes and go marchin' with him." "That's the signal?" says the king, all excited. "He's coming and I'll face him here at this hearth, but sorrow foot he'll put over that threshold till I give him lave. Then we'll have it out face to face like men furnanced this fire." When Darby heard those words great fright struck him. "If a hair of his reverence's head be harmed," he says, "'tis not you but me and my generation'll be blamed for it. Plays go back to Sleve Narmon this night for pace and quietness' sake," he begged. While Darby spoke, the ferryman was fixing one stool on top of another under the window. "I'll sit at this window," says the master of the good people, wagging his head threateningly, "and from there I'll give me orders. The throuble he's trying to bring on others is the throuble I'll throuble him with. If he comes dassent, he'll go dassent. If he comes bothering, he'll go bothered," says he. "Faith, then, your honour," the king spoke no less than the truth, for at that very minute Tara, as foine a hoss as ever followed hounds, was galloping down the starlit road to Darby's house, and over Tara's mane bent as foine a hossman as ever took a six-bar gait, Father Cassidy. On and on through the moonlight they clattered, till they came in sight of Darby's gate, where, unseen and unvisible, a score of the good people, with thorns in their fists, lay sniggering and laughing, waiting for the hoss. Of course the fairies couldn't harm the good man himself, but Tara was completely at their mercy. "We'll not stop to open the gate, Tara," says his reverence, patting the beast's neck. "I'll give you a bit of a lift with the bridle rein, and a touch like that on the flank, and do you clear it, my swallow bird." Well, sir, the priest riz in his stirrups, lifted the rein, and Tara crouched for the spring when, with a sudden snort of pain, the baste whirled round and started like the wind back up the road. His reverence pulled the hoss to its haunches and swung him round once more facing the cottage. Up on his hind feet went Tara and stood crazy for a second, pawing the air, then with a cry of rage and pain in his throat, the baste turned, made a rush for the hedge at the roadside, and cleared it like an arrow. Now, just beyant the hedge was a bog so thin that the geese wouldn't walk on it, and so thick that the ducks couldn't swim in it. Into the middle of that cowled pond Tara fell with a splash and a crash. That minute the king climbed down from the window, splitting with laughter. "Darby," he says, slapping his knees, "Father Cassidy is floundering about in the bog outside. He's not hurt, but he's mighty cowled and uncomfortable. Do you go and make him promise not to read any prayers this night, then bring him in. Tell him that if he don't promise, by the piper that played before Moses, he may stay reading his prayers in the bog till morning, for he can't get out unless some of my people go in and help him," says the king. Darby's heart began hammering again his ribs as though it were making heavy horseshoes. "If that's so, I'm a ruined man," he says. "I'd give £20 rather than face him now," says he. The distracted lad put his hat on to go out, and then he took it off to stay in. He let a groan out of him that shook all his bones. "You may save him, I'll lave him," says the king, turning to the window. "I'm going to lave the priest see in a minute what's bothering him. If he's not out of the bog by that time, I'd adwise you to lave the country. Maybe you'll only have a pair of cow's horns put on ye, but I think you'll be kilt," he says. "My own mind's aisy. I wash my hands of him. That's the great comfort and advantage of having your soul's salvation fixed and sartin one way or the other," says the king, peering out. "When you do a thing, bad as it is or good as it may be, your mind is still aisy, becase." He turned from the window to look at Darby, but the lad was gone out into the moonlight, and was shrinking and cringing up toward the bog, as though he were going to meet and talk with the ghost of a man he'd murdered. 'Twas a harsher and angrier voice than that of any ghost that came out of a great flopping and splashing in the bog. Father Cassidy sat with his feet drawn up on Terra, and the hoss was half sunk in the mire. At times he urged Terror over to the bank, and just as the baste was raising to step out, with a snot, it'd whirl back again. He'd try another side, but spur as he might, and whip as he would, the hoss turned shivering back to the middle of the bog. "Is that you, Darby O'Gill, you vagebone?" cried his reverence. "Help me out of this to the Dhry land so as I can take the life of you," he cried. "What right has anyone to go trespassing in my bog, mussing it all up and spiling it?" says Darby, pertending not to recognize the priest. "I keep it private for my ducks and geese, and I'll have the law on you, so I will. Oh, be the powers of Putha, 'tis me own dear Father Cassidy," he cried. Father Cassidy, as an answer, reached for a handful of mud, which he aimed and flung so fair and threw that 3 days, after Darby was still pulling bits of it from his hair. "I have a whip I'll keep private for your own 2 foine legs," cried his reverence. "I'll teach you to tell lies to the countryside about your being with the fairies, and for deludhering your own poor wife. I came down this night to expose you, but now that's the last I'll do to you." "Faith," says Darby, "if I was with the fairies, 'tis no less than you are this minute, and if you expose me, I'll expose you." With that Darby up and told what was the cause of the whole botheration. His reverence, after the telling, waited not a minute, but kicked the spurs into Terra, and the brave hoss headed once more for Shaw. 'Twas no use. The poor baste turned at last with a cry and floundered back again into the mire. "You'll not be able to get out, Father Acushla," says Darby, "till you promise fair and firm not to read any prayers over the good people this night, and never to hurt or molest myself on any account. About this last promise, the king is very particular entirely." "You dunta-headed bulligadhon," says Father Cassidy, turning all the blame on Darby. "You may enter in Mayrotter of the Sivan says," he says. "You big-headed scorpion of the world with bow-legs," cried he, and things like that. "Oh my, oh my, oh my," says Darby, pertending to be shocked. "To think that me own pasture should use such terrible language, that me own dear Father Cassidy could spake blackguard words like them. Every drop of blood in me is biling with scandalation. Let me beg of you, and implore your reverence never again to make use of talk like that. It breaks my heart to hear you," says the villain. For a few minutes after that Darby was doing nothing but dodging handfuls of mud. While this was going on, a soft red glow, like that which hangs above the lonely raths and forts at night when the fairies are dancing in them, came over the fields. So when Father Cassidy riz in his stirrups, the soft glow was resting on the bog, and there he saw 2 score of little men in green jackets and brown caps waiting about the pond's edge, and everyone hooding a switch in his hands. The little lads knew, well, 'twas too dark for the clergyman to read from his book any banishing prayers, and barring having too much fun, the divil a thing they had to fear. 'Twas fresh anger that came to Father Cassidy after the first rush of surprise and wonder. He tried now to get at the good people, to lay his hands on them. A dozen charges at the bank his reverence made, and as many times a score of the little people flew up to meet him, and struck the poor baste over the soft nose with their wands, till the hoss was welted back. Long after the struggle was proved hopeless, it went on till at last the poor baste, trembling and disheartened, refused to mind the spur. At that Father Cassidy gave up. "I surrender," he said, "and I promise for the sake of my hoss," said he. The baste himself understood the words, for with that he waded calm and quiet to the Dhry land, and stood shaking himself there among the pack of fairies. Mighty few words were passed betwixt Darby and Tara's rider, as the whole party went up to Darby's stable, the little people following behind quiet and orderly. It was not long till Tara was nibbling comfortably in a stall. Father Cassidy was Dhrying himself before the kitchen fire. The king and Darby were sitting by the side of the hearth, and 20 of the green-cloaked little people were scattered about the kitchen waiting for the great debate, which was sure to come betwixt his reverence and the head man of the good people, now that the two had met. So full was the room that some of the good people sat on the shelves of the dresser, others lay on the table, their chins in their fists, whilst little Phelim Beg was perching himself on a picture above the hearth. He'd no sooner touched the picture frame than he let a howl out of him and jumped to the floor. "I'm burned to the bone," says he. "No wonder," says the king, looking up. "'Twas a picture of St. Patrick you were sitting on." Fadrig Oge, swinging his heels, balanced himself on the edge of a churn filled with buttermilk, but every one of them kept wondering eyes fastened on the priest. And to tell the truth, Father Cassidy at first was more scornful and unpolite than he need be. "I suppose," says his reverence, "you do be worrying a good deal about the place you're going to after the day of judgment," he says, kind of mocking. "Arrah, now," says the king, taking the pipe from his mouth and staring hard at the clergyman, "there's more than me ought to be studying that question. There's a parish priest I knew, and he's not far from here, who ate mate on a fast day, 3 years ago come next Michaelmas, who should be a good lot invested in that same place," says the king. The laughing and tittering that followed this hit lasted a minute. Father Cassidy turned scarlet. "When I ate it I forgot the day," he cried. "That's what you tould," says the king, smiling sweet, "but that saying don't help your chanced much. Maybe you failed to say your prayers a year ago last Easter Monday night for the same racin'?" axed the king, very cool. At this the laughing broke out again, uproarious, some of the little men hooding their sides and tears rowling down their cheeks. 2 lads begun dancing together before the chiny dishes upon the dresser. But at the height of the merriment there was a cry and a splash, for Fadrig Oge had fallen into the churn. Before anyone could help him, Fadrig had climbed bravely up the churn dash, hand over hand like a sailor man, and clambered out all white and dripping. "Don't mind me," he says. "Go on with the discourse," he cried, shaking himself. The ruler of the good people looked vexed. "I marvel at yez, and I am ashamed of yez," he says. "If I'm not able alone for this daylight-head man, your shoutin' and your gallivantin'll do me no good. Besides, fair play's a jewel, even 2 agin 1 ain't fair," says the king. "If I hear another word from one of yez, back to Sleeve Namon he'll go, and lay there on the broad of his back, with his heels in the air, for a year and 10 days. You were about to observe." "Father Cassidy," says his majesty, bowing low, "your most obedient sir." "I was about to say," cried his reverence, "that you're a friend of Satin." "I'll not deny that," says the king. "What have you to say agin him?" "He's a rogue and a rapscallion and the enemy of mankind," tunded Father Cassidy. "Prove he's a rogue?" cries the king, slapping one hand on the other. "And why shouldn't he be the enemy of mankind? What has mankind iver done for him except to lay the blame of every main, cowardly thrick of its own on his chalders? Wasn't it on their account he was put inside of the swine and drove into the say? Wasn't it because of them he spent 7 days and 7 nights in the belly of a whale, wasn't it?" "Stop there now," says Father Cassidy, pointing his finger. "Hood where you are, that was Jonah." "You're working miracles to make me forget," shouted the king. "I'm not," cried the priest, "and what's more, if you'll agree not to use charms of the black art to help yourself, I'll promise not to work miracles agin you." "Done, I'll agree," says the king, "and with that bargain I'll go on first, and I'll prove that mankind is the enemy of Satin." "Who begun the enmity?" interrupted his reverence. "Who started in be tempting our first parents? Not wishing to make little of a man's relations in his own house or to his own face. But your first parents were a poor lot," said the king. "Didn't your first parent turn quone's evidence agin his own wife? Answer me that. Under the circumstances, would ye have him tell a lie when he was asked?" says the priest right back. Well, the argument got hotter and hotter until Darby's mind was in splinters. Sometimes he sided with Nick, sometimes he was agin him. Half of what they said he didn't understand. They talked theology, conchology, and astrology. They hammered each other with geography, orthography, and misnography. They welted each other with philosophy, and thermosophy. They bounced up and down in their seats, they shouted and got purple in the face. But every argument brought out another, nearly as good and twicked as loud. Through all this time, The folliars of the king sat upon their perches, all lay upon the table motionless, like little wooden images with painted green cloaks and brown caps. Darby, looking from one to the other of them for help to understand the tremendous argument that was going on, felt his brain growin' numb. At last, it balked like Shamus Free's donkey, and urge as he would, the divil afoot his mind stir after the two heroes. It turned at last and galloped back to Mrs. Morrice's wake. Now, then, the thought that came into Darby's head as he sat there furnanced Father Cassidy and the king was this: the two wisest persons in Ireland are this minute shouting and disputing before me own turf fire. If I ax them those questions, I'll be wiser than Martin Kavanagh, the schoolmaster, and twict as wise as any other man in this parish. I'll do it, he says to himself. He raised the tongs and struck them so loud and quick against the hearth that the two debaters stopped short in their talk to look at him. Tell me, he says, lave off and tell me who was the greatest man that ever lived, says he. At that a surprising thing happened. Brian Connors and Father Cassidy, each striving to speak first, answered in the same breath and gave the same name. Daniel O'Connell, says they. There was at that the instant silence and stillness which follows a great explosion of gunpowder. Then every subject of the king started to his feet. 3 cheers for Daniel O'Connell, cried little Roderick Dehew. Every brown cap was swung in the air. Hooray, hooray, horroo, rang the cheers. His reverence and the fairy chief turned shop about and stared at each other, delighted and wondering. Darby struck again with the tongs. Who was the greatest poet, says he. Again the two spoke together. Tom Moore, says they. The king rubbed his hands and gave a glad side look at the priest. Darby mocked the friendly light that was stealing into Father Cassidy's brown eyes. There was great excitement among the good people up on the cupboard shelves. On the table little Niall, the wise, was trying to start 3 cheers for Father Cassidy, when Darby said again, who was the greatest warrior? He says. The kitchen grew still as death, each of the two heroes waiting for the other. The king spoke first. Brian Boru, says he. No, says Father Cassidy, half laughing. Owen Rowe O'Neill. Fadrig Oge jumped from the churn. Owen Rowe forever, I always said it, cries he. Look at this man, boys, he says, pinting up to the priest. There's the making of the finest bishop in Ireland. The divil a much differ betwixt Owen Rowe and Brian Boru. 'Tis one of them two, and I don't care which, says the king. The priest and the king sank back in their chairs, eyeing each other with admiration. Darby poured something out of a jug into 3 brown stone noggins, and then turned hot water from the kittle on top of that again. Says the king to the clergyman, you're the cleverest and the knowingest man I've met in 5,000 years. That jolt you gave me about Jonah was a terror. I never saw your Iquil. If we could only send you to Parliament, you'd free Ireland, says Father Cassidy. To think, says he, that once I used to believe there was no such thing as fairies. That was because you were superstitious, says the king. Everyone is so, more or less. I am myself, a little, says he. Darby was stirring spoons in the 3 steaming noggins and Father Cassidy was looking troubled. What would his flock say to see him drinking punch with a little Udpagan, who was the friend of Udnick? Your health? Says the king, hooding up the cup. His reverence took a bowl of the punch, for decency's sake, and stood quiet a minute. At last he says, happiness to you and forgiveness to you, and my heart's pity follow you, says he, raising the noggin to his lips. He drained the cup thoughtful and solemn, for he didn't know rightly whether 'twas a venial sin or a martial sin he'd committed by the bad example he was giving Darby. I wished I could do something for Yez, he says, putting on his cloak, but I have only pity and kind wishes to give you. He turned again when his hand was on the doorknob, and was going to say something else, but changed his mind, and went out to where Darby was hooding the hoss. Meanwhile, the little people were consulting eager in a knot beside the fireplace, until the king broke away and followed Father Cassidy out. Wait a minute, the fairy says. There's something important your reverence should know about, he says. There's 2 speckled hens that strayed away from your own door over to the Black Pond, and they've been there this 12 a month. I'm loath to say it, but in your own mind your honour a seacused bothered Bill Donahue the tinker with tacken thim. Well, they've raised 2 great clutches of chickens and they're all yaws. We thought we'd tell ye, he says. And last Tuesday night Nancy Burke bade her husband Dickie for being toxicated. I think she bade him too scanless, says little Niall, the fiddler, comin' out. And Dickie is too proud to complain of her to your honour. He says 'twould be makin' a kind of informer out of himself, but maybe she'll bait him again, so I thought to mention it, he says. With that, Fadrig Oge broke in from where he stood on the threshold. Tom Healy's family, up the mountainy way, is all down with the favour. They have no one to send word? Cried Fadrig. Your honour ought to know about it, he says. By this time the good people were all outside, crowded about the house, and each one excited, shouting up some friendly information. Father Cassidy, from Tara's back, sat smilin' down kind, first on this one, then on that, and then on the other. Weesha, says he, ain't you the kindly Crashiers? I've heard more news of me own parish in the last 5 minutes than I'd have learned in a 12-a-month, but there's one thing I'd liked mighty well to know. Maybe Yez could tell me, says he, who committed the mysterious crime in this parish a year ago last Christmas, who stole the 6 shillings from old Mrs. Frawley. She counted them at Mrs. Magee's, and she felt them in her pocket at Mrs. Donovan's. The crowd jostled her at the chapel door, and after that they were gone, he says. Well, the fairies were splittin' with laughter as he spoke. No one stole them at all, says Shanru, the tears of merriment rollin' down his face. The disrememberin' woman only imagines she counted them at Mrs. Magee's and felt them at Mrs. Donovan's. She was only thinkin' about the money at them places, and that's how she got the itty. She hid the shillin's in the blue teapot with the broken spout that stands in the left-hand corner of the mahogany dresser, and thin forgot it entirely, he says. Well, look at that now, says the priest, and all the turmoil there's been about that same 6 shillin's, and she off the hidden them in the teapot herself. Now, isn't there something I can do in return for all your kindness? He says. There's one thing, says King Brian Connors, looking a good dale confused. If your reverence could just as well, if it'd be no positive inconvenience, we'd like mightily for you not to be singin' pious hymns as you go riding along the highway off the dock. If you'd sing ballads now, or Tom Moore's melodies. You main no harem, of course as it is, but last week you broke up a dance we were having at Murray's Rath, and Saturday night you put a scat there on a crowd of us as we were coming by McGrath's meadow, he says, anxious. 'Twas a queer bargain for clergyman to make, and fakes it went again his conscience, but he hadn't the heart to refuse. So he bent down and shook the king's hand. I promise, he says. A wild, shrill cheer broke from the throng of little people. Now I'll go home and lave yez in peace, says Father Cassidy, grippin' his bridle rein. I came your inamai, but I'm convarted. I'll go back your friend, he says. You won't go home alone, will escotch ye? Shouted Fadrig Oj. Wallum Fadgen, the poacher, was sneakin' home that night about 1 o'clock, with a bag full of rabbits under his arum, when hearing behind him the bait of horses' hoofs and the sound of melodious music. He jumped into the ditch and lay close within the shadow. Who should come canthering up the starlit road but Father Cassidy, on his big black hunter, Tara. Wallum looked for the musicianers who were singing and playing the entrancing music, but sorra one could he see, and what was more, the sounds came from the air high above Father Cassidy's head. "'Tis the angels guarding the good man," says Wallum. Sure 'twas only the good people escotching his reverence from Darby O'Gill's house, and to cheer him on his way, singing the while, believe me, if all those endearing young charms, Darby O'Gill, and the good people by Herminie Templeton Kavanagh. Uncopyright may you do good and not evil. May you find forgiveness for yourself and forgive others. May you share freely, never taking more than you give. Copyright pages exist to tell you that you can't do something. Unlike them, this uncopyright page exists to tell you that the writing and artwork in this ebook are believed to be in the United States public domain. That is, they are believed to be free of copyright restrictions in the United States. The United States public domain represents our collective cultural heritage, and items in it are free for anyone in the United States to do almost anything at all with, without having to get permission. Copyright laws are different all over the world, and the source text or artwork in this ebook may still be copyrighted in other countries. If you're not located in the United States, you must check your local laws before using this ebook. Standard ebooks makes no representations regarding the copyright status of the source text or artwork in this ebook in any country other than the United States. Non-authorship activities performed on items that are in the public domain, so-called sweat of the brow work, don't create a new copyright. That means that nobody can claim a new copyright on an item that is in the public domain for, among other things, work like digitization, mock-up, or typography. Regardless, the contributors to this ebook release their contributions under the terms in the CC 01.0 Universal Public Domain dedication, thus dedicating to the worldwide public domain all of the work they've done on this ebook, including but not limited to metadata, the title page, imprint, colophon, this uncopyright, and any changes or enhancements to, All mock-upon, the original text and artwork. This dedication doesn't change the copyright status of the source text or artwork. We make this dedication in the interest of enriching our global cultural heritage, to promote free and libre culture around the world, and to give back to the unrestricted culture that has given all of us so much. Table of Contents Landmarks, Darby O'Gill and the Good People, although only one living man of his own free will ever went among them there. Still, any well-learned person in Ireland can tell you that the abode of the good people is in the hollow heart of the great mountain Slieve Naumon. That same one man was Darby O'Gill, a cousin of my own mother. Right and left, generation after generation, the fairies had stolen pigs, young childha, old women, young men, cows, churnings of butter from other people, but had never bothered any of our kith or kin until, for some mysterious reason, they soured on Darby, and took the eldest of his 3 foin pigs. The next week, a second pig went the same way. The third week not a thing had Darby left for the Balinrobe fair. You may easily think how sore and sorry the poor man was, and how Bridget his wife and the child had carried on. The rent was due, and all left was to sell his cow Rosie to pay it. Rosie was the apple of his eye. He admired and respected the pigs, but he loved Rosie. Worst luck of all was yet to come. On the morning when Darby went for the cow to bring her into market, bad scrans to the hoof was there, but in her place only a wisp of dirty straw to mock him. Millia Murtha, what a howlin' and screechin' and cursin' did Darby bring back to the house? Now Darby was a bold man, and a desperate man in his anger, as you soon will see. He shoved his feet into a pair of brogues, clapped his hat on his head, and gripped his stick in his hand. Fairy or no fairy, ghost or goblin, livin' or dead, who took Roseal Rue this day, he says. With those wild words he bolted in the direction of Slieve Naumon. All day long he climbed like an ant over the hill, looking for a hole or cave through which he could get at the prison of Rosie. At times he struck the rocks with his blackthorn, crying out challenge. "Come out, you that took her," he called. "If ye have the courage of a mouse, ye murtherin' thieves, come out." No one made answer, at last, not just then. But at night, as he turned, hungry and footsore, toward home, who should he meet up with on the crossroads but the oud fairy doctor, Sheila Maguire. Well known she was as a spy for the good people. She spoke up. "Oh then, you're the foolish, blunderin'-headed man to be saying what you've said, and doing what you've done this day, Darby O'Gill," says she. "What do I care?" says he fiercely. "I'd fight the divil tonight for my beautiful cow." "Then go into Mrs. Hagan's meadow bayant," says Sheila, "and wait till the moon is up. By and by you'll see a herd of cows come down from the mountain, and your own'll be among them." "What'll I do then?" asked Darby, his voice trembling with excitement. "Sorra a hair I care what ye do, but there'll be lads there, and hundreds you won't see, that'll stand no ill words, Darby O'Gill." "One question more, ma'am," says Darby, as Sheila was moving away. "How late in the night will they stay without?" Sheila caught him by the collar and, pulling his head close, whispered, "When the cock crows the good people must be safe at home. After cockcrow they have no power to help or to hurt, and every mortal eye can see them plain." "I thank you kindly," says Darby, "and I bid you good evening, ma'am." He turned away, leaving her standing there alone, looking after him, but he was sure he heard voices talkin' to her, and laughin' and titherin' behind him. It was dark night when Darby stretched himself on the ground in Hagan's meadow. The yellow rim of the moon just tipped the edge of the hills. As he lay there in the long grass amidst the silence, there came a cowled shudder in the air, and after it had passed the deep cracked voice of a nearby bullfrog called loudly and ballyraggan, "The Omidhaun? Omidhaun? Omidhaun?" it said. From a slow three over near the hedge an owl cried, surprised and trembling. "Who-oh-oh, who-oh-oh," it axed, at that every frog in the meadow, and there must have been 10,000 of them, took up the answer and shrieked shrill and high together. "Darby O'Gill, Darby O'Gill, Darby O'Gill," sang they. "The Omidhaun," cried the wheezy Mas the frog again. "Who-oh, who-oh," axed the owl. Darby O'Gill, screamed the rollicking chorus, and that way they were going over and over again, until the bold man was just about to creep off to another spot when, sudden, 100 slow shadows, stirring up the mists, crept from the mountain way toward him. First he must find was Rosie among the herd. To creep quiet as a cat through the hedge and reach the first cow was only a minute's work. Then his plan, to wait till cockcrow, with all other sober, sensible thoughts, went clean out of the lad's head before his rage, for cropping eagerly the long, sweet grass, the first baste he met was Rosie. With a leap Darby was behind her, his stick falling sharply on her flanks. The ingratitude of that cow almost broke Darby's heart. Rosie turned fiercely on him, with a vicious lunge, her two horns aimed at his breast. There was no suppler boy in the parish than Darby, and well for him it was so, for the mad rush the cow gave would have caught any man the last thrifle heavy on his legs, and ended his days right there. As it was, our hero sprang to one side. As Rosie passed, his left hand gripped her tail. When one of the O'Gills takes hood of a thing, he hangs on like a bull terrier. Away he went, rushing with her. Now began a race the like of which was never heard of before or since. 10 jumps to the second, and 100 feet to the jump. Rosie's tail standing straight up in the air, firm as an iron bar, and Darby floating straight out behind, 1,000 furious fairies flying a short distance after, filling the air with wild commands and threatenings. Suddenly, the sky opened for a crash of lightning that shivered the hills, and a roar of thunder that turned out of their beds every man, woman, and child in 4 counties. Flash after flash came the lightning, hitting on every side of Darby. If it wasn't for fear of hurting Rosie, the fairies would certainly have killed Darby. As it was, he was stiff with fear, afraid to hood on and afraid to lave go, but flew, waving in the air at Rosie's tail like a flag. As the cow turned into the long, narrow valley which cuts into the east side of the mountain, the good people caught up with the pair, and what they didn't do to Darby, in the line of sticking pins, pulling whiskers, and pinching wouldn't take long to tell. In troth, he was just about to let go his hood, and take the chances of a fall, when the hillside opened and, whisk, the cow turned into the mountain. Darby found himself flying down a wide, high passage which grew lighter as he went along. He heard the opening behind shut like a trap, and his heart almost stopped beating, for this was the fairies' home in the heart of Slieve Narmon. He was captured by them. When Rosie stopped, so stiff were all Darby's joints that he had great trouble loosening himself to come down. He landed among a lot of angry-faced little people, each no higher than your hand, everyone wearing a green velvet cloak and a red cap. "We'll take him to the king," says a red-whiskered wee chap. "What he'll do to the Mertherin Spalpeen'll be good and plenty." With that they marched our bold Darby, a prisoner, down the long passage, which every second grew wider and lighter, and fuller of little people. Sometimes, though, he met with human beings like himself, only the black charm was on them, they having been stolen at some time by the good people. He saw lost people there from every parish in Ireland, both commoners and gentry. Each was laughing, talking, and divarting himself with another. Off to the sides, he could see small cobblers making brogues, tinkers mending pans, tailors sewing cloth, smiths hammering horseshoes, everyone merrily to his trade, making a diversion out of work. To this day, Darby can't tell where the beautiful red light he now saw came from. It was like a soft glow, only it filled the place, making things brighter than day. Down near the center of the mountain was a room 20 times higher and broader than the biggest church in the world. As they drew near this room, there arose the sound of a reel played on bagpipes. The music was so bewitching that Darby, who was the gracefulest reel dancer in all Ireland, could hardly make his feet behave themselves. At the room's edge, Darby stopped short and caught his breath. The sight was so entrancing. Set over the broad floor were thousands and thousands of the good people, facing this way and that, and dancing to a reel, while on a throne in the middle of the room sat O'Brien Connors, king of the fairies, blowing on the bagpipes. The little king, with a gold crown on his head, wearing a beautiful green velvet coat and red knee breeches, sat with his legs crossed, beating time with his foot to the music. There were many from Darby's own parish, and what was his surprise to see there Maureen Majibney, his own wife's sister, whom he had supposed resting dacently in her grave in holy ground these 3 years. She had flowers in her brown hair, a fine color in her cheeks, a gown of white silk and gold, and her green mantle reached to the heels of her purty red slippers. There she was, gliding back and forth, furnanced a little grey-wuskered, round-stomached fairy man, as though there was never a care nor a sorrow in the world. As I told you before, I tell you again, Darby was the finest reel dancer in all Ireland, and he came from a family of dancers, though I say it who shouldn't, as he was my mother's own cousin. 3 things in the world banish sorrow: love and whiskey and music. So, when the surprise of it all melted a little, Darby's feet led him into the thick of the throng, right under the throne of the king, where he flung care to the winds, and put his heart and mind into his 2 nimble feet. Darby's dancing was such that pretty soon those around stood still to admire. There's a saying come down in our family through generations which I still hold to be true, that the better the music the easier the step. Sure never did mortal men dance to so fine a tune, and never so supple a dancer did such a tune meet up with. Fair and graceful he began. Backward and forward, sidestep and turn, cross over, then forward, a hand on his hip and his stick twirling free. Sidestep and forward, cross over again, bow to his partner and hammer the floor. It wasn't long till half the dancers crowded around admiring, clapping their hands and shouting encouragement. The Oud King grew so excited that he laid down the pipes, took up his fiddle, came down from the throne, and standing firnance Darby began a finer tune than the first. The dancing lasted a whole hour, no one speaking a word except to cry out, "Foot it, ye divil! Aisy now, he's threading on flowers. Horu, horu, hooray." Then the king stopped and said, "Well, that baits Banagha, and Banagha baits the world. Who are you, and how came you here?" Then Darby up and told the whole story. When he had finished, the king looked serious. "I'm glad you came, and I'm sorry you came," he says. "If we had put our charm on you outside to bring you in, you'd never die till the end of the world when we here must all go to hell. But," he added quickly, "there's no use in worrying about that now. That's neither here nor there. Those willing to come with us can't come at all, and here you are of your own free act and will. Howsomever, you're here, and we daren't let you go outside to tell others of what you have seen, and so give us a bad name about taking things, you know. We'll make you as comfortable as we can, and so you won't worry about Bridget and the childha. I'll have a Gould sovereign left with them every day of their lives. But I wish we had the comither on you," he says, with a sigh, "for it's aisy to see your great company. Now come up to my place and have a noggin of punch for friendship's sake," says he. That's how Darby O'Gill began his 6-month stay with the good people. Not a thing was left undone to make Darby contented and happy. A civiler people than the good people he never met. At first he couldn't get over saying, "God keep all here," and "God save you kindly," and things like that, which was like burning them with a hot iron. If it weren't for Maureen Majibney, Darby would be in sleeve nom at this hour. Sure, she was always the wise girl, ready with her crafty plans and warnings. On a day when they two were sitting alone together, she says to him, "Darby, dear," says she, "it isn't right for a decent man of family to be spending his days cavortin and idlin, and fillin' the hours with sport and nonsense. We must get you out of here, for what is a sovereign a day to compare with the care and protection of a father?" She says, "Through for ye?" moaned Darby, "and my heart is just splittin' for a sight of Bridget and the childha. Bad luck to the day I set so much store on a dirty, ungrateful, treacherous cow." "I know well how you feel," says Maureen, "for I'd give the whole world to say 3 words to Bob Broderick, that ye tell me that out of grief for me has never kept company with any other girl till this day. But that'll never be," she says, "because I must stop here till the day of judgment, and then I must go to says she, beginning to cry. "But if you get out, you'n bear a message to Bob for me, maybe?" she says. "It's aisy to talk about going out, but how can it be done?" asked Darby. "There's a way," says Maureen, wiping her big gray eyes, "but it may take years. First, you must know that the good people can never put their charm on anyone who is willing to come with them. That's way you came safe. Then, again, they can't work harm in the daylight, and after cockcrow any mortal eye can see them plain. Nor can they harm anyone who has a sprig of holly, nor pass over a leaf or twig of holly, because that's Christmas bloom. Well, there's a certain evil word for a charm that opens the side of the mountain, and I will try to find it out for you. Without that word, the armies of the world couldn't get out or in, but you must be patient and wise and wait." "I will so, with the help of God," says Darby. At these words Maureen gave a terrible screech. "Cruel man," she cried, "don't you know that to say pious words to one of the good people, or to one under their black charm, is like cutting him with a knife?" The next night she came to Darby again. "Watch yourself now," she says, "for tonight they're going to lave the door of the mountain open to thry you, and if you stir 2 steps outside they'll put the comither on you," she says. Sure enough, when Darby took his walk down the passage, after supper, as he did every night, there the side of the mountain lay wide open and no one in sight. The temptation to make one rush was great, but he only looked out a minute and went whistling back down the passage, knowing well that 100 hidden eyes were on him the while. For a dozen nights after it was the same. At another time Maureen said, "The king himself is going to thry you hard the day, so beware." She had no sooner said the words than Darby was called for, and went up to the king. "Darby, my soul," says the king, in a sootherin way, "have this noggin of punch, a bet that never was brewed, it's the last we'll have for many a day. I'm going to set you free, Darby O'Gill, that's what I am." "Why, king," says Darby, putting on a mournful face, "how have I offended ye?" "No offense at all," says the king, "only we're depriving you." "No depravity in life," says Darby. "I have lashins and lavings to eat and to drink and nothing but fun and devotion all day long. Out in the world it was nothing but work and trouble and sickness, disappointment and care. But Bridget and the child, huh? Says the king, giving him a sharp look out of half-shut eyes. Oh, as for that, king, says Darby, it's easier for a widow to get a husband, or for orphans to find a father, than it is for them to pick up a sovereign a day. The king looked mighty satisfied and smoked for a while without a word. Would you mind going out and even in now and then, helpin' the boys to mind the cows? He asked at last. Darby feared to thrust himself outside in their company. Well, I'll tell ye how it is, replied my brave Darby. Some of the neighbours might see me, and spread the report on me that I'm with the fairies, and that it disgrace Bridget and the child her, he says. The king knocked the ashes from his pipe. You're a wise man besides being the hoyt of good company, says he, and it's sorry I am you didn't take me at my word, for then we would have you always, at last till the day of judgment, when, but that's neither here nor there. Howsomever, we'll bother you about it no more. From that day they thrated him as one of their own. It was one day 5 months after that Maureen plucked Darby by the coat and led him off to a lonely spot. I've got the word, she says. Have you faith? What is it? Says Darby, all of a thrimble. Then she whispered a word so blasphemous, so irreligious, that Darby blessed himself. When Maureen saw him making the sign, she fell down in a fit. The holy emblem hurt her so, poor child. 3 hours after this me bold, Darby was sitting at his own fireside talking to Bridget and the child her. The neighbours were hurrying to him, down every road and through every field, carrying armfuls of holly bushes, as he had sent word for them to do. He knew well he'd have fierce and savage visitors before morning. After they had come with the holly, he had them make a circle of it so thick around the house that a fly couldn't walk through without touching a twig or a leaf. But that was not all. You'll know what a wise girl and what a crafty girl that Maureen was when you hear what the neighbours did next. They made a second ring of holly outside the first, so that the house sat in 2 great wreaths, one wreath around the other. The outside ring was much the bigger, and left a good space between it and the first, with room for ever so many people to stand there. It was like the inner ring, except for a little gate, left open as though by accident, where the fairies could walk in. But it wasn't an accident at all, only the wise plan of Maureen's. For nearby this little gap in the outside wreath lay a sprig of holly with a bit of twine tied to it. Then the twine ran along up to Darby's house, and in through the window, where its end lay convenient to his hand. A little pull on the twine would drag the stray piece of holly into the gap, and close tight the outside ring. It was a trap, you see. When the fairies walked in through the gap, the twine was to be pulled, and so they were to be made prisoners between the 2 rings of holly. They couldn't get into Darby's house, because the circle of holly nearest the house was so tight that a fly couldn't get through without touching the blessed tree or its wood. Likewise, when the gap in the outer wreath was closed, they couldn't get out again. Well, anyway, these things were hardly finished and fixed, when the dusky brown of the hills warned the neighbours of twilight, and they scurried like frightened rabbits to their homes. Only one amongst them all had courage to sit inside Darby's house waiting the dreadful visitors, and that one was Bob Broderick. What vengeance was in store couldn't be guessed at all, only it was sure that it was to be more terrible than any yet wreaked on mortal man. Not in Darby's house alone was the terror, for in their anger the good people might lay waste the whole parish. The roads and fields were empty and silent in the darkness. Not a window glimmered with light for miles around. Many a blackguard who hadn't said a prayer for years was now down on his marrow bones among the dascent members of his family, thumping his craw and roaring his pather and aves. In Darby's quiet house, against which the cunning, the power, and the fury of the good people would first break, you can't think of half the suffering of Bridget and the child her, as they lay huddled together on the settle bed, nor of the strain on Bob and Darby, who sat smoking their dudines and whispering anxiously together. For some reason or other the good people were long in coming. 10 o'clock struck, then 11, after that 12, and not a sound from the outside. The silence and then no sign of any kind had them all just about crazy, when suddenly there fell a sharp rap on the door. "Millia Murtha," whispered Darby, "we're in for it. They've crossed the 2 rings of holly and are at the door itself." The child had begun to cry and Bridget said her prayers out loud, but no one answered the knock. Rap, rap, rap on the door, then a pause. "God save all here?" cried a queer voice from the outside. Now no fairy would say, "God save all here," so Darby took heart and opened the door. Who should be standing there but Sheila Maguire, a spy for the good people? So angry were Darby and Bob that they snatched her within the threshold, and before she knew it they had her tied hand and foot, wound a cloth around her mouth, and rolled her under the bed. Within the minute, 1,000 rustling voices sprung from outside. Through the window, in the clear moonlight, Darby mocked weeds and grass being trampled by invisible feet beyond the farthest ring of holly. Suddenly broke a great cry. The gap in the first ring was found. Signs were plainly seen of uncountable feet rushing through and spreading about the nearer wreath. After that, a howl of madness from the little men and women. Darby had pulled his twine and the trap was closed, with 5,000 of the good people entirely at his mercy. Princes, princesses, dukes, duchesses, earls, earlesses, and all the quality of Sleve Namon were prisoners. Not more than a dozen of the last to come escaped, and they flew back to tell the king. For an hour they raged. All the bad names ever called to mortal man were given free, but Darby said never a word. Pickpocket, sheep staler, murther and thief of a blackguard were the softest words trun at him. By and by, howsomever, as it begun to grow near to cockcrow, their talk grew a great deal civiler. Then came beggin', platin', promisin', and enthratin', but the doors of the house still stayed shut and its windows down. Purty soon Darby's old rooster, Terry, came down from his perch, yawned, and flapped his wings a few times. At that the terror and the screechin' of the good people would have melted the heart of a stone. All of a sudden a fine, clear voice rose from bayant the crowd. The king had come. The other fairies grew still, listening. "Ye murther and thief of the world," says he king grandly, "what are ye doin' wid my people?" "Keep a civil tongue in your head, Brian Connor," says Darby, sticking his head out the window, "for I'm as good a man as you any day," says Darby. At that minute Terry, the cock, flapped his wings and crowed. In a flash there sprang into full view the crowd of good people. Dukes, earls, princes, quality, and commoners with their ladies, jammed thick together about the house. Every one of them with his head thrown back bawling and crying, and tears as big as pigeon eggs rolling down his cheeks. A few feet away, on a straw pile in the barnyard, stood the king, his gold crown tilted on the side of his head, his long green cloak about him, and his rod in his hand, but thremblin' all over. In the middle of the crowd, but towering high above them all, stood Maureen Majibney in her cloak of green and gould, her purty brown hair fallen down on her shoulders, and she, the crafty villain, cryin' and bawlin' and abusin' Darby with the best of them. "What'll you have and let them go?" says the king. "First and foremost," says Darby, "take your spell off that slip of a girl there and send her into the house." In a second Maureen was standing inside the door, her both arms about Bob's neck and her head on his collarbone. What they said to each other, and what they done in the way of embrassin' and kissin' and cryin' I won't take time in telling you. "Next," says Darby, "send back Rosie and the pigs." "I expected that," says the king, and at those words they saw a black bunch coming through the air. In a few seconds Rosie and the 3 pigs walked into the stable. "Now," says Darby, "promise in the name of Udnick, 'tis by him the good people swear, never to moil nor meddle again with anyone or anything from this parish." The king was fair put out by this. "Howsomever," he said at last, "you ungrateful scoundrel, in the name of Udnick I promise." "So far, so good," says Darby, "but the worst is yet to come. Now you must release from your spell every soul you've stole from this parish, and besides, you must send me 10,000 pounds in gold." Well, the king gave a roar of anger that was heard in the next barony. "Ye high-handed, hard-hearted robber," he says, "I'll never consent," he says. "Plaise yourself," says Darby. "I see Father Cassidy comin' down the hedge," he says, "and he has a prayer for ye all in his book that'll burn ye up like wisps of straw if he ever catches ye here," says Darby. With that the roaring and bawling was pitiful to hear, and in a few minutes a bag with 10,000 gold sovereigns in it was trun at Darby's threshold, and 50 people, young and some of them old, flew over and stood beside the king. Some of them had spent years with the fairies. Their relatives thought them dead and buried. They were the lost ones from that parish. With that Darby pulled the bit of twine again, opening the trap, and it wasn't long until every fairy was gone. The green coat of the lost one was hardly out of sight when, sure enough, who should come up but Father Cassidy, his book in his hand. He looked at the 50 people who had been with the fairies standin' there, the poor crathiers, thremblin' and wonderin', and afeared to go to their homes. Darby told him what had happened. "Ye foolish man," says the priest, "you could have got out every poor prisoner that's locked in Sleve Namon, let alone those from this parish. One could have scraped with a knife the surprise off Darby's face. Would your reverence have me let out the Cockonians, the Connaught men, and the Fardowns, I ask ye?" he says hotly. "When Mrs. Maloney there goes home and finds that Tim has married the widow Hogan, ye'll say I let out too many, even of this parish, I'm thinkin'. But," says the priest, "ye might have got 10,000 pounds for each of us. If H had £10,000, what comfort would I have in being rich? Asked Darby again. To enjoy well being rich, there should be plenty of poor, says Darby. God forgive ye selfish man, says Father Cassidy. There's another racin' besides, says Darby. I never got bet the naw friendlier thratement than I had from the good people. And the divil a hair of their heads I'd hurt more than need be, he says. Some way or other the king heard of this saying, and was so mightily pleased that next night a jug of the finest potent was left at Darby's door. After that, indade, many's the winter night, when the snow lay so heavy that no neighbor was stirrin', and when Bridget and the childher were in bed, Darby sat by the fire, a noggin of hot punch in his hand, argying and getting news of the whole world. A little man, with a gould crown on his head, a green cloak on his back, and one foot thrown over the other, sat furnanced him by the hearth. Darby O'Gill and the leprechaun. The news that Darby O'Gill had spent 6 months with the good people spread fast and far and wide. At fair or hurlin or market, he would be back to be a crowd against some convenient wall, and there for hours men, women, and childher, with jaws droppin', and eyes bulgin' stand furnanced him listening to half-frightened questions, or to bold mysterious answers. Alway, though, one bit of wise adwise ended his discourage. Neither make naw moil naw meddle with the fairies, Darby'd say. If you're going along the lonely boreen at night, and you hear, from some fairy fought, a sound of fiddles, or of piping, or of sweet voices singing, or of little feet pattering in the dance, don't turn your head, but say your prayers and hood on your way. The pleasures the good people'll share with you have a saw sorrow hid in them, and the gifts they'll offer are only made to break hearts with. Things went this way till one day in the market, over among the cows, Martin Kavanagh, the schoolmaster, a cross-faced, odgifying ood man he was, contradicted Darby point blank. Stay a bit, says Martin, catching Darby by the coat collar. You forget about the little fairy cobbler, the leprechaun, he says. You can't deny that to catch the leprechaun is great luck entirely. If one only fix the glance of his eye on the cobbler, that look makes the fairy a prisoner. One can do anything with him as long as a human look covers the little lad, and he'll give the favors of 3 wishes to buy his freedom, says Martin. At that Darby, smiling high and knowledgeable, made answer over the heads of the crowd. God help your since, honest man, he says. Around the favors of them same 3 wishes is a bog of thricks and cajoleries and conditions that'll defeat the wisest. First of all, if the look be taken from the little cobbler for as much as the wink of an eye, he's gone forever, he says. Man alive, even when he does grant the favors of the 3 wishes, you're not safe, for, if you tell anyone you've seen the leprechaun, the favors melt like snow, or if you make a 4th wish that day, whiff, they turn to smoke. Take my advice, neither make naw moil naw meddle with the fairies. Through for ye, spoke up Longpether McCarthy, siding in with Darby. Didn't Bonnie McBride, on his way to early mass one May morning, catch the fairy cobbler sewing and working away under a hedge? Have a pinch of snuff, Bonnie Agra, says the leprechaun, handing up the little snuff-box. But mind ye, when my poor Bonnie bent to take a thumb and finger full, what did the little villain do but fling the box, snuff and all, into Bonnie's face? And then, whilst the poor lad was winkin' and blinkin', the leprechaun gave one leap and was lost in the reeds. Then again, there was Peggy O'Rourke, who captured him fair and square in a hawthorn bush. In spite of his wiles, she wrung from him the favors of the 3 wishes, knowing, of course, that if she told anyone of what happened to her the spell was broken, and the wishes wouldn't come through. She hurried home, aching and longing to in some way find from her husband Andy what wishes she'd make. Throwing open her door, she said, "What would you wish for most in the world, Andy dear? Tell me and your wish'll come true," says she. A peddler was crying his wares out in the lane. "Lanterns, tin lanterns," cried the peddler. "I wish I had one of them lanterns," says Andy, careless and bending over to get a coal for his pipe when, lo and behold, there was a lantern in his hand. Well, so vexed was Peggy that one of her fine wishes should be wasted on a paltry tin lantern that she lost all patience with him. "Why, thin, bad scran to you," says she, not minding her own words. "I wish the lantern was fastened to the end of your nose." The word wasn't well out of her mouth till the lantern was hung swinging from the end of Andy's nose in a way that the wit of man couldn't loosen. It took the 3rd and last of Peggy's wishes to release Andy. "Look at that now," cried a dozen voices from the admiring crowd. Darby said so from the first. Well, after a time, people used to come from miles around to see Darby, and sit under the straw stack beside the stable to adwise with our hero about their most important business. What was the best time for the settin' of hens, and what was good to cure colic in childhood, and things like that. Any man so prosecuted with admiration and hairification might easily feel his chest swell out a bit, so it's no wonder that Darby set himself up for a knowledgeable man. He took to talking slow and shut in one eye when he listened, and he walked with a knowledgeable twist to his childhoods. He grew monstrously fond of fairs and public gatherings, where people made much of him, and he lost every ounce of liking he ever had for hard work. Things went on with him in this way from bad to worse, and where it would have ended no man knows, if one unlucky morning he hadn't refused to bring in a creel of turf his wife Bridget had asked him to fetch her. The unfortunate man said it was no work for the likes of him. The last word was still on Darby's lips when he realized his mistake, and he'd have give the world to have the sayin' back again. For a minute you could have heard a pin drop. Bridget, instead of being in a hurry to begin at him, was cruel deliberate. She planted herself at the door, her two fists on her hips and her lips shut. The look Julius Saced throw at a servant girl he'd caught stealing sugar from the Ryle cupboard was the glance she waved up and down from Darby's toes to his head, and from his head to his brogues again. Then she began and talked steady as a fall of hail that has now and then a bit of lightning and thunder mixed in it. The knowledgeable man stood pertined in to brush his hat and trying to look brave, but the hot inside of him was meltin' like butter. Bridget began easily be carelessly mentioning a few of Darby's best-known weaknesses. After that she took up some of them not so well known, being ones Darby himself had serious doubts about having at all. But on these last, she was more severe than on the first. Through it all he daren't say a word, he only smiled lofty and bitter. 'Twas but natural next for Bridget to explain what a poor crasure her husband was on the day she got him, and what she might have been if she had married either one of the 6 others who had axed her. The step for her was a little one thin to the shortcomings and misfortunes of his blood relations, which she follied back to the blackguardisms of his fourth cousin, Phelim McFadden. Even in his misery poor Darby couldn't but marvel at her wonderful memory. By the time she began talking of her own family, and especially about her aunt Honoria O'Shaughnessy, who had once shook hands with a bishop, and who in the rebellion of '98 had thrown a brick at a Lord Lieutenant when he was riding by, Darby was as wilted and as forlorn-looking as a rooster caught out in the winter rain. He lost more pride in those few minutes than it had taken months to gather and hod. It kept falling in great drops from his forehead, just as Bridget was lading up to what Father Cassidy calls a peroration, that being the pot of your wife's discourse when, after telling you all that she's done for you, and all she's stood from your relations, she breaks down and cries, and so smothers you entirely. Just as she was coming to that, I say, Darby scrooged his carbine down on his head, stuck his fingers in his 2 ears, and making one grand rush through the door, bolted as fast as his legs could carry him down the road toward the Slievenamon Mountains. Bridget stood on the step looking after him too surprised for a word. With his fingers still in his ears, so that he couldn't hear her commands to turn back, he ran without stopping till he came to the willow tree near Joey Hooligan's forge. There he slowed down to fill his lungs with the fresh, sweet air. 'Twas one of those warm-hearted, laughing autumn days which steals for a while the bonnet and shawl of the May. The sun from a sky of feathery whiteness laned over, telling jokes to the world, and the gould harvest fields and purple hills, lacy and contented, laughed back at the sun. Even the blackbird flying over the hot tree looked down and sang to those below, God save all here, and the linnet from her bough answered back quick and sweet, God save you kindly, sir. With such pleasant sights and sounds and twitterings at every side, our hero didn't feel the time passing till he was on top of the first hill of the Slievenamon Mountains, which, as everyone knows, is called the Pig's Head. It wasn't quite lonesome enough on the Pig's Head, so our hero plunged into the valley and climbed the second mountain, the Divil's Pillow, where 'twas lonesome and desoted enough to shoo at anyone. Beneath the shade of a tree, for the days was warm, he sat himself down in the long, sweet grass, lit his pipe, and let his mind go free. But as he did, his thoughts rose together, like a flock of frightened, angry pheasants, and whirred back to the audacious things Bridget had said about his relations. Wasn't she the mendacious, umbrageous woman, he thought, to say such things about as elegant stock as the O'Gills and the O'Gradys? Why, Willum O'Gill, Darby's uncle, at that minute was head butler at Castle Brophy, and was known far and wide as being one of the finest scholars and as having the most beautiful pair of legs in all Ireland. This same Willum O'Gill had told Bridget in Darby's own hearing, on a day when the 3 were going through the great picture gallery at Castle Brophy, that the O'Gills at one time had been kings in Ireland. Darby never since could remember whether this time was before the flood or after the flood. Bridget said it was during the flood, but surely that sayin' was nonsense. Howsomever, Darby knew his Uncle Wallum was right, for he often felt in himself the signs of greatness. And now, as he sat alone on the grass, he said out loud, "If I had me rights, I'd be doing nothing all day long but sittin' on a throne, and playin' games of 45 with me Lord Lieutenant and some of me generals. There never was a lord that liked good eating or drinking better nor I, or who hates worse to get up early in the morning. That last dislike, I'm told, is a great sign entirely of gentle blood the world over," says he. As for his wife's people, the O'Hagans and the O'Shaughnesses, well, they were no great shakes, he said to himself, at last so far as looks were concerned. All the handsomeness in Darby's childhood came from his own side of the family. Even Father Cassidy said the childhood took after the O'Gills. "If I were rich," says Darby to a lazy bumblebee who was droning and tumbling in front of him, "I'd have a castle like Castle Brophy, with a great picture gallery in it. On one wall I'd put the pictures of the O'Gills and the O'Gradys, and on the wall furninst them I'd have the O'Hagans and the O'Shaughnesses." At that idea his heart bubbled in a new and fierce delight. "Bridget's people," he says again, scowling at the bee, "would look 4 times as common as they really are, when they were compared in that way with my own relations. And whenever Bridget got rampageous, I'd take her in and show her the difference betwixt the 2 clans, just to punish her, so I would." How long the lad sat that way warming the cowled thoughts of his heart with drowsy pleasant dreams and misty longings he don't rightly know, when, tack, 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 came the busy sound of a little hammer from the other side of a fallen oak. "Be jingo," he says to himself with a start, "'tis the leprechaun that's in it." In a second he was on his hands and knees, the tails of his coat flung across his back, and he crawling softly toward the sound of the hammer. Quiet as a mouse, he lifted himself up on the mossy log to look over, and there, before his 2 popping eyes, was a sight of wonderation. Sitting on a white stone and working away like fury, hammering pegs into a little red shoe, half the size of your thumb, was a bald-headed cobbler of about twice the height of your hand. On the top of a round snub nose was perched a pair of horn-rimmed spectacles, and a narrow fringe of iron-gray whiskers grew under his stubby chin. The brown leather apron he wore was so long that it covered his green knee breeches and almost hid the knitted gray stockings. The leprechaun, for it was he indeed, as he worked, mumbled and muttered in great discontent. "Oh, haven't I the hard luck," he said. "I'll never have them done in time for her to dance in tonight. So, then, I'll be kilt entirely," says he. "Was there ever another one of the fairies as wearing on shoes and brogues and dancing slippers? Haven't I the—" Looking up, he saw Darby. "The top of the day to you, dacent man," says the cobbler, jumping up. Giving a sharp cry, he pinted quick at Darby's stomach. "But wurra, what's that woolly ugly thing you have crawlin' and creepin' on your waistcoat?" he said, pertending to be all excited. "Sorra thing on my waistcoat," answered Darby, cool as ice, "or anywhere else that'll make me take my 2 bright eyes off you, not for a second," says he. Well, will you look at that now?" laughed the cobbler. "Mark how quick and handy he took me up. Will you have a pinch of snuff, clever man?" he axed, hooding up the little box. "Is it the same snuff you gave Bonnie McBride a while ago?" axed Darby, sarcastic. "Lave off your foolishness," says our hero, growing fierce, "and grant me at once the favors of the 3 wishes, or I'll have you smoking like a herring in my own chimney before nightfall," says he. At that the leprechaun, seeing he but wasted time on so knowledgeable a man as Darby O'Gill, surrendered and granted the favors of the 3 wishes. "What is it you ask?" says the cobbler, himself turning on a sudden very sour and sullen. "First and foremost," says Darby, "I want a home of my ancestors, and it must be a castle like Castle Brophy, with pictures of my kith and kin on the wall, and then facing them pictures of my wife Bridget's kith and kin on the other wall." "That favor I give you, that wish I grant ye," says the fairy, making the shape of a castle on the ground with his awl. "What next?" he grunted. "I want gould enough for me and my generations to enjoy in grandeur the place forever." "Always the gould," sneered the little man, bending to draw with his awl on the turf the shape of a purse. "Now for your 3rd and last wish. Have a care. I want the castle set on this hill, the Divil's Pillow, where we 2 stand," says Darby. Then sweeping with his arm, he says, "I want the land about to be my demesne." The leprechaun struck his awl on the ground. "That wish I give you, that wish I grant you," he says. With that he straightened himself up and, grinning most aggravatin' the while, he looked Darby over from top to toe. "You're a foine knowledgeable man, but have a care of the fourth wish," says he. Because there was more of a challenge than friendly warning in what the small lad said, Darby snapped his fingers at him and cried, "Have no fear, little man. If I got all Ireland ground for making a fourth wish, however small, before midnight, I'd not make it. I'm going home now to fetch Bridget and the child her, and the only fear or uneasiness I have is that you'll not keep your word, so as to have the castle here ready before us when I come back." "Oh ho! I'm not to be thrusted, amn't I?" screeched the little lad, flaring into a blazing passion. He jumped upon the log that was betwixt them, and with one fist behind his back, shook the other at Darby. "You ignorant, auspicious-minded blackguard," says he. "How dare the likes of you say the likes of that to the likes of me?" cried the cobbler. "I'd have you to know," he says, "that I had a reputation for truth and veracity equal, if not superior to the best, before you were born." He shouted, "I'll take no high talk from a man that's afraid to give words to his own wife when she's in a tantrum," says the leprechaun. "It's aisy to know you're not a married man," says Darby, mighty scornful. "Becase if you—" The lad stopped short, forgetting what he was going to say in his surprise and agitation, for the far side of the mountain was waving up and down before his eyes like a great green blanket that is being shook by two women, while at the same time high spots of turf on the hillside toppled sidewise to level themselves up with the low places. The enchantment had already begun to make things ready for the castle. A dozen foine threes that stood in a little groove bent their heads quickly together, and thin by some invisible hand they were plucked up by the roots and dropped aside, much the same as a man might grasp a handful of weeds and fling them from his garden. The ground under the knowledgeable man's feet began to rumble and heave. He waited for no more. With a cry that was half of gladness and half of fear, he turned on his heel and started on a run down into the wally, leaving the little cobbler standing on the log, shouting abuse after him and ballyragging him as he ran. So excited was Darby that, going up the Pig's Head, he was nearly run over by a crowd of great brown building stones which were moving down slow and oddly like a flock of driven sheep, but they moved without so much as bruising a blade of grass or bending a twig as they came. Only once, and that at the top of the Pig's Head, he threw a look back. The Divil's Pillow was in a great commotion. A whirlwind was sweeping over it, whether of dust or of mist he couldn't tell. After this, Darby never looked back again, or to the right or the left of him, but kept straight on till he found himself, panting and puffing, at his own kitchen door. 'Twas 10 minutes before he could spake, but at last, when he told Bridget to make ready herself and the child her to go up to the Divil's Pillow with him, for once in her life that remarkable woman, without axing, how comes it so? "What reason have you, or why should I do it?" set to work washing the child his faces. Maybe she dabbed a little more soap in their eyes than was needful, for 'twas a habit she had, though this time, if she did, not a whimper broke from the little heroes. For the matter of that, not one word, good, bad, or indifferent, did herself spake till the whole family were trudging down the lane 2 by 2, marching like sojers. As they came near the first hill, along its sides, the evening twilight turned from purple to brown, and at the top of the Pig's Head the darkness of a black night swooped suddenly down on them. Darby hurried on a step or two ahead, and resting his hand upon the large rock that crowns the hill, looked anxiously over to the Divil's Pillow. Although he was ready for something foine, yet the greatness of the foineness that met his gaze knocked the breath out of him. Across the deep wally, and on top of the second mountain, he saw lined against the evening sky the roof of an immense castle, with towers and parapets and battlements. Under the towers 1,000 sullen windows glowed red in the black walls. Castle Bruffy couldn't hood a candle to it. "Behold," says Darby, flinging out his arms and turning to his wife, who had just come up, "behold the castle of my ancestors, who were my forefathers." "How," says Bridget, quick and scornful, "how could your aunt's sisters be your forefathers?" What Darby was going to say to her he don't just remember, for at that instant, from the right-hand side of the mountain, came a cracking of whips, a rattling of wheels, and the rush of horses, and, lo and behold, a great dark coach with flashing lamps and drawn by 4 coal-black horses dashed up the hill and stopped beside them. 2 shadowy men were on the driver's box. "Is this Lord Darby O'Gill?" asked one of them in a deep, muffled voice. Before Darby could reply, Bridget took the words out of his mouth. "It is," she cried in a kind of a half-cheer, "and Lady O'Gill and the child her." "Then hurry up," says the coachman, "your supper's gettin' cowled." Without waiting for anyone, Bridget flung open the carriage door, and pushing Darby aside, jumped in among the cushions. Darby, his heart sizzling with vexation at her audaciousness, lifted in one after another the child her, and then got in himself. He couldn't understand at all the change in his wife, for she had always been the odholiest, modestest woman in the parish. Well, he'd no sooner shut the door than crack went the whip, the horses gave a spring, the carriage jumped, and down the hill they went. For fastness there was never another carriage ride like that before nor since. Darby hilt tight with both hands to the window, his face pressed against the glass. He couldn't tell whether the horses were only flying, or whether the coach was falling down the hill into the wally. By the hollow feeling in his stomach, he thought they were falling. He was striving to think of some prayers when there came a terrible jolt, which sent his 2 heels against the roof, and his head betwixt the cushions. As he righted himself, the wheels began to grate on a gravelled road, and plainly they were dashing up the side of the second mountain. Even so, they couldn't have gone far when the carriage d'etre, up in a flurry, and he saw through the gloom a high iron gate being slowly opened. "Pass on," said a voice from somewhere in the shadows. "Their supper's getting cowled." As they flew under the great archway, Darby had a glimpse of the thing which had opened the gate, and had said their supper was getting cowled. It was standing on its hind legs. In the darkness he couldn't be quite sure as to its shape, but it was either a bear or a loin. His mind was in a ponder about this when, with a swirl and a bump, the carriage stopped another time, and now it stood before a broad flight of stone steps which led up to the main door of the castle. Darby, half afraid, peering out through the darkness, saw a square of light high above him which came from the open hall door. 3 servants in livery stood waiting on the threshold. Make haste," says one in a doleful voice, "their supper's gettin' cowled." Hearing these words, Bridget immediately bounced out and was halfway up the steps before Darby could catch her and hood her till the child had came on. "I never in all my life saw her so audacious," he says, half crying and linking her arm to keep her back, and thin, with the child have following, 2 by 2, according to size, the whole family paraded up the steps till Darby, with a gasp of delight, stopped on the threshold of a splendid hall. From a high ceiling hung great flags from every nation and domination, which swung and swayed in the dazzling light. 2 lines of men and maid servants, dressed in silks and satins and brocades, stood facing each other, bowing and smiling and waving their hands in welcome. The 2 lines stretched down to the gold stairway at the far end of the hall. For half of 1 minute, Darby, every eye in his head as big as a teacup, stood hesitating. Then he said, "Why should it flut the me? Arrah, ain't it all mine? Aren't all these people in me pay? I'll engage it's a pretty penny all this grandeur is costing me to keep up this minute." He drew out his chest. "Come on, Bridget," he says, "let's go into the home of my ancestors." However, scarcely had he stepped into the beautiful place, when 2 pipers with their pipes, 2 fiddlers with their fiddles, 2 flute players with their flutes, and they dressed in scarlet and gold, stepped out in front of him, and thus to melodious music the family proudly marched down the hall, climbed up the golden stairway at its end, and then turned to enter the biggest room Darby had ever seen. Something in his soul whispered that this was the picture gallery. "Be the powers of Pewther," says the knowledgeable man to himself, "I wouldn't be in Bridget's place this minute for a hatful of money. Wait, oh just wait, till she has to compare her own relations with my own foine people. I know how she'll feel, but I wonder what she'll say," he says. The thought that all the unjust things, all the unreasonable things Bridget had said about his kith and kin, were just going to be disproved and turned against herself made him proud and almost happy. But were us through? He should have remembered his own adwise not to make naw moil naw meddle with the fairies, for here he was to get the first hard welt from the little leprechaun. It was the picture gallery sure enough, but how terribly different everything was from what the poor lad expected. There on the left wall, grand and noble, shone the pictures of Bridget's people. Of all the well-dressed, handsome, proud-appearing persons in the whole world, the O'Hagans and the O'Shaughnesses would compare with the best. This was a hard enough crack, though a crushing knock was to come. Furninst them, on the right wall, glowered the O'Gills and the O'Gradys, and of all the ragged, sheep-stealing, hangdog-looking villains one ever saw, in jail or out of jail, it was Darby's kindred. The place of honor on the right wall was given to Darby's fourth cousin, Phelim McFadden, and he was painted with a pair of handcuffs on him. Willem O'Gill had a squint in his right eye, and his thin legs bowed like hoops on a barrel. If you have ever at night been groping your way through a dark room and got a sudden hard bump on the forehead from the edge of the door, you can understand the feelings of the knowledgeable man. "Take that picture out," he said hoarsely, as soon as he could speak. "And will someone kindly introduce me to the man who made it? Because," he says, "I intend to take his life. There was never a cross-eyed O'Gill since the world began," says he. Think of his horror and surprise when he saw the left eye of Wallum O'Gill twist itself slowly over toward his nose and squint worse than the right eye. Pretending not to see this, and hoping no one else did, Darby fiercely led the way over to the other wall. Fronting him stood the handsome picture of Honoria O'Shaughnessy, and she dressed in a shuet of tin clothes, like the knights of Ud used to wear, armor I think they calls it. She hilt a spear in her hand with a little flag on the blade, and her smile was proud and high. "Take that likeness out too," says Darby, very spiteful. "That's not a dacent shuet of clothes for any woman to wear." The next minute you might have knocked him down with a feather, for the picture of Honoria O'Shaughnessy opened its mouth and stuck out its tongue at him. "The supper's getting cowled, the supper's getting cowled," someone cried at the other end of the picture gallery. Two big doors were swung open, and glad enough was our poor hero to follow the musicianers down to the room where the eating and drinking were to be transacted. This was a little room with lots of looking-glasses, and it was bright with 1,000 candles, and white with the shiningest marble. On the table was biled beef and radishes and carrots and roast mutton, and all kinds of important eating and drinking. Beside these stood fruits and sweets and, but sure what is the use in talkin'? A high-backed chair stood ready for each of the family, and 'twas a lovely sight to see them all when they were sitting there, Darby at the head, Bridget at the foot, the child, the poor little patriarchs, sitting bolt upright on each side, with a bewigged and befrilled serving man standing haughty behind every chair. The eating and drinkin' would have begun at once. In troth, there was already a bit of biled beef on Darby's plate, only that he spied a little silver bell beside him. Sure, 'twas one like those the quality keep to ring when they want more hot water for their punch, but it puzzled the knowledgeable man, and 'twas the beginning of his misfortune. "I wonder," he thought, "if 'tis here for the same racin' as the bell is at the Curragh races. Do they ring this one so that all at the table will start eating and drinking fair, and no one will have the advantage? Or is it," he says to himself again, "to ring when the head of the house thinks everyone has had enough? Haven't the quality queer ways? I'll be a long time learning them," he says. He sat silent and puzzling and staring at the biled beef on his plate, afeard to start in without ringing the bell, and dreading to risk ringing it. The grand servants towered cowardly on every side, their chins tilted, but they kept throwing over their childish glances so scornful and haughty that Darby shivered at the thought of showing any uncultivation. While our hero sat thus in uneasy contemplation and smouldering mortification and flurried hesitation, a powdered head was poked over his shoulder, and a soft, beguiling voice said, "Is there anything else you'd wish for?" The foolish lad twisted in his chair, opened his mouth to spake, and gave a look at the bell. Shame rushed to his cheeks. He picked up a bit of the biled beef on his fork, and to conceal his turpitation gave the misfortunate answer, "I'd wish for a pinch of salt, if you plaze," says he. 'Twas no sooner said than came the crash. Oh, thunderation and murderation, what a roaring crash it was. The lights winked out together at a breath, and left a pitchy, throbbing darkness. Overhead and to the sides was a roaring, smashing, crunching noise, like the ocean's madness when the wintry storm breaks again the Kerry Shaw, and in that roar was mingled the tearing, and the splitting of the walls and the falling of the chimneys. But through all this confusion could be heard the shrill laughing voice of the leprechaun. The clever man met his fourth grand wish. It howled. Darby, 1,000 wild voices screaming and mocking above him, was on his back, kicking and squirming and striving to get up, but some load hilt him down and something bound his eyes shut. "Are you kilt, Bridget Thaw?" he cried. "Where are the child, he says. Instead of answer, there suddenly flashed a fierce and angry silence, and its quickness frightened the lad more than all the wild confusion before. 'Twas a full minute before he dared to open his eyes to face the horrors which he felt were standing about him, but when courage enough to look came, all he saw was the night-covered mountain, a purple sky, and a thin new moon, with one trembling gold star a hand's space above its bosom. Darby struggled to his feet. Not a stone of the castle was left, not a sod of turf, but what was in its old place? Every sign of the little cobbler's work had melted like April snow. The very trees Darby had seen pulled up by the roots that same afternoon now stood a waving blur below the new moon, and a nightingale was singing in their branches. A cricket chirped lonesomely on the same fallen log which had hidden the leprechaun. "Bridget, Bridget?" Darby called again and again. Only a sleepy owl on a distant hill answered. A shivering thought jumped into the boy's bewildered soul. Maybe the leprechaun had stolen Bridget and the child. The poor man turned, and for the last time darted down into the night-filled wully. Not a pool in the road he waited to go around, not a ditch in his path he didn't leap over, but ran as he never ran before, till he reached his own front door. His heart stood still as he peeped through the window. There were the childha croupled around Bridget, who sat with the youngest asleep in her lap before the fire, rocking back and forth, and she crooning a happy, contented baby song. Tears of gladness crept into Darby's eyes as he looked in upon her. God bless her, he says to himself. She's the flower of the O'Hagans and the O'Shaughnesses, and she's a proud feather in the caps of the O'Gills and the O'Gradys. 'Twas well he had this happy thought to cheer him as he lifted the door latch, for the mainest of all the little cobbler's spiteful thricks waited in the house to meet Darby. Neither Bridget nor the childha remembered a single thing of all that had happened to them during the day. They were willing to make their happydavits that they had been no farther than their own petati patch since morning. The fairies up the airy mountain, down the rushy glen, we daren't go hunting for fear of little men. Wee folk, good folk, trooping all together, green jacket, red cap, and white owl's feather. They stole little Bridget for 7 years long. When she came down again, her friends were all gone. They took her lightly back between the day and morrow. They thought that she was fast asleep, but she was dead with sorrow. Forward this history sets forth the only true account of the adventures of a daring Tipperary man named Darby O'Gill among the fairies of Slieve Namon. These adventures were first related to me by Mr. Jerry Murtaugh, a reliable car driver who goes between Kilkenny and Ballinderg. He is a first cousin of Darby O'Gill's own mother. Darby O'Gill and the Good People, how the fairies came to Ireland, the most lonesome bridle path in all Ireland, leads from Tom Healy's cottage down the sides of the hills, along the edge of the valley, till it reaches the high road that skirts the great mountain, Slieve Namon. One blustering, uneasy night, Father Cassidy, on his way home from a sick call, rode over that same path. It wasn't strange that the priest, as his hoss ambled along, should be thinking of that other night in Darby O'Gill's kitchen, the night when he met with the Good People, for there, off to the left, towered and threatened Slieve Namon, the home of the fairies. The dismal Ud mountain glowered toward his reverence, its dark look saying, plain as spoken words, "How dare ye come here? How dare ye?" "I wonder," says Father Cassidy to himself, looking up at the black hill, "if the good people are fallen angels, as some do be saying. Why were they banished from heaven? It must have been a great sin entirely they committed, at any rate, for at the same time they were banished, the power to make a prayer was taken from them. That's why to say a pious word to a fairy is like throwing scalding water on him. 'Tis a hard penance that's put on the poor crashiers. I wished I knew what 'twas for," he says. He was going on pondering in that way, while Tara was picking his steps, novice, among the stones of the road, when suddenly a frowning, ugly rock seemed to jump up and stand furninst them at a turn of the path. Tara shied at it, stumbled wild, and then the most aggravating of all bothersome things happened. The hoss cast a shoe and went stone lame. In a second the priest had leaped to the ground and picked up the hoss-shoe. Wurra, says he, lifting the lame foot. "Why did you do it, Elena? 'Tis 5 miles to a smith and 7 miles to your own warm stable." The hoss, for answer, reached down and touched with his soft nose the priest's cheek, but the good man looked reproachful into the big brown eyes that turned sorrowful to his own. With the shoe in his hand, the priest was standing fretting and helpless on the lonesome hillside, wondering what he'd do at all, when a sudden voice spoke up from somewhere near Tara's knees. "The top of the Avenue to your reverence," it said. "I'm sorry for your bad luck," says the voice. Looking down, Father Cassidy saw a little cloaked figure and caught the glint of a gold crown. 'Twas Brian Connors, the king of the fairies himself, that was in it. His words had so friendly a ring in them that the clergyman smiled in answering. "Why, then, good fortune to you, King Brian Connors," says the good man, "and save you kindly." "What wind brought you here?" he says. The king spoke back free and pleasant. "The boys told me you were coming down the mountainy way, and I came up just in time to see your misfortune. I've sent for Sean Rue, our own farrier. There's no better in Ireland. He'll be here in a minute, so don't worry," says the king. The priest came so near saying, "God bless ye," that the king's hair riz on his head. But Father Cassidy stopped in the nick of time, changed his course, and steered as near a blessing as he could without hurting the master of the good people. "Well, may you never hear of Throuble," he says, "till you're wanted to its wake," says he. "There's no Throuble tonight at any rate," says the king, "for while Sean is fixing the baste we'll sit in the shelter of that rock yonder, that we'll light our pipes and divot our minds with pleasant discussion and wise conversation." While the king spoke, 2 green-cloaked little men were making a fire for the smith out of twigs. So quick did they work, that by the time the priest and the fairy man could walk over to the stone and sit themselves in the shelter, 1,000 gould sparks were dancing in the wind, and the glimmer of a foin blaze fought with the darkness. Almost as soon, clear and purty, rang the cheerful sound of an anvil, and through the swaying shadows, a dozen busy little figures were working about the hoss. Some wore leather aprons and hilt up the hosses, hoof whilst Sean fitted the red-hot shoe. Others blew the bellows or piled fresh sticks on the fire. All joking, laughing, singing, or thrickin'. One couldn't tell whether 'twas playing or workin' they were. After lighting their pipes and paying each other an armful of complaints, the master of Sleeve Namon and the clergyman began a serious discourse about the delights of fox hunting, which led to the consideration of the wonderful wisdom of racing horses and the disgraceful deterioration of the Skibbebeg hounds. Father Cassidy related how when Ned Blaze's steeplechasing horse had been entered for the Connemara Cup, and found out at the last minute that Ned feared to lay a bet on him, the horse felt himself so stabbed to the heart with shame by his master's distrust, that he threw his jockey, jumped the wall, and, head in the air, galloped home. The king then told how at a great hunting meet, when 3 magistrates and 2 head excises officers were in the chase, that thief of the world, Lateran Raymamba, the chief hound of the Skibbebeg pack, instead of following the fox, led the whole hunt up over the mountain to Patrick McCaffrey's private still. The entire countryside were dhry for fortnight after. Their talk in that way drifted from one pleasant subject to another, till Father Cassidy, the sly man, says aisy and careless, "I've been told," says he, "that before the good people were banished from heaven yez were all angels." He says. The king blew a long thin cloud from betwixt his lips, felt his whiskers thoughtful for a minute, and said, "No," he says, "we were not exactly what you might call angels. A rail angel is taller nor your chapel." "Will you tell me what they are like?" asked Father Cassidy, very curious. "I'll give you an itty-bitty comparison what they are like," the king says. "They're not like a chapel, and they're not like a three, and they're not like the ocean," says he. "They're different from a goint, a great deal different, and they're dissembler to an eagle. In fact, you'd not mistake one of them for anything you'd ever seen before in your whole life. Now you have a purty good idea what they are like," says he. "While I think of it," says the fairy man, a vexed frown wrinkling over his forehead, "there's 3 young bachelors in your own parish that have a foolish habit of callin' their colleens angels when they's not the last likeness, not the last. If I were you, I'd preach agin it," says he. "Oh, I dunno about that," says Father Cassidy, fitting a live coal on his pipe. "The crashiers must say thim things. If a young bachelor only talks sensible to a sensible colleen, he has a good chance to stay a bachelor. And thin agin, a gossoon who'll talk to his sweetheart about the size of the petite crupple maybe better when they're both married. But this has nothing to do with your historical observations. Go on, king," he says. "Well, I hate foolishness wherever it is," says the fairy. "Howsomever, as I was saying, up there in heaven they called us the little people," he says. "Millions of us flocked together, and I was the king of them all. We were happy with one another as birds of the same nest, till the ruction came on betwixt the black and the white angels. How it all started I never rightly knew, nor wouldn't ask for fear of getting implicated. I bade all the little people keep to themselves thin, because we had plenty of friends in both parties, and wanted throuble with neither of them. I knew Udnick well, a civila, pleasant-spoken soul you couldn't wish to meet, a little too sweet in his ways, maybe. He gave 1,000 favors and civilities to my subjects, and now that he's down, the devil a word I'll say agin him." "I'm agin him," says Father Cassidy, looking very stern. "I'm agin him and all his pumps and works. I'll go bail that in the end he hurt yez more than he helped yez. Only one thing I blame him for," says the king. "He seduced from the little people my comrade and best friend, one Thaddeus Flynn be name, and the way that it was this. Thaddeus was a warm-hearted little man, but monstrous high-spirited as well as quick-tempered. I can shut me eyes now, and in me mind see him thripping along, his head bent, his pipe in his mouth, his hands behind his back. He never wore a waistcoat, but kept always his green body-coat buttoned. A tall carbine was set on the back of his head, with a sprig of green shamrock in the band. There was a thin rim of black whiskers under his chin. Father Cassidy, lifting both hands in wonder, said, "If I hadn't baptized him and buried his good father before him, I'd swear 'twas Michael Pether McGilligan of this parish you were describin'," says he. "The McGilligans ain't dacent enough, nor rayfined enough, nor proud enough to be fairies," says the king, waving his pipe scornful. but to resume and to continue, he says. Thaddeus and I used to frequent a place they called the battlements or parapets, which was a great gould wall about the edge of heaven, and which had wide steps down on the outside face, where one could sit, pleasant avenings, and hang his feet over, or where one stand before going to take a fly in the fresh air for himself. Well, Agra, the night before the great battle, Thady and I were sitting on the lowest step, looking down into league upon league of nothing, and talking about the world, which was 60,000 miles below, and hell, which was 20,000 miles below that agon, when who should come blustering over us, his black wings hiding the sky, and a long streak of lightning for a spear in his fist, but Udnik. Brian Connors, how long are you going to be downtrodden and traduced and looked down upon, you and your subjects, says he. Fakes thin, who's doing that to us, asks Thady, standing up and growing excited. Why, says Udnik, were you made little pygmies to be the laugh and the scorn and the muck of the whole world? He says, very mad, why weren't you made into angels like the rest of us? He says. Musha, cries Thady, I never thought of that. Are you a man or a mouse? Will you fight for your rights, says Satin. If so, come with me and be one of us, for we'll bait them black and blue tomorrow, he says. Thady needed no second axing. I'll go with ye, Satin, me dacent man, cried he. Wurra, to think of how downtrodden we are. And with one spring Thady was on Udnik's shoulders, and the two flew away like a hummingbird riding on the back of an eagle. Take care of yourself, Brian, says Thady, and come over to see the fight. I'm to be in it, and I extend you the invitation, he says. In the morning the battle opened. One line of black angels stretched clear across heaven, and faced another line of white angels, with a wally between. Everyone had a spaking trumpet in his hand, like you see in the pictures, and they called each other hard names across the wally. As the white angels couldn't swear or use bad language, Udnik's army had at first in that way a great advantage, but when it came to hurling hills and shying thunderbolts at each other, the black angels were bait from the first. Poor little Thaddeus Flynn stood amongst his own, in the dust and the crash and the raw, brave as a lion. He couldn't hurl mountains, nor was he much at flinging lightning bolts, but at calling hard names he was aquil to the best. I saw him take off his coat, throw it on the ground, and shake his pipe at a tremendous angel. You audacious villain, he cried, I dare you to come halfway over, he says. My, oh my, when the armies met together in the rail handy grips, it must have been an Elijant sight, says Father Cassidy. 'Tis a wonder you kept out of it, says he. I always believed, says the king, that if he can help it, no one should fight when he's sure to get hurted, unless it's his duty to fight. To fight for the mere spot of it when a throuncin is sartin, is wasting your time and hurtin' your reputation. I know there's plenty thinks different, he says, peanting his pipe. I may be wrong, and I won't argufy the matter. 'Twould have been better for myself that day if I had acted on the other principle. Howsomever, be the time that everybody was sidestepping mountains and dodging thunderbolts, I says to myself, says I, this is no place for you or the likes of you. So I took all me own people out to the battlements and hid them out of the way on the lowest steps. We'd no sooner got placed when, whish, a black angel shot through the air over our heads and began falling down, down, and down, till he was out of sight. Then a score of his friends came tumbling over the battlements. Immediately hundreds of others came whirling, and pretty soon it was raining black wings down into the gulf. In the midst of the turmoil, who should come jumping down to me, all out of breath, but Thady. It's all over, Brian. We're bait scandalous, he says, swinging his arms for a spring and balancing himself up and down on the edge of the steps. Maybe you wouldn't think it of me, Brian Connors, but I'm a fallen angel, says he. Wait a bit, Thaddeus Flynn, says I. Don't jump, I says. I must jump, he says, or I'll be trun, says he. The next thing I knew he was swirling and dotting and shooting a mile below me. And I know, says the king, wiping his eyes with his cloak, that when the day of judgment comes, I'll have at last one friend waiting for me below to show me the coolest spots and the pleasant places. The next minute up came the white army with prisoners, angels, black and white, who had taken no side in the battle, but had stood apart like ourselves. A man, says the angel Gabriel, who for fear of his skin won't stand for the right when the right is in danger, may not dissolve hell, but he's not fit for heaven. Fill up the stars with these cowards and throw the lavins into the sea, he ordered. With that, he swung a lad in the air, and gave him a fling that sent him 10 miles out into the sky. Every other good angel followed it, and I watched thousands go, till they faded like a stretch of black smoke 100 miles below. The angel Gabriel turned and saw me, and I must confess I shivered. Well, King Brian Connors, says he, I hope you see that there's such a thing as being too wise and too cute and too ticklish of yourself. I can't send you to the stars, because they are fun, and I won't send you to the bottomless pit so long as I can help it. I'll send yez and down to the world. We're going to put human beings on it purty soon, though they're going to turn out to be blackguards, and at last we'll have to burn the place up. After that, if you're still there, you and yours must go to perdition, for it's the only place left for you. You're too hard on the little man, says the angel Michael, coming up. St. Michael was ever the outspoken, friendly person. Sure, what harm, or what hurt, or what good could he have done us? And can you blame the poor little Crashios for not interfering? Maybe I was too harsh, says the angel Gabriel, but being saints, when we say a thing we must stick to it. Howsoever, I'll let him settle in any part of the world he likes, and I'll send there the kind of human beings he'd wish most for. Now, give your Adha, he says to me, taking out his book and pencil, and I'll make for you the kind of people you'd like to live among. Well, says I, I'd like the men honest and brave, and the women good. Very well, he says, writing it down, I've got that, go on. And I'd like them fun of jollity and sport, fond of racing and singing and hunting and fighting, and all such innocent devotions. You'll have no complaint about that, says he. And says I, I'd like them poor and persecuted, because when a man gets rich, there's no more fun in him. Yes, I'll fix that. Through for you, says the angel Gabriel, writing. And I don't want them to be Christians, says I, make them heathens or pagans, for Christians are too much worried about the day of judgment. Stop there, say no more, says the saint, if I make as fine a race of people as that I won't send them to hell to plaise you, Brian Connors. At last, says I, make them Jews. If I made them Jews, he says, slowly screwing up one eye to think, how could you keep them poor? No, no, he said, shutting up the book, go your ways, you have enough. I clapped me hands and all the little people stood up and bent over the edge, their fingers pointed like swimmers going to dive. 1, 2, 3, I shouted, and with that, we took the leap. We were 2 years and 26 days falling before we reached the world. On the morning of the next day, we began our search for a place to live. We traveled from north to south and from east to west. Some grew tired and dropped off in Spain, some in France, and others again in different parts of the world. But the most of us traveled ever and ever till we came to a lovely island that glimmered and laughed and sparkled in the middle of the sea. We'll stop here, I says, we needn't search farther, and we needn't go back to Italy or Switzerland, for of all places on the earth, this island is the nearest like heaven, and in it the County Clare and the County Tipperary are the prettiest spots of all. So we hollowed out the great mountain Slievenamon for our home, and there we are till this day. The king stopped a while and sat hooding his chin in his hands. That's the through story, he says, sighing pitiful. We took sides with nobody, we minded our own business, and we got turn out for it, says he. So invested was Father Cassidy in the talk of the king, that the singing and hammering had died out without his knowing, and he hadn't noticed at all how the darkness had thickened in the valley, and how the stillness had spread over the hillside. But now, when the chief of the fairies stopped, the good man, half frightened at the silence, jumped to his feet and turned to look for his hoss. Beyond the dull glow of the dying fire, a crowd of little people stood waiting, patient and quiet, hooding Tara, who champed restless at his bit, and bait impatient with his hoof on the hard ground. As the priest looked toward them, 2 of the little men wearing leather aprons moved out from the others, leading the baste slow and careful over to where the good man stood beside the rock. You've done me a favor this night, says the clergyman, gripping with his bridle hand the hoss's mane, and all I have to pay it back with to only harry you, and make you uncomfortable, so I'll not say the words, he says. No favor at all, says the king, but before an hour they'll be lying on your own threshold a favor in the shape of a bit of as fine bacon as ever loft happy in the middle of biling turnips. We borrowed it last night from a magistrate named Blake, who lives up in the county Wexford, he says. The clergyman had swung himself into the saddle. I'd be loath to say anything disrespectful, he says quick, ought to hurt sensitive feelings, but on account of my soul's sake I couldn't ate anything that was come by dishonest, he says. Bother and botheration, look at that now, says the king. Every trade has its drawbacks, but I never realized before the hardship of being a parish priest. Can't we manage it some way? Couldn't I put it some place where you might find it, or give it to a friend who'd send it to you? Stop a minute, says Father Cassidy. Up at Tim Healy's I think there's more hunger than sickness, more need for petities than for physic. Now, if you sent that same bit of bacon— Oh ho, says the king with a dhry cough, the Healys have no souls to save, the same as parish priests have. I'm a poor, wake, miserable sinner, says the priest, hanging his head. I fall at the first temptation. Don't send it, says he. Since you forbid me, I'll send it, says the king, chuckling. I'll not be ruled by you. Tomorrow the healers'll have 5 tinder-hearted heads of cabbage, mackin' love in a pot to the finest bit of bacon in Tipperary. That is, unless you do your duty and ride back to warn them. Remember their poor souls, says he. And don't forget your own, he says. The priest sat uneasy in the saddle. I'll put all the responsibility on Tara, he says. The baste has no soul to lose. I'll just drop the reins on his neck. If he turns and goes back to Healy's, I'll warn them. If he goes home, let it be on his own conscience. He dropped the reins, and the dishonest baste started for home immediately. But after a few steps, Father Cassidy Dietra up and turned in the saddle. Not a soul was in sight. There was only the lonely road and the lonesome hillside. The last glimmer of the fairy fire was gone, and a curtain of soft blackness had fallen betwixt him and where the blaze had been. I bid you good night, Brian Connors, the priest cried. From somewhere out of the darkness a voice called back to him, Good night, your reverence. Imprint this ebook is the product of many hours of hard work by volunteers for Standard eBooks, and builds on the hard work of other literature lovers made possible by the public domain. This particular ebook is based on a transcription from Wikisource and on digital scans from the Internet Archive. The source text and artwork in this ebook are believed to be in the United States public domain. That is, they are believed to be free of copyright restrictions in the United States. They may still be copyrighted in other countries, so users located outside of the United States must check their local laws before using this ebook. The creators of, and contributors to, this ebook dedicate their contributions to the worldwide public domain via the terms in the CC 01.0 Universal Public Domain dedication. For full license information, see the uncopyright at the end of this ebook. Standard eBooks is a volunteer-driven project that produces ebook editions of public domain literature using modern typography, technology, and editorial standards, and distributes them free of cost. You can download this and other ebooks carefully produced for true book lovers at Standard Books.org. The Adventures of King Brian Connors, I the King and the Omidhan. Did your honor ever hear how Anthony Sullivan's goat came to join the fairies? Well, it's a queer story and a wandering, quarrelsome story, as a tale about a goat is sure to be. Howsomever, in the home of the good people, which, as you know, is the hollow heart of the great mountain Slieve Narmon, Anthony Sullivan's goat lives and prospers to this day, a pet and a hero among the fairies. And this is the way it came about. All the world knows how for months Darby O'Gill and his purty sister-in-law, Maureen McGibney, were kept prisoners by the good people. And how, after they were released by the king, that same little fairy, King Brian Connors, used often to visit them and sit with them Colagwyn and debatin' and considerin' in Darby O'Gill's kitchen. One lonesome December night, when Bridget and the childha were away visiting Bridget's father at Ballinghur, and the angry blast was screaming and drifting the first white flakes of winter around Darby's house. Then it was that Darby O'Gill, Brian Connors, the king of the good people, and Maureen McGibney sat with their heads together before the blazing hearth. The king, being not much higher than your 2 hands, sat on the child's stool betwixt the other 2, his green cloak flung back from his shoulders, and the gold crown on his head glistening in the firelight. It was a pleasant sight to watch them there in the flickering hearth glow. From time to time, as he talked, the Ood King patted Maureen's hands and looked smiling up into her purty grey eyes. They had been discoursing on the subject of throubles and tribulations. "Arrah, you ought to be the happy man, King," Darby says, sipping his noggin of punch, "with no silly woman to awed her you ought to cross you ought to belittle you. Look at myself. After all the respect I've climbed into from being with the fairies, and after all the knowledge I've got from them, there's one person in this parish who has no more reverence for me now than she had the first day she met me. Sometimes not so much, I'm thinking," he says, hurt-like. "I've seen the workings of families during more than 5,000 years, says the little king, so you needn't tell me who that one person is, me poor man, 'tis your own wife Bridget. Through for you, when it's the proud woman she ought to be this day to have the likes of me for a husband," says Darby. "Ah, then, you ought to be the happy man, whatever wind blows," he sighed again. "When you see a fat pig you like, you take it without so much as saying by your lave. If you come upon a fine cow or a good hoss, in a twinkling you have it in Slieve Namon. A girl has a good song with her, a boy has a nimble foot for a jig, or an ood woman a smooth tongue for a tale, and whisk, they're gone into the heart of the mountain to sing or dance for you, or to beguile you with odd tales until the day of judgment. The king shook his head slowly and drew a long face. Maybe we ought to be happy, says he. 'Tis through there's no sickness in sleeve Naaman, nor worry for tomorrow, nor fret for one's childhood, nor parting from friends, or things like that, but Throuble is like the drifting snow outside Darby. It falls on the cottage and it covers the castle with the same touch, and once in a while it sifts into sleeve Naaman. In the name of goodness? Cries Darby, surprised. Is there anything in the whole world you can't have for the wishing it? The king took off his gold crown and began polishing it with his sleeve to hide his nervousness. I'll tell you a secret, he whispered, bending over toward Darby and speaking slow. In sleeve Naaman our hearts are just breaking for something we can't get, but that's one thing we'd give the world for. Oh, king, what in the livin' world can it be? Cried Maureen. I'd give the teeth out of me head if I could only own a goat, says the king, looking as though he were going to cry. Man alive, says Darby, dropping the poker, the countryside is full of goats and all you have to do is to take your pick and help yourself. You're making game of us, king. The king shook his head. The good people have been trying for years to capture one, says he. I've been bunted into ditches by the villains. I've been trun over hedges by them. I had to leap on the back of Antony Sullivan's goat, and with 200 of me subjects in full cry behind, ride him all night long, hooding by his horns to keep him from getting at me and destroying me entirely. The jumps he took with me that night were tremendous. It was from the cowshed to the Sthrostak, from the Sthrostak to the housetop, and from there down to the ground again, and then whoring and horrowing, a race up the mountainside. But, says the king, kind o' sniffling and turning to the fire, we love the ground he walks upon, says he. Tear and ounds, says Darby, why don't you put your spell on one of them? You don't know them, says the king. We can't put the black spell on them, they're not Christian bastes like pigs or cows. When it comes to animals, we can only put our commither on cattle and horses, and such as are Christian animals, you know. In his mind and in his heart, a goat is a pagan. He wouldn't ask any bet the devotion than for me to thry and lay me hands on him, says the king, wiping his eyes. But, says he again, standing up on the stool and hooding his pipe over his head, Antony Sullivan's goat is the galloosest baste that roams the fields. There's more fun in him, and no more fear in him, than in a yellow lion. He'd do anything for sport. He'd bunt the king of Russia, he'd borrow at a parish priest, out of pure, rollicking divilment, says the king. If the good people had a friend, a rail friend, says he, looking hard at Darby, that wouldn't be afeard to go into our home within the mountain once more, just once, and bring with him that goat. Say no more, says Darby, hoarsely, and turning white with fear. Say no more, Brian Connors, not all the Gould and sleeve Naaman would tempt me there again. It's make a prisoner of me forever you would. I know your thricks. The look of scorn the little man flung at Darby would have withered the threes. I might have known it, he says, sitting down disgusted. I was a fool for hoping you would, says he. There's no more spirit in ye nor sense of gratitude than in a hin. Wait till? And he shook his fist. Don't blame the lad, cried Maureen, patting the king's head soothingly. Sure, why should the like of a wonderful man such as you, who has lived 5,000 years, and knows everything, compare your wit or your spirit or your sense with the likes of us poor crashiers that only stay here a few hours and then are gone forever? This she cried, craftily, flattering the old man. Be aisy on him, King Acushla, says she, coaxing. Well, the little man, being soothed, sat down again. Maybe I was too hard, he says, but to tell the truth, the life is just bothered out of me, and my temper is ruined these days with an Omidhon we've taken lately. I don't know what to do with him. Talk of Throuble? He mopes and moans and moothers in spite of all we can do. I've even tood him where the crux of Gould are hid. You haven't tood me that, cries Darby, quickly. No, says the king, looking at him sideways. At last not yet, says Darby, looking sideways at the king. Not yet, nor will I for a long time yitta, you covetous, ungrateful spalpeen, snapped the fairy. Well, said he, paying no more attention to Darby, this young Omidhon is 6 feet high in his stockings and as fine a looking lad as you'll see in a day's walk. Now what do you think he's moaning and crooning for? Fakes, I dunno, answered Darby. Maybe it's a hoss or a dog or a cow, or maybe a pair of pigs. You've not hit it, said the ruler of the good people. It's a Colleen, and him having a college education too. Troth, then, said Darby, with a knowledgeable wag of his head, some of them lawn students are as foolish in that way as ignorant people. I once met a tinker named Larry McManus, who knew the geography from cover to cover, and still he had been married 3 times. Poor gossoon, who is the Omidhon? Asked Maureen, not minding Darby. He's no less, said the king, than Roger O'Brien, a son of Bob O'Brien, who was the richest and proudest man in the county Tipperary. Bob thraces his ancestors for 500 years, and he owns a mile of land and has 40 tenants. He had no child but this Ahmed. And who is the Colleen? Some grand princess, I suppose, said Maureen. There was the whole throuble, answered the little man. Why, she's no one at all but a little white-cheeked, brown-eyed, black-haired girl named Nora Costello, belonging to one of his own tenants on the domain. It all came from Edicaton people above their station. Fakes, Darby says. There's Phelim Brady, the stonecutter. A fine, dacent man he was till he made up his mind to lawn the history of Ireland from end to end. When he got so far as where the Danes killed Brian Boru, he took to Dietrich, and the divil a hapoth's good he's been ever since. But laid on with your discourse, king, says he, waving his noggin of punch. At this the king filled his pipe, Maureen threw fresh turf on the fire, and the wind Dietra, the sparks dancing up the chimney. Now and then, while the king talked, some of the fairies outside rapped on the window panes and pressed their little faces against the glass to smile and nod at those within, then scurried busily off again until the darkness. Once the wail of a child rose above the cry of the storm, and Maureen caught the flash of a white robe against the window pane. It's a child we've taken this night from one Jude Casey down in Mayo, says King Brian Connors. But fill my noggin with fresh punch, Maureen, and Dietra cluster till I tell you about the Ahmed. And the master of the good people crossed his legs and settled into telling the story, comfortable as comfortable could be. The way the throuble began was foine and innocent as the day is long, said the king. 5 or 6 years ago, it was on the day Roger was first sent to college at Dublin, Mr. and Mistress O'Brien, mighty lonesome and downhearted, were driving over the estate when, who should they spy standing, modest and timid, at her own gate, but purty little Nora Costello. Though the child was only 14 years old, Mistress O'Brien was so taken with her wise, gentle ways that Nora next day was sent for to come up to the big house to spend an hour amusing the mistress. There was the ruck they all split on. Every day after for a month the little girl went visiting there. At the end of that time, Mistress O'Brien grew so fond of her that Nora was brought to the big house to live. Bob liked the little girl monstrous well, so they put fine clothes on her, until in a couple of years one couldn't tell her from a rail lady, whether he met her in the house or at the crossroad. Only every Saturday night she'd put on a little brown poplin dress and go to her father's cottage, and stay there helping her mother till Monday, or maybe Tuesday. For I mustn't get proud-hearted, she'd say. I'll lose the love I was born to, for who can tell when I'll need it, says she. A wise girl, says Darby. A dear Colleen, says Maureen. Well, every summer me brave Roger came home from college, and the two rode together after the hounds, or sailed his boat, or roved the woods, and the longest summer days were too short entirely to suit the both of them. Although she had a dozen young fellows courting her, some of them gentlemen's sons, the divil an eye she had for anyone except Roger, and although he might pick from 20 of the bluest-blooded ladies in Ireland any day he liked, Nora was his one delight. Every servant on the place knew how things were going, but the old man was so blind with pride that he saw nothing at all. Stranger than all, the two childhood believed that Bob guessed the way things were with them and was pleased with them. A worse mistake was never made. He never dreamed that his son Roger would think of any girl without a fortune or a title. Mistress O'Brien must have known, but, being tender-hearted and loving, and like all women, a trifle weak-minded, hoped, in spite of racin', that her husband would consent to let the child her marry. Knowing Bob as she knew him, that was a wild thought for Mistress O'Brien to have, for if ever there was a stiffer, bitterer, prouder, more unforgiving, boisterous man I haven't seen him, and I've lived 5,000 years. Darby, scowling mighty important, raised his hand. Wist a bit, he says. You remind me of the ballad about Lord Skipperbeg's lovely daughter and the farmer's only son. Stretching his legs and wagging his head, he sang. Her cheeks were like the lily white, her neck was like the rose. Oh my, said the king, surprised. Was her neck as red as that? By no means, said Darby. I made a mistake, 'twas this away. Her neck was like the lily white, her cheeks were like the rose. She quickly doffed her silk attire and donned a yeoman's clothes. Rise up, my farmer's son, rise up through love, says she. We'll fly across the Ragin main unto Amory. Have done your fooling, Darby, says Maureen. You have the king bothered. I wished you hadn't topped him, Agra, says the king. I never heard that song before, and it promised well. I'm fond of love songs, he says. But the Ahmed coaxed the Colleen. I forgot where I was, the king says, scratching his head. But speaking of Bob, he went on, no one ever thought how evil and bitter he could be, until his son, the foolish lad, a few days before the end of his schooling, wrote to the father that he wanted to marry Nora when he came home, and that he would be home in a few days, he thought. He was breaking the news easy to the family, see? Phew, hullabaloo, out of the house with her, the sly, conniving hussy, shouted Bob when he read the letter. Into the road with all we've given her. Pull the roof off Costello's house and drive off the place's whole brood of outrageous villains. So they packed Nora's boxes, fakes, and many a fine DHS was in them, too, and bade her begone. The mistress slipped a bag of Gould sovereigns with a letter into one of the chests. Nora took the letter, but she forbade them sending so much as a handkerchief after her. She wouldn't even ride in the coach that the mistress had waiting for her outside the grand gate, and all alone, in her brown poplin DHS, she marched down the gravel path, proud, like a queen going to be crowned. Nor did she turn her head when the servants called blessings after her, but oh, as thaw her face was marble white, and when she was on her way down the lonely high road how she cried. 'Twas a bit the time entirely, the night young Roger came home, and, hearing of all this, rushed up the stairs to face his father. What happened betwixt them there no one knows, only they never passed each other a friendly look, nor gave one to the other a pleasant word from that good hour to this. To make matters worse, that same night young Roger went and asked Nora Costello to marry him, but all the countryside knows how the girl refused him, saying she wouldn't beg her and ruin the man she loved. Well, he took her at her word, but disbelieved and mocked at the raisons she gave. The Ahmedhan? He wasn't much good after that, only for galloping his hoss over the country like a madman. So I said to myself, says I, that we might as well take him with us into the sleeve Naaman. I gave the orders, and there he is. Oh, the poor lad, says Maureen. Does Bob suspect the boy is with the fairies? Not in the last, says the king. You know how it is with us. Whenever we take a person we lave one of our own in his place, who looks and acts and talks in a way that the prisoner's own mother can't tell the differ. By and by the fairy sickens and pretends to die, and has his wake and his burial. When the funeral's over he comes back to us hale and smiling from our spot. So the lad the O'Briens put into their tomb was one of our own, Fadrig Ojby name. Many a time Fadrig has taken the place of the gentry and quality in every county of Ireland, and has been buried more than 100 times, but he swears he never before had a dacent a funeral nor a ratline a wake. And the girl? Cried Maureen. Nora, where is she? Faith, that's strange too, says the king. She was the first person Bob asked for after the funeral. He begged her to come back to them and forgive him, and the poor girl went again to live at the big house. He'll get her another good husband yet, said Darby. Oh, never, says Maureen, crying like a child. She'll die of a broken heart. I've seen in me time, says the king. People die from being pushed off houses, from falling in wells, and every manner of death you can mention, and I saw one woman die from eating too much treacle, he says, but never a person die from a broken heart. This he said to make light of what he had been telling, because he saw by Maureen's face that she was growing sick with pity. For Maureen was thinking of the black days when she herself was a prisoner in Sleeve Naaman. For in answer to the jest, the girl, with her clasped hands held up to the king, moaned, "Oh, king, king, lave the poor lad go, lave him go. Take the black spell off him and send him home. I beg you lave him go." "Don't bother him," says Darby. "What right have we to interfere with the good people?" Though at the same time he took the pipe from his mouth and looked kind of wistful at the little man, but Maureen's tears only fell faster and faster. "I can't do what you ask, Avic," says the king, very kindly. "That day I let you and Darby go from us, the power to free anyone was taken away from me by my people. Now, every fairy in Sleeve Naaman must give his consent before the spell can be taken away entirely from anyone, and well, you know they'll never consent to that," he says. "But what I can do, I will do. I can lift the spell from the Ahmedhan for 1 hour, and that hour must be just before cockcrow." "Is that the law now?" asked Darby, curiously. Maureen was sobbing, so she couldn't speak. "It is," says the master of the good people. "And tonight I'll send our spy, Sheila Maguire, to Nora Costello with the message that if Nora has love enough and courage enough in her heart to stand alone at her through lover's grave in Kilmartin churchyard, tomorrow night an hour before cockcrow, she'll see him plain and talk with him. And let you two be there," he says, "to know that I keep me word." At that he vanished, and they saw him no more that night, nor until 2 hours after the next midnight, when, as they were tying the hoss and cart to the fence outside Kilmartin church, then they heard him singing. He was sitting on the wall, chanting at the top of his voice a strange, wild song, and holding in his hand a silver-covered noggin. On a fallen tombstone, nearby lay a white cloth, glimmering in the moonlight, and on the cloth was spread as fine a supper as heart could wish. So beside the white rows of silent tombs, under the elm trees and willows, they ate their fill, and Darby would have ate more if close to them they hadn't heard a long, deep sigh, and caught a glimpse of a tall man, gliding like a shadow into the shadows that hung around the O'Brien's family vault. At the same time, standing on the top of the stile which led into the graveyard, a woman's form was seen wavering in the moonlight. They watched her coming down the walk betwixt the tombs, her hand on her breast, clutching tight the cloak. Now and then she'd stand, looking about the while, and shivering in mottled terror at the cry of the owls, and then she'd flit on and be lost in the shadows, and then they'd see her run out into the moonlight, where she'd wait again, gathering courage. At last she came to a strip of soft light before the tomb she knew. Her strength failed her there, and she went down on her knees. Out of the darkness before her a low, pleading voice called, "Nora, Nora, don't be frightened, Acushla Macri." Slowly, slowly, with its arms spread, the dim shape of a man glided out of the shadows. At the same instant the girl rose and gave one cry as she flung herself on his breast. They could see him bending over her, thin, pouring words like rain into her ears, but what he said they couldn't hear. Darby thinks he whispered. I wonder what he's telling her in this last hour, says Maureen. It's easy to know that, says Darby. What should he be telling her but where the crux of Gould are hid? Don't be watching them, it ain't dasn't, says the king. Uncultivation or unpoliteness is odious, come over here. I've a pack of cards, Darby, says he, and as we have nearly an hour to wait, I challenge you to a game of 45. Sure we may as well, says Darby. What can't be cured must be endured. With that, me two bold heroes sat astride the fallen stone, and hammering the rock hard with their knuckles, played the game. Maureen went and, hooding onto the ivy, knelt at the church wall. It's praying and crying, too, I think she was. Small blame to her if she was. All through that hour she imagined the wild promisings of the two poor Crashiers over be the tomb, and this kept burning the hot out of her. Just as the first glow of grey broke behind the hills, the king stood up and said, It's your game, Darby. Ma be good luck, then be good shooting. 'Tis time to lave. You know if I'm caught out off the cockcrow I lose all me spells for the day, and besides I'm visible to any mortal eye. I'm helpless as a baby then. So I think I'll take the Omidhan and go. The roosters may crow now any minute, says he. The Omidhan, although he couldn't hear, he felt the charm drawing him. He threw a frightened look at the east and held the girl closer. 'Twas their last minute. King, says Maureen, running up, if I brought Sullivan's goat into Sleeve Namon, would ye swear to let me out safe again? Troth, I would indade, I swear be child Nick. 'Tis be him the good people swear. I'll do that same. Then let the Omidhan go home. Get the good people's consent and I'll bring you the goat, says Maureen. The king trembled all over with anxiety and excitement. Why didn't you spake sooner? I'm afeard I haven't time to go to Sleeve Namon and back before cockcrow. He stuttered, and at cockcrow, if the lad was under the say or in the stars, that spelled bring him to us, and then he could never again come out till the day of judgment. Howsomever, I'll go and thry, he says, hooding tight onto his crown with both hands, and with thim words he vanished. Be this and be that, it wasn't 2 minutes till he was back and would not a second to spare, either. Fadrig Oj wants Mrs. Nancy Clancy's nanny goat, too. Will you bring the both of them? Maureen, he screamed. You're driving a hard bargain, King, cried Darby. Don't promise him, Maureen. I will, cried she. Then it's a bargain? The fairy shouted, jumping to the top of a headstone. We all consent, he says, waving the noggin. He yelled to the Omidhan. Go home, Roger O'Brien. Go back to your father's house and live your life out to its natural end. The curse is lifted from you, the black spell is spent and gone. Pick up the girl, ye spalpeen. Don't ye see she's fainted? When O'Brien looked up and saw the master of the fairies, he staggered like a man that had been struck a powerful blow. Then he caught up the girl in his arms and ran with her down the gravelled path and over the stile. At that minute, the sost misfortune that can happen to one of the good people came to pass. As the lad left the churchyard, every cock in the parish crowed, and tare and ounds. There on a tombstone, caught by the cockcrow, stood the poor, frightened little king. His gold crown was far back on his head, and his green cloak was twisted behind his back. All the power for spells and charms was gone from him until the next sunset. I'm ruined entirely, Darby, he says. Throw your shawl about me, Maureen Alana, and carry me in your arms, pretending I'm an infant. What'll I do at all, says he weakly. Taking him at his word, Maureen wrapped the king in her shawl, and carrying him in her arms to the cot, laid him in the estraw at the bottom, where he curled up still and frightened, till they were on their way home. Ahmed Khan, a foolish fellow. Roman 2 The couple without childha, 5 miles down the road from Kilmartin churchyard, and thin 2 miles across, lived Bonnie Casey with Judy, his wife, known far and wide as the couple without childha. Some foolish people whispered that this lack of family was a punishment for an sacred crime. But that saying was nonsense. For an honester couple the sun didn't shine on. It was only a penance sent from heaven as any other penance is sent. 'Twas, like poverty, sickness, or as being born a connaught man, just to keep them humble-hearted. But oh, it was the saw penance. Many an envious look they gave their neighbour, Tom Mulligan, the one-legged ballad-maker, who lived half a mile up the road, for 12 purty, red-haired innocents spotted and fought before Tom's door. The couple took to going through the fields to avoid passing the house, for the sight of the child gave them the heartache. By and by the two began conniving how unbeknownst they might buy a child, or beg, or even steal one. They were that lonesome-hearted. Howsomever, the plan at last they settled on was for Judy to slip away to a far part, Mayo, I think, where she would go through the almshouses till she found a gossoon that suited her, and they had the cute plan laid by which it was to pass before the neighbours as their own, a Casey of the Caseys. "Leave it to me, Bonnie darling," said Judy, with tears in her eyes, "and if the neighbours wonder where I am, tell them I've gone to spend a few months with my old mother," says she. Well, Judy stole off sly enough, and 'twas well until the cowld weather when Bonnie got word that she had found a perfect angel, that it was the picture of himself, and that she would be home in a few days. With a mind like thistledown, he ran to Father Scanlon to arrange for the christening. On his way to the priest's house, he invited the first woman he met, Anne Mulligan, the ballad-maker's wife, to be godmother. He picked bashful Ted Murphy, the bachelor, to be godfather, and on his way home he was that excited and elated that he also invited big Mrs. Brophy, the proud woman, to be the boy's godmother, forgetting altogether there was such a parson in the world as Anne Mulligan. The next day the neighbours made ready a great bonfire to celebrate the dispositious occasion. But ochone, midnight before the day of the christening poor, Judy came home with empty arms and a breaking heart. The little lad had died suddenly and was buried. Maybe the good people had taken him, 'twas hard to tell which. Tear and ages, there was the throuble. For 2 hours the couple sat in their desolate kitchen, hooding hands and crying and bawling together, till Bonnie could stand it no longer. Snatching his carbine, he fled from the coming disgrace and exposure out into the fields, where he wandered aimless till after dawn, stamping his feet at times and wagging his head, or shaking his fist at the stars. At that same unlucky hour, who should be jolting in their cart along the high road, 2 miles across, on their way home from Kilmartin churchyard, but our 3 heroes, Maureen, the King, and Darby O'Gill? Their old white hoss bobbed up and down through the sticky morning fog, Darby and Maureen shivering on the front seat. The ruler of the fairies, Maureen's shawl folded about him, was lying cuddled below in the estraw. When they saw anyone coming, the fairy chief would climb into Maureen's lap, and she'd hood him as though he were a baby. Small blame to him to be sour and sullen. "Here I am," he says to himself, His Majesty Brian Connors, king of all the good people in Ireland, the master of the night time, and having been king for more than 5,000 years, with more power after sunset than the Emperor of Greece or the Grand Turkey of barbarous parts. Here am I, he says, disguised as a baby, wrapped in a woman's shawl, and depending for my safety on 2 simple country people. Then he groaned aloud. Bad luck to the day I first saw the Ahmed Khan? Those were the first words he spoke, but it wasn't in the little man to stay long ill-natured. At the first shebeen house that they found open, Maureen bought for him a bottle of spirits, and this cheered him greatly. The first drink warmed him, the second softened him, the third put a tune to the end of his tongue, and by the time they reached Tom Grogan's public house, which was straight 2 miles across from Bonnie Casey's, the liquor set him singing like a nightingale. Maureen and Darby slipped into Grogan's for a bit of warmth and a mouthful to eat, leaving the master of Slieve Narmon well wrapped up at the bottom of the cot, his head on a sack of oats and his feet against the cot side, and as I said, him singing. He had the finest, liffinest way for a ballad you ever heard. At the end of every verse, he elevated the last word and hilt it high, and put a lonesome wobble into his voice that would make you cry. Peggy Collins, the tall, thieving oud beggarwoman who used to wear the dirty red cloak, and looked like a sojer in it, was sleeping inside the hedge as the cot came along. but when it stopped she peeped out to see who had the good song with him. When she saw, it was an infant not much longer than your 2 hands. God preserve us and save us, she gasped, and began to say her prayers. The king went on singing, clear and doleful and beautiful, the ballad of Donnelly and Cooper. Come all ye throughborn Irishmen wherever you may be, I hope you'll pay attention and listen unto me, and if you'll pay attention, the truth I will declare how Donnelly fought Cooper on the Curragh of Kildare. Prayers were never from Peggy's heart, so as she listened to the entrancing song, she turned from praying to plotting. If I had that child, she says, I could go from fair to fair and from pathron to pathron, and his singing'd fill my apron with silver. The king turned to another ditty, and you'd think he was a thrush. They'll kiss you, they'll res you, he sang. They'll spend your money free, but of all the towns in Ireland Kilkenny for me The grey-haired oud rascal Peggy, by this was creeping ever and ever till she reached the cot. Up then she popped, and the first thing me poor captain knew the shawl was slapped fast on his face, and 2 long, thin arms were dragging him out over the wheel. He tried to cry out, but the shawl choked him, and scrambling and kicking did him no good. Over the nearest stile bounced Peggy, and into the nearest field she flew, her petticoat lifted, her white hair streaming, and her red cloak fluttering behind. She crunched the chief man of the fairies under her left elbow, his head hanging behind, with as little reverence as if, saving your presence, he were Esthray Ganda. Well, your honour, Peggy ran till there wasn't a breath in her before she slowed down to a walk, and then she flung the king over her right childha, his face on her back in that way some careless women carry childha. This set his head free. When he saw who it was had stolen him, oh, but he was vexed, for all that he didn't say a word as they went, but lay there on her collarbone, bobbing up and down, blinking his eyes, and thinking what he should do to her. At last he quietly reached over with his teeth and took a bite at the back of her neck that she felt to her toes. Wow! Your honour should have heard the screech Peggy let out of her. Well, as she gave that screech she gave a jerk at the king's legs, pulling him down. As he flopped until her arms, he took a wisp of her hair with him. For a second's time, the spiteful little eyes in the weazened face, looking up at her own from under the gould crown, froze her stiff with terror, and then, giving a yell that was 10 times louder than the first screech, she flung his majesty from her down upon the hard ground. Leaping a ditch, she went galloping wildly across the meadow. The king fell flat on his back with an unreasonable jolt. That wasn't the worst of his bad luck. If Peggy had dropped him at any other place in the field, he might have crawled off into the ditch and hid till sunset, but oh, asthaw, they're not 10 rods away, with eyes bulging and mouth gaping, stood Bonnie Casey, the man without childha. Bonnie looked from the little bundle on the ground to Peggy as she went skimming, like a big red bird, over the low-lying morning fog. Through his surprise, a fine hope slowly dawned for him. He said, Good fortune follow you, and my blessing rest on you wherever you go, Peggy Bawn, for the throuble you've lifted this day. You've given me a Moses in the bulrushes or a Fario's daughter, but I disremember which. God forgive me for forgetting my religion. He stood for a minute slyly looking to the north, and the south, and the east, and the west. But what he saw, when he turned to look again for the baby, would have made any other man than one in Bonnie Casey's mind say his prayers and go on his way. The baby was gone, but in its place was a little oud man with a gould crown on his head, a silver-covered noggin in his hand, and the most vexed expression in the world on his face, and he trailing a shawl and throtting toward the ditch. 'Twas a hard fall for the man without childha, and hard he took it. When Bonnie was done with bad language, he says, A second ago, me oud lad, you were, you pretended to be an innocent child. Well then, you'll turn back again every hair and every look of you. You'll be a smiling, harmless, purty baby again, or I'll know the racin' why, he says, gritting his teeth. With that he crept over and scooped up the king. There was the struggling and wiggling. Lave me down, you murthering spalpeen, shouted the king, kicking vicious at Bonnie's kist. I'm Brian Connors, the king of the good people, and I'll make you sup sorrow in teacups for this, cries he. Well, Casey, his lips shut tight and his eyes grim and cowled, hilt in his 2 hands out at arm's length, the little man, who was kicking furious. For a minute Bonnie studied him. I believe in my soul, says the man without childha, mighty reproachful, you're only a fairy. But if that's what you are, you must have charms and spells. Now, turn yourself into a purty, harmless infant this minute, have red hair, like the Mulligan childher at that, or I'll break every bone in your body. There was blazing anger in the king's eye and withering scorn in his voice. Ignorant man, he cried, Don't you know that betwixt cockcrow in the morning and sunset the good people can work no spell or charm? If you don't lave me down, I'll have a mark on you, and on all your relations the world'll wonder at. But the divil a bit frightened was Casey. He started in to help the charm along as one would try to make a watch go. He shook the king slowly from side to side, then juggled him softly up and down, muttering earnestly betwixt his teeth, "Go on, now, you little heathen, change this minute, you scorpion of the world. Come, come, twist yourself." What the little king was saying all this time you must guess at, for I'm not bit the tongued enough to repeat it. Seeing that not a hair changed for all his work, Bonnie wrapped Maureen's shawl about the king and started for home, saying, "Hood your whist, it's a child I must have to be baptized this day. It'll be hard to manage, but I have a plan. You came as a child, and you'll be thrated as such, and look, if you don't quit kicking me in the stomach, I'll strangle you. As you know, to say pious words to one of the good people is worse than cutting him with a knife. To show him pious pictures is like burning him, but to baptize a fairy is the most terrible punishment in the whole world." As they went along, the king argued, besought, and threatened, but he talked to stone. At last, although he had but the strength of a 6-year-old child, the captain of the good people showed what high spirit was in him. "Set me down, you thief," he says. "I challenge you. If you have a drop of your mother's blood in you, set me furninst you with sticks in our hands, so we can fight it out like men." "No, it's not needful," says Bonnie, cool as ice. "But in a few minutes I'll shave every hair from your head, and after that make a fine Christian out of you. It's glad and thankful for it you ought to be, you vicious, ugly little pagan scoundrel." Well, the king let a roar out of him. "You bandy-legged villain," he cried, and then whirled in to abuse the man without childha. He insulted him in English, he jeered him in Irish, he traduced him in Latin and Rusian, but the most awful crash of blackguarding that was known in Ireland since the world began was when the king used the Chinese. Casey looked wonder and admiration, but made no answer till the little man was out of breath, when he spoke up like a judge. "Well, if there's any crather within the earth's far corners that needs baptizing, it's you, little man. But I'll not traduce you any more, for you're me own little Romulus or Remus," he says, scratching his head. Then of a sudden he broke out excitedly, "Now may 4 kinds of bad luck fall on your proud head this day, Mrs. Brophy, and 4 times heavier ones on you, Anne Mulligan, and may the curse of Cromwell light on you now and forever, Ted Murphy, the bachelor, for pushing yourselves here at this early hour in the morning." For the sight that met his eyes knocked every plan out of his head. Long before the time she was expected, sailing down the road to his own house, happy and slow, came Anne Mulligan, carrying in her arms her 2-weeks-old baby, Patsy Mulligan. With motion like a 2-masted schooner, tacking in her pride from side to side, up the road came big Mrs. Brophy, the proud woman, carrying her little Cornelius. Behind Mrs. Brophy marched bashful Ted Murphy, the bachelor, his hands behind his back, his head bent like a captive, but stepping high. Not with the sheep-stealing air men are used to wear at christenings and weddings did Ted Murphy hop along, but with the look on his face of a man who had just been tried, convicted, sentenced, and who expects in few minutes to be hung for sheep-stealing. They were come an hour before the time to bring the child to the church. Beside the door stood Judy, straining her eyes to know what Bonnie had hiding in the bundle, and with an awful fear in her heart that he had rubbed some near neighbor's cradle. Well, Bonnie at once broke into a run so as to get inside the house with the king, and to close the door before the others got there, but as luck would have it, the whole party met upon the threshold and crowded in with him. "Oh, the little darling, give us a sight of the poor crashura," says Mrs. Mulligan, laying Patsy on the bed. "He's mine first, if you please," says Mrs. Brophy, the proud woman. "He's sick," says Bonnie, "too sick to be uncovered." "Is he too sick to go to church?" broke in Ted Murphy, eagerly, hoping to get rid of his job. "He is," says Bonnie, catching at a chance for delay. "Then," says Ted with joy in his voice, "I'll run and bring Father Scanlon to the house. I'll be back with him in 20 minutes, says he. Before anyone could stop the gawk, he was flying down the road to the village. Casey felt his bundle shiver. "I'll have your life's blood for this." The king whispered as Bonnie laid him on the bed betwixt the 2 childha. Come out, cries Casey, spreading his arms and pushing the 3 women over the threshold before they knew it. Then he stood outside, holding the door shut against the 3 women, trying to think of a plan, and listening to more blistering talk than he ever heard on any day before that day, for the 3 women talked at the same time, each striving to be more disagreeable than the other. What drove him crazy was that his own wife, Judy, was the worst. They threatened him, they wheedled, and they stormed, The priest might ride up at any minute. The sweat rained from Bonnie's forehead. Once in desperation he opened the door to let the women pass, but shut it quick again when he saw the king standin' up on the bed and him changing his own clothes for those of little Patsy Mulligan. Well, the women coaxed till Mrs. Mulligan lost all patience and went and sat sullen on the bench. At that, Mrs. Bruffy suddenly caught Bonnie around the waist, and whirling him aside, she and Judy rushed in. Bonnie, with the fierceness of a tiger, swung shut the door to keep Mrs. Mulligan at bay. The other women inside were hopping with joy. Dressed in Maureen's shawl, but divil a thing else, lay on the outside edge of the bed poor little Patsy Mulligan. The king, almost smothered, dressed in Patsy's clothes, was scrooged into the wall with a cloth about his head wrapped round and round. "Oh, the little jewel," says Mrs. Bruffy, picking up little Patsy Mulligan and setting herself on the bed. "He's the dead cut of his father." In that queer way women have Judy already had half a feeling that the child by some kind of magic was her own. So she spoke up sharp and said that the child was the image of her brother Mike. While they were disputing, Mrs. Bruffy turned her head and saw the legs of the king below the edge of little Patsy's DHRS, the DHRS that he'd stole and put on. "For the love of God, Mrs. Casey," says she, laying her hand on Judy's shoulder, "did you ever before see feet on a child of 2 weeks old like them on Patsy Mulligan?" Well, at this they laughed and tittered and doubled backward and forward on the bed, sniggering at the king and saying funny things about him, till, mad with the shame of the women looking at his bare knees, and stung by the provoking things they said, he did a very foolish thing. He took a pin from his clothes and gave Mrs. Bruffy so cruel a prod that, big as she was, and proud as she was, it lifted her in 3 leaps across the floor. "Whoop, whoop," she says as she was going. Now, though heavy and haughty, Mrs. Bruffy was purty nimble on her feet, for red and indignant she whirled in a twinkling. "Judy Casey," says she, glowering and squaring off, "if that's your idiot of a good, funny joke, I'll take you a bet the," she says. When Bonnie, outside listening with his heart in his mouth, heard the angry voices within, a great wakeness came into his kist, for he thought everything was over. Mrs. Mulligan pushed past him, he lost the power to prevent her, and he followed her into the house with quaking knees. There was the uproar, while the three was persuading the furious Mrs. Bruffy that it must have been a pin in the bedclothes. Ted Murphy, breathless, flung open the door. "Father Scanlon wants to know," he cried. "What ails the baby that you can't bring it to church?" he says. All turned questioning eyes to Bonnie, till his mind fluttered like a wounded partridge. Only 2 decises could the unfortunate man on the sudden remember. "It's half measles and a thrifle of scarlet fever," he says. He couldn't easily have said anything worse. Seeing a terrible look on Mrs. Mulligan's face, he says again, "But I don't think it's catching, ma'am." The fright was on. With a great cry, Mrs. Bruffy dived for and picked up little Cornelius and rushed with him out of the door and down the road. Mrs. Mulligan, thinking she had little Patsy, because of the clothes, snatched up the king, his head still rolled in the cloth, and darted up the road. She was clucking curses like an angry hen as she went, and hugging the king and cuddling him, and crying over him and saying foolish baby language, till he was so disgusted that he determined to give her a shock. "Oh, me poor little darling," she sobbed, pressing the king's head to her bosom. "Oh, Patsy, me jewel, have they kilt you entirely?" At that the king spoke up in a clear, cowled voice. Misdoubting her ears, Mrs. Mulligan stopped and bent her head, listening to her baby. "Don't worry for me, ma'am, thank you kindly," says the baby, polite and throng. "Don't trouble yourself about the general state of my robustness. It says, it's tremendous," says the child. "In fact, I never was better." As cautiously as if she was unwrapping a roll of but the Mrs. Mulligan began to unwind the cloth from about the king's head. When this was done, she flung up her face and yelled, "Oh, oh, oh," and then came right up from the ground the second hard jolt the king got that day. As he lay on his back fastening his strange clothes and thinking what he would do next, he could hear Mrs. Mulligan going down the road. She was making a noise something like a steam whistle. "Begaw," says the king, sitting up and feeling of his back. "Today, with the women, I'm playing the divil entirely." Roman 3, the luck of the Mulligans, the wee king of the fairies, sat in the dust of the road where Anne Mulligan had dropped him. There were dents in his gould crown, and the baby's DHRS he still wore was soiled and tore. Oh, 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 what a terrible jolt again the ground and Mulligan gave him when she took the covering from his head and found his own face gazing up at her instead of her baby Patsy's. He turned to shake his fist up the road, and twisted once more to shake his fist down the road. "Be the bones of Pether White," he says, "what me and me subjects'll do tonight to this parish'll make the big wind seem like a cock's breath. But he says again. How'll I hide myself till dark, wurra, if it were only sunset. The sun has melted every power and charm and spell out of me. The power has left my far bones. I can be seen and molested by any spalpeen that comes along. What'll I do at all? I think I had best be getting through the fields back to Bonnie Casey's. It's little welcome they have for me there, but they must keep me sacred now for their own sakes. With that, he got upon his legs and hooding up his white DHS, climbed through the stile into Casey's field. The first thing he saw there was a thin but jolly-minded looking pig, pushing up roots with her nose and tossing them into the air through sheer devilment. Dark-eyed Susan was she called, and she belonged to Tom Mulligan, the one-legged ballad maker, who had named her after the famous ballad. Mulligan was too tender-hearted to sell her to be kilt, and too poor to keep her in victuals, so she roamed the fields, a shameless marauder and a nimble-footed freebooter. "Begaw, here's luck," said the little king. "Since 'tis in Casey's field, this must be Casey's baste. I couldn't ask better. Whenever a pig is frightened it runs to its own house, so I'll just get on her back and ride down to Casey's cabin." The king looked inquirin' at Susan, and Susan looked impident suspicion at the king. "Oh, ho, ye beauty, you know what's in me mind," says he, whistlin' and coaxin' and sidlin' up to her. A pig likes a compliment if it's well tood, so Susan hung her head, grunted coquettish, and looked away. Taking advantage of her head being turned without another word, his Royal Highness ran over, laid hood of her ear, and with one graceful jump took an easy saddle-sate on her back. This was the last thing the pig expected, so with one frightened squeal from Susan, both of them were off like the wind through the fields toward Mulligan's house, taking stones, ridges, and ditches like hurdle jumpers till they came in sight of a mud-plastered cabin which stood on the hillside. A second after the king's hair stood straight up, and his heart grew cowled, for there, sitting on the threshold, with her family in a little crowd about her, was the woman who, misconstruing him for her own child, had fled with him from Bonnie Casey's, and finding her mistake, had trun him into the high road. About the ballad-maker's daw was gathered his whole family, listening to the wonderful tale being told by Anne Mulligan. A frightened woman she was. Indade, when Anne Mulligan, after dropping the king in the road, reached home, she fell unconscionable in the daw before her husband and her frightened child her, and she never come to till little Pether sprinkled a noggin of water on her. Then she opened her eyes and began telling how Nick had stole the baby and had taken little Patsy's place in her own 2 arms. There she sat wringing her hands and waving back and forth. The ferryman could easily guess the story she was telling, and his flying steed was hurrying straight toward the house and nothing could stop it. They'd both be there in 10 seconds. "Well, this time anyhow, I'll be kilt entirely," says the king. Mrs. Mulligan turned to pint down the road to the place where she had dropped the king, when, lo and behold, up the boreen and through the field they saw, coming at a tremendous pace, dark-eyed Susan and the king, riding her like a dragoon. Mrs. Mulligan gave one screech and, lifting her petticoats, flew. The child has scurried off after her like young rabbits. Tom, not being able to run because of his wooden leg, stood his ground, but at the same time, remembering more prayers and repentin' of more main things he'd done than ever before since he was born. He was sure it was Nick himself that was in it. And now, a new danger jumped suddenly before the king. The pig headed for her favorite hole through the hedge, and when the king saw the size of the hole he let a howl out of him, for he knew he'd be trun. He scrooched close to the baste's back and Dietra, up his legs. Sure enough, he was slithered off her back and left sitting on the hard ground, half the clothes torn from his rile back. That howl finished Tom entirely, so that when his majesty crawled through the hole after the pig and came over to him, the ballad maker wouldn't have given 2pence for his soul's salvation. Howsomever, he put on the best and friendliest face he could under the circumstances. Scraping with his wooden leg and pulling at a tuft of carroty hair on his forehead, Tom said, "Mighty wheedling, the top o' the day to your honour. Sure, how's Mrs. Belzebub and the child her? I hear it's a fine, bright family your lordship has. Arrah, it isn't the likes of me, poor Tom Mulligan, the ballad maker, that your reverenced be wanting." Hearing them words, the king looked mighty pleased. "If you're Tom Mulligan, the ballad maker," he says, coming over smiling, "it's proud and happy I am to meet you. I'm no less than Brian Connors, the king of the good people," he says, drawing himself up and trying to look grand. "It's many's the fine ballad of yours we sing in Slieve Namon." "But little Patsy," stammered Tom, "sure your majesty wouldn't take him from us. He's our 12th and rounds out the dozen, you know." "Have no fear," says the fairy. Patsy'll be here safe and sound at nightfall. If you stand friend to me this day, the divil a friend you'll ever need again as long as you live. With that the king up, and told him all the day's happenings and misfortunes. Tom could hardly believe his eyes or his ears. He was so happy he begun in his mind making a ballad about himself and the king that minute. "Oh," says the king, bending his back and hooding his head, "when I think of the undecencies I went through this day, your majesty'll go through no more," says Tom. With that, he went stumping away to call back the wife and child her. In a few minutes the ruler of the night time was sitting on Mulligan's table, eating the last patati and drinking the last sup of new milk that was in the house. The king drained the cup and smacked his lips. "Now sing us a ballad, Tom Mulligan, my lad," says he, leaning back against the empty milk crock and crossing his legs like a tailor. Anne Mulligan nodded approving from where she sat, proud and contented on the bed. The child has smiled up from the mud floor. So Tom, who was a most melodious man, just as his wife was a most harmonious woman, up and sang the ballad of Hugh Reynolds. "Me name is Hugh Reynolds, I came of dacent parents, I was born in County Cavan, as you may plainly see. Beloved of a maid named Catherine McCabe, my love has been Bethrade, she's a saw lost to me." There's most of the time 32 verses to that song, and Tom sang them all without skipping a word. "Bate that, King Brian Connors," he says at last. "I challenge you." Then King Brian threw back his head and, shutting his eyes, sung another ballad of 47 verses, which was Catherine McCabe's answer to Hugh Reynolds, and which begins this away. "Come all ye purty fair maids wherever you may be, and if you'll pay attention and listen unto me, I'll tell of a deceiver that you may beware of the same. He comes from the town of Drumscullen in the county Cavan, and Hugh Reynolds is his name." One song brought out another finer than the first, until the whole family, child her and all, joined in singing Willie Riley and his dear Colleen Bawn. 'Twould make your heart young again to hear them. At the end of each verse all the Mulligans stopped quick to let the king wobble his voice alone. Dark-eyed Susan was standing scratching herself inside the closed door, pleased but wondering. So, with sweet songs and odd tales, the hours flew like minutes till at last the ballad-maker pushed back the table and tuned his fiddle, while the whole family, at last all of them odd enough to stand smiling, faced one another for dance. The king chose Mrs. Anne Mulligan for a partner. The fiddle struck a note, the bare, nimble feet raised. "Rocky Roads to Dublin" was the tune. Deedle, deedle, dee, deedle, deedle, diddle, deedle, deedle, dee, Rocky Roads to Jubilin. The twinkling feet fell together. Smiles and laughter and jostling and jollity broke like a summer storm through the room, and singing and pattering and jiggering rose and swirled to the mad music, till suddenly, knock, 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 the blows of a whip-handle fell upon the door and every leg stopped stiff. "Murther in Irish," whispered little Mickey Mulligan. "'Tis Father Scanlon himself that's in it." Ochone Mavrone, what a change from merrymaking and happiness to fright and scandalation was there! The master of the fairies, sure that Father Scanlon had the scent of him, tried to climb up onto the settle bed, but was too wake from fear, so Mrs. Mulligan hissed him and piled 3 child hair on top of the king to hide him just as Father Scanlon pushed open the door. The priest stood outside, hooding his hoss with one hand and pinning his whip with the other. "What are you hiding on that bed, you vagabone?" he says. "Whist," says Tom Mulligan, hobbling over and going outside, with the fiddle under his arm. "'Tis little Patsy, the baby, and he ain't dressed dacent enough for your riverence to see," whispered the villain. "Tom Mulligan," says the priest, shaking his whip, "you're an idle, shiftless, thriftless man, and a crying shame and a disgrace to my flock. If you had 2 legs I'd bait you within an inch of your life," he says, looking stern at the fiddler. "Faith, and it's sorry I am now for my other leg," says Tom, "for it's well I know that when your reverence scolds and berates a man, you only give him half a shilling or so, but if you bait him as well, your reverence sometimes empties your pockets to him." 'Twas hard for the priest to keep an ill-natured face, so he smiled, but as he did, without knowing it, he let fly a shot that brought terror to the heart of the ballad-maker. "God help me with you and the likes of you," says the priest, trying to look savage. "You keep me from morning till night rubbing peather to pay Paul. Bonnie Casey, the honest man, gives me a crown for baptizing his child, and 10 minutes after I must give that same money to a blackguard." Well, when Mulligan heard that his own little Patsy had been baptized again at the instigation of that audacious imposture, Bonnie Casey, the ballad-maker's neck swelled with rage. But worse was to come. Gulping a great lump down his throat, he asked, "What name did your reverence give the baby?" There was a tremble in the poor man's voice. "Boniface," says the priest, his toe in the stirrup. "Today is the feast of St. Boniface, a Gr. Reet bishop. He was a German man, says Father Scanlon. The groan Tom Mulligan let out of him was heart-rendering. Boniface? Oh, my poor little Patsy, bad scran to you, Bonnie Casey? My own child turned into a German man. Oh, Boniface? The priest was too busy mounting his horse to hear what the ballad-maker said, but just before starting the good man turned in his saddle. I came near forgetting my errand, he says. There's a little ood man, dwarves they call the likes of Thim, who has been lost from some travelling show or carawan, or was stole by ood Peggy Collins this morning from some place. I don't rightly know which. Send the child her looking for him and use him kind. I'm going up the road spreading the news. Ignorant people might misthrate him, says his reverence, moving off. You'll find no ignorant person up this road, called Tom in a broken voice, but Felix O'Shaughnessy, and he's not so bad, only he don't believe in ghosts, cried Mulligan. Even as the ballad-maker turned to go in the daw, the sun, shooting one red, angry look at the world, dropped below the western mountains. The king jumped from the bed. The charms have come back to me. I feel in my faw bones the power, for 'tis sunset. I'm a greater man now than any king on his throne, says he. Do you send word to Bonnie and Judy Casey that if they don't bring little Patsy and my green velvet cloak, and the silver-topped noggin and stand furnince me on this floor within half an hour, I'll have the both of them prisoners in sleeve namon before midnight, to walk on all fours the rest of their lives. As for you, my respected people, he says, a pleasanter afternoon I seldom spent, and be ready to get your reward. With them words he vanished. Their surprise at his disappearance was no sooner over than the Mulligans began hunting vessels in which to put the Gould the fairy was going to give them. Anne Mulligan was dragging in from outside an empty tub when shamefaced Judy Casey passed in, carrying little Patsy Mulligan. Behind her slunk Bonnie, her husband, hooding the green cloak and the silver-topped noggin. I had him for one day, Anne Mulligan, says Judy, handing little Patsy to his mother, and though it breaks my poor, withered heart to give him up, he's yours by right, and here he is. Whilst she was speaking those words, the ruler of the fairies sprung over the threshold and laid a white bundle on the table. The household crowded up close around. Without a word, the fairy Dietra, the cover from the white bundle, and there, like a sweet, pink rose, lay sleepin' on its white pillow the purtiest baby you ever set your two livin' eyes on. Judy gave a great gasp, for it was the identical child the fairies stole from her down in the County Mayo. You don't deserve much from me, says the king, but because Anne Mulligan, fine woman, asked it, I'll do you a favor. You may take back the baby or I'll give you £100. Take your choice, Bonnie Casey. Bonnie stood a long time with bowed head, looking at the child and thinking hard. You can surely see what a sorriest question he had. One's own child is worth more than £100, but other people's children are plenty and full of failings. Mulligan's family peered up into his face, and his wife Judy searched him with hungry eyes. At last he said, very slow, my mind has changed, says he. Though people always told me that childhood were a throuble, a worry and a care, yesterday I'd give the County Clare for that little one. After this day's work I know that sayin's through, so I'll take the £100, he says. Divil a fear of you takin' the £100, snapped his wife Judy, grabbing up the child. And then the two women, turning on him, fell to abusin' and ballyraggin' the man without childhood, till sore a bit of courage was left in his heart. I promised you your choice, and they'll lave you no choice, says the king, looking vexed. Well, here's the £100, and let Judy keep the child. When the fairy turned to the ballad-maker, the hearts of all the Mulligans stopped still. Now, my grand fellow, me one-legged Janius, he says, you're going to be disappointed. You think I'll give you riches, but I won't. At that Tom's jaw dropped to his kist, and the littlest Mulligans began to cry. I'll not make you rich because you're a bon ballad-maker, and a weaver of fine tales, and a Janius. If you make a Janius rich, you take all the songs out of him and you spile him. A man's hottest strings must be often stretched almost to the breaking to get good music from him. I'll not spile you, Tom Mulligan. Besides, he says, as you are a natural bon ballad-maker, you'd kill yourself the first year thryin' to spend all your money at once. But I'll do better for you than to make you rich. Anne Mulligan, do you clear the table and put my silver-topped noggin on the edge of it, says he. When Anne Mulligan did as she was bid, the king put the green cloak on his shoulders and, raising his hand, pointed to the silver-covered noggin. Everyone grew still and frightened. Noggin, noggin, where's your manners? He says, very solemn. At the last word the silver lid flew open, and out of the cup hopped two little men dressed all in black, dragging something after them that began to grow and grow amazing. So quickly did they work. And so swiftly did this thing, they brought twirl and change and turn into different articles, that the people hadn't time to mock what form it was at first, only they saw grow before their astonished eyes teacups and dishes and great bowls, and things like that. In a minute the table was laid with a white cloth like the quality have, and chiny dishes and knives and forks. "Noggin, noggin, where's your manners?" says the king again. The little men dragged from the noggin other things that grew into a roast of mutton and biled turnips, and white bread and butter, and pataties, and pots of tea. "Noggin, noggin, where's your manners?" says the king for the last time. At that the little black men, off the puttin' a silver shillin' beside every plate at the table, jumped into the noggin and pulled down its lid. When the eating and drinking and jollity were at their height, the king arose, drew tight his crown on his head, and pointing once more to the silver-covered noggin, said, "This is my gift to you and your reward, Tom Mulligan, maker of ballads and journeyman worker in fine tales. 'Tis more than your wish was. Neither you nor anyone who sits at your table, through all your life, will ever want a bite to ate or a sup to drink, nor yet a silver shilling to cheer him on his way. Good luck to all here and goodbye." Even as they looked at the king he was gone, vanished like a light that's blown out, and they never saw him more. But the news spread. Musicians, poets, and storytellers, and geniuses flocked to the ballad-maker's cabin from all over Ireland. Any fine day in the year one might see them gather in a dozen knots before his door, and into as many little crowds about the stable. In each crowd, from morning till night, there was a tune being played, a ballad sung, or a story being told. Always one could find their blacksmiths, schoolmasters, and tinkers, and all trades, but the greater number before, of course, were beggarmen. Nor is that same to be wondered at, because every genius, if he had his own way, and could folly his own heart's desired, start tomorrow at daybreak with the beggarman's staff and bag. But wherever they came from, and whatever their station, Tom Mulligan stumped on his wooden leg from crowd to crowd, the jovial, happy master of them all.